Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Massachusetts versus Brian Walsh. We are in day 8. Jury is starting a little bit later today, but we may have a... they're going to be starting with a voir dire of Jem Mutlu, who was the neighbor that came over New Year's Eve. So that's where we're going to pick up today. Jury is going to be in at 10 o'clock, but Judge wanted everybody to be there earlier so that they can do this voir dire. So hopefully we get that. Hopefully we'll get to see that. Layton, good morning to you. Good to see you. Nan R., good morning and afternoon to you. Aussie Gardner, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. Silitsa, good to see you. Good morning. Mike Morrow, got to go into class. All right, sounds good. Melissa C. Gilmore, Pammy, good morning. Kathy Davis, good to see you guys. Let's get us over here while we welcome in everybody. Grab your seat. Grab your seat. We have a feed. Let's see. Now, I'm not sure if we're going to get to see this voir dire. So let's. If not, I've got something I want to play. So, Deviant, good to see you. Lily Wayne, Melissa Crawford, good morning to you. Lori Hellrider, Lynn, thank you for joining us. JRN, good morning. Good morning. Iowa Backyard. Just a few mews from Wally. Walmart Wild Kitten, nice. When Blackjack, Friendly Stray came in last night. Mews are good, I think. All right, you're calling them Wally. That's nice. Green-Eyed Cat, good morning, good morning. The McCormick family, hello, welcome in. Sakari, Lily Wayne, Lori, let's see, RCK, rainy Southwest Michigan. Gordon, good to see you. Radioactive, Shirley, thank you for joining us. Good to see you guys. I have no idea. Good morning to you. Nana and Kia, good morning, good morning. Good to see you. See Gilmore. Let's see. Yes, we thought we were going to go on at 9. I thought we were going on at 9, but we apparently had it scheduled for 8:45. So there you have it. Ali B, good morning. Richard, good to see you. Crunchy Frog, thank you for joining us. All right, let's see. Mike, yeah, does red rum ever make sense? No. It never does. Hey, Jane. Cindy, good to see you. Nana, good morning. Angelique, good morning to you. Saudi Girl, thank you for joining us. JRN, you had to step away and cry. Why did you have to step away and cry? What's going on? Memories of Romper Room. Is that what they did? I was more of a Captain Kangaroo guy. Mary, good morning from Galway. Good to see you. And Sherry, good morning, good morning. Welcome in. Welcome in, you guys. So we may get to see this voir dire. We may get to see it. I'm hoping, and if not, I want to play. Let's see. I'm going to play some pre-trial stuff. Let's see here. All right. If we don't get to see this voir dire, I'm going to play some pre-trial stuff. C. Gilmore, do you want me to not say your name? Or are you saying that I never say your name? Which I'm confused. Boo on Romper Room. They never called my name. Aw, Joan. Lily Wayne definitely reminds me of looking in the mirror and welcoming everyone by name. And why not? Is that a bad thing? Do you guys not want me to welcome you in? I'm going to always welcome you in, whether you want to or not. Carol, good morning to you. Just the way I am. Hector's mom, good morning. Still dark here in Western Oregon. Yep, I would expect that. It's what, 6 o'clock over there. All right. Lynn, yes, I'm hoping that we do get to see the voir dire. That would be nice. Oh, they're talking about the romper room lady. Okay. Thank you, Pammy. JP Rabbit, you love your welcomes. Okay, good, good. All right, JMS, welcome us in. All right. I just don't want you guys being mad at me. Oh, romper room never called your names. Okay, we love when you do. All right. I guess I misunderstood. Like the shout outs. Okay. All right. I really like having welcome us by name. All right. Willow Johnson, romper room never called your name, and then in 2000 I realized it was my superpower. You're invisible. Yep, and Aaron, they never called Aaron's name either. I don't think they ever called my name. I didn't really watch Romper Room for some reason. It just never, I never got into Romper Room. Like I said, I was a Captain Kangaroo, and then cartoons. Then it was all about the cartoons. Okay, C. Gilmore, you were speaking of Romper Room. All right. Crisis averted. Crazy Mary Joe, good to see you. Jem Mutlu, that is who they're voir diring today. We may or may not see it. You would stay home from school to watch Captain Kangaroo? All right, let's move on. Amanda, state is going to rest today. Possibly. Member for 2 months. All right, Amy, good job. Thank you for a happy anniversary. A member for 2 months. You love spending your morning in court with us. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Green Jeans. So getting back to a question about the trial. Will they rest today? Will the state rest today? Good question. We've heard from 42 witnesses. We've heard from a lot of DNA experts. That's all yesterday was, pretty much was DNA. Yep, pretty much, yeah. Out of, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 witnesses yesterday. 10 of them were DNA experts. And finally, Miss Salim gave us the information that we wanted, in that Brian's DNA was on some of those items. Anna's DNA was on a lot of those items. So, and then we heard from the Home Goods Loss Prevention manager, Michael Roddy. And he brought in the receipts. He brought in Brian using, going into Home Goods, and he was using a Marshall's receipt that he had returned some items. He had returned $174, children's toys, stationery, and then $216 was another one. Then he bought bath towels. Cindy, awesome, member for 3 months. Thank you. Thank you for that. Let me see if I can. And Lynn, you guys are so nice. Thank you. Love it here. Mods in chat, thank you. And Cindy, love your channel. Thank you. Oh, you enjoy our channel. Sorry. Appreciate that. Thank you guys, and happy anniversary. All right, Sherry M. Yes, you made it back in time. Well, we think that they're not going to show the voir dire. It sounds like they're not going to show it. So, hey Alice, good to see you. Is Moki with us? I see people saying hello to Moki. There is Moki. Good to see you, Moki. Good morning to you. All right, let me get back to serious. Will they rest today? We've heard from a lot of people. We've heard from law enforcement. We've heard from medical examiners. We've heard from DNA experts. We've heard from digital data experts. We've heard from all of the managers. We've seen surveillance video. I think right now I want to hear from Jem Jem Mutlu. He was the friend at New Year's Eve. Definitely want to hear from him. Hey, Debs, good morning to you. Teresa, best channel ever. Thank you. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you for saying that. You're watching me in Glorious 360. Oh my, that's got to be scary. Debs, good morning to you. So yeah, we've heard from who else? Who else would we need to hear from? Let me think about this. Maybe her sister, her mom. We need to hear from her mom because she wrote to her mom the day of, I think. Oh gosh, I got to find that again. Hold on a sec. Let me find that. Let's see, Mary, were you the one that sent that to us? Where her mom called, or Anna called. Hold on a sec. If I can find that again. So her mom added, her daughter never complained about her husband. She said she spent 16 months total with the couple over 3 international visits. I always thought good of him. He was always in a good mood, telling jokes. He was the main cook in the house, always made us food. Wow, so Anna's mom claims that Brian saved her life when she was visiting in the U.S. in 2020. She had a health issue. She wrote that he found me experiencing what he thought was a stroke and immediately got my daughter and called emergency services. I can safely say without his presence, I would not have survived. Wow. He absolutely adored Anna the way she is and said many times he missed her very much. Huh. She added she was not aware that her daughter accused Brian of threatening to kill her in 2014 before they were married. I didn't know back then. I've seen it recently in media. They got married after that, had kids. She had no idea that one family friend described Brian as a sociopath, very angry, physically violent person. In a bitter court battle that ensued over his father's estate. Their living arrangements were a source of strife. All right, so I think I would like to hear from Mom. I'd like to hear from her mom, whose name is, instead of just calling her Mom, her name is Milanka Lubachik. So I want to hear from her mom. I want to hear from the friend that was over, for sure, Jem. We want to hear from Jem. Maybe this is it. Yeah, this is why I want to hear from her mom. So Milanka said Anna texted her saying, "Please, Mama, come tomorrow," which means that clearly there must have been some problems. That was a week before. That happened January 25th. And Milanka said, "I can't get myself together in one day. I'm 69 years old. I have to get my medications and 1,000 other things." But she proposed she was going to fly out the following day. And now I can't forgive myself for not just letting things fall where they may and just go, and whatever happens to me happens. And then Anna says, "You don't have to come in January. Brian and I are making plans for February." And then around midnight on New Year's Eve, Anna made one final attempt to reach loved ones in Serbia. She called again at 1 a.m. and I missed that call too. She called her elder sister, who was also sleeping. Then she tried to call her maid of honor, who didn't hear the phone because of the loud music. And now I regret not getting the phone because she's disappeared. So I definitely want to hear from Mom, right? I want to hear from the neighbor, and then I want to hear from her mother. Those are the two. So to answer your question in a very roundabout way, those are all the people I want to those are the other two I want to all right, sorry, I'm just reading what's going on elsewhere. All right. All right. I want to, since we're not gonna get voir dire. It doesn't seem like we're gonna get this voir dire, so I'm gonna go for this instead. Let's watch this. You guys will recognize who this is.
Last name, please. Yes, sir. My name is Yuri Buchanan.
Yep, you heard it. All right, we're gonna watch this for a little while. Until the live feed kicks in. And put myself over here.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your first and last name, please? Yes, sir. My name is Yuri Buchanan, spelled Y-U-R-I-Y, last of B-U-K-H-E-N-I-K. Where do you work, sir? I work for the Massachusetts State Police, currently assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. How long have you been with Massachusetts State Police? I graduated the academy March of 2012. And how long have you been attached to the detectives unit with the District Attorney's Office? 10 years. And what is your current rank? I'm a sergeant. And how long have you been a sergeant within that unit? Since December of 2021. So I'm going to ask some questions now about January 5th of 2023, Thursday. That day, did you have the opportunity to be dispatched to Cohasset? Yes. Why were you dispatched to Cohasset? Cohasset police detectives reached out to our office requesting assistance in investigating a missing person case. What was the name of the person you researched that you were asked to help find? The person's name was Ana Walshe. About what time did you get to Cohasset PD that day? It was in the late afternoon. I would say approximately 4:45 or so. And did anyone else besides you that's a member of the State Police Detectives Unit with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office respond to Cohasset that evening? Yes. Who else? Trooper DeChico. And once Trooper DeChico and you were at the Cohasset PD, who did you have the opportunity to speak with? I spoke with Detective Harrison Schmidt of Cohasset PD. And what was the purpose of this meeting with Detective Schmidt? He gave us an update on his investigation into the missing person, shared the details of that he's learned since he was involved. Did you have the opportunity to review anything in addition to having the conversation with Detective Schmidt? Yes. I was able to review an audio recording of Brian Walsh's interview. And after having this meeting and reviewing the recording, what did you have the opportunity to do next in your investigation? After doing the review of the recording and being updated on all the information that Cohasset PD had at the time, myself, Trooper DeChico, Detective Schmidt, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, and Sergeant Hunt proceeded to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset. About what time did all of you arrive at that address? I believe it was like 6:30 p.m. And when you arrived, was anyone leaving? Yes, there was a female party leaving as we came up to the door. And do you understand what her relationship was to the family? I do know, yes. What is it? She was the babysitter for the 3 juvenile children. And
after seeing this woman leave the residence, did you discover who else was in the residence this time?
Yes.
Who?
Within the residence, we were able to meet with Brian Walshe, his mother, Ana Walshe, and there was 3 juvenile children inside as well.
Now, in that evening, did you have the opportunity to conduct an interview with anyone at the Walshe residence?
Yes, I did.
Who did you initially get the chance to speak with?
Initially, I spoke with Diana Walshe.
And Diana Walshe is Mr. Brian Walshe's mother, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Where was your conversation with Diana Walshe?
My conversation was in the living room area where the couches were situated. There's also a fireplace there. It is right off the kitchen area, separating the dining room area by a staircase set and a wall, I believe.
And was there anyone with you to help conduct this interview?
Yes, Detective Lieutenant Lopes of Cohasset PD was present with me.
Where were the other officers at this point in time that arrived with you?
The other officers were speaking with Brian Walshe in the dining room area portion of the home.
And was anyone else with Mr. Walshe besides those officers, do you know?
Just the 3 officers that arrived.
Where were the children when you initially had the opportunity to speak with Diana Walshe?
Upon her request, the children went upstairs in the main portion of the home to the 2nd floor.
Now, can you explain how the initial conversation, what occurred during your initial conversation with the defendant's mother?
Yes. As we sat down, Diana was asked to provide her date of birth and a phone number. She initially ignored my request and was texting on her phone. A follow-up request was also momentarily not addressed or not answered. She then advised us that she had utmost respect for what we do, but she only has 1 son, and she was very adamant in helping find Ana.
Did she say what she was doing as far as trying to find Ana?
Yes, she stated that she had Googled, researched a top PI firm, private investigation firm, in the DC area, and she had been communicating with the owner/CEO of the company.
And did she give you any contact information for that person?
Yes, she provided both a business line and a private cell phone number for the individual.
Now, did she have the opportunity in this, during this conversation, did she tell you what had occurred with her son's cell phone as far as January 1 and January 2nd?
Yes, during this conversation, she advised us that on January 2nd, Brian Walshe showed up at her home in Swampscott and advised her that his phone was missing and that he needed to use her device to communicate or try to reach Ana.
And did she show you anything from her phone during this part of the conversation?
Yes, she showed me her call logs as well as text message communications that were documented on her device.
And when you saw this, did you see the names of any of, not asking the specific name, but did you see the names of anyone in the family?
Yes, there was a name associated with a juvenile child, the eldest, that was documented as a missed call.
And did you ask her about whose phone number that would be?
Yes, I did.
And what did she explain to you?
She indicated it was the 6-year-old's phone number as saved with the name in her device.
And that she had... identify yourselves once again for the court and the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walshe.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walshe.
Right. Madam Clerk, before I lose these, on the record, I'm handing you back these 2 exhibits. I'm going to have marked for identification the information I asked from the parties this morning. I've just handwritten on whose is whose, so that can be marked as the next think it might be N for identification, the first 2 pages that I asked for from both of the
Oh,
parties.
you want them both to be in, you don't want them separate?
They can go together. It's my handwriting on the top as to whose is who. All right, do we need to discuss anything before we bring Mr. Mutlu in?
I have a few things that I would like to discuss. It could be after Mr. Mutlu, but there are a few things before the jury comes in that I would like to discuss about witnesses that I'm going to be doing directs of today.
All right, why don't we discuss that now?
Thank you. Could we see you at the side of the bench?
Oh, sure.
Thank you very much.
So they were supposed to be doing voir dire, but now it sounds like they're late because they're going to bring Mr. Mutlu in now. So it sounds like they're running late, which is well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if they, because she just said we're bringing in Mr. Mutlu now. So to me, that means they did not do their voir dire yet. But I can't imagine that they're running this late because they usually start at 9 promptly. So we'll have to wait and see if this is going to be voir dire or not. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see. And that Yuri Buchanek pretrial thing, that was from May 19th. That was May 19th. And I wanted to show that because he talks about how Diana Walsh, which is Brian's mom, didn't answer certain questions. I still want to get back to that. Maybe during verdict watch we can go back to that. It's an hour and 14 minutes. So I want to get back to that because I did not show that when we did our deep dive. I didn't show that. I didn't show that. I do want to watch that. Yep, J.P. Collier, jury's not supposed to be there till 10 because they have all this, they wanted to get this voir dire in of Jem Mutlu. So we're waiting to see, we're waiting to see why they're starting at 9:20 versus, 9 o'clock. So. Salty Girl, good morning to you. Mr. Magoo, Lababoo, Crunchy, no, Mutlu, M-U-T-L-U, Gem, G-E-M-M-U-T-L-U, Mutlu. Jury's not going to hear voir dire. Jury's not going to hear voir dire, I don't think. Teresa, is mom going to testify? I sure hope so. Oh, his mom? No. His mom's not because she's in the court. She's been in the courtroom the entire time. Anna's mom? I would love to hear Anna's mom's testimony. I would love to hear Anna's mother's testimony. Alanka is her name. Yeah, because apparently Anna texted her the New Year's Eve at midnight saying, I'm in trouble or help me or whatever. I mean, yeah, it's... I definitely need to hear. I would love to hear. I would love to hear from her mother. So. That was the whole point, Carol. Yeah, they were going to do this voir dire before the jury. That's why they wanted the jury to be there at 10 o'clock. They were going to do this voir dire before. Right? That was the whole point. That was the whole point. Of having the jury come in late. Or later, yeah. That was the whole point. Was to have the jury come in at 10 so they could get this voir dire done. I don't know why they didn't start at 9. Not sure why, but It is what it is. Why isn't that going there? Come on. Oh. Sorry, you guys. I'm just doing something. Okay. All right. Mallory, hello to you. Hey, Raj. No way this trial wraps up this week now. Today's Wednesday. Well, remember they said 3 weeks. 3 weeks of evidence. That's what the judge said, 3 weeks of evidence. But then she said yesterday, expects evidence may end tomorrow. So I don't see how. So that means the state would have to rest today, and then the defense would have to call all of their witnesses, which is I think around 6 or 7. It would be tight. That would be a tight schedule, Raj. That would be a tight schedule. I think it could wrap up this week. If the lawyers are saying that the evidence is going to end tomorrow early, then I'm going to go with that. You know, I could, if the lawyers are saying, yeah, we're going to end, tomorrow, then, so Jem may be their last witness. That's what I'm thinking now. Jem may be their last witness. Let's see. So let's see. CTV said this is the last person to see Ana live and will be the last witness for the state. You're told there, Carol says, might be a brief voir dire. Yeah, that's what they were. That's why they had the jury come in at 10:30. I'm sorry, 10 o'clock. Hey, trial watchers, hello to you. They said 3 to 4 weeks after he pled. 3 to 4 weeks after. Okay. Hey, Kelly, good morning. Good morning. Welcome in. So if Jem is last, they're going to rest. He probably will be on the stand for maybe an hour, right? I'd say maybe an hour, hour and a half tops. Yep, no problem, Raj. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, so if Jem is the last witness, he's on for an hour, hour and a half tops. That gets us to 10, 11:30, even 12. We'll even go to noon. They rest. They might break for lunch. And if not, then the defense comes in and they have, I think, how many witnesses do they have? The defense has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, they have 7. State has 7 witnesses. Can they get through them all in one day? And it would be a half a day at that. I don't think so. However, I do see them finishing up tomorrow. Yeah, you know what, Raj? I can see them ending tomorrow, and then they do closings on Friday, and we're in verdict watch. So I can see it. I can see it happening. I can see the state resting by lunchtime, defense kicking in this afternoon, finishing up tomorrow, which is Thursday, and then Friday. We'll be in closings. Hey, Amy, state hasn't rested yet. Not yet. Silver Fox, the defense will ask for a directed verdict. Of course, they always do. They always do. That's to be expected. The fact that the defense has 6 on their list does not necessarily mean they will call all 6. Yes, often a game time call, also possible state rebuttal witnesses. That is true. Yeah, they had Michael Proctor on the list, and we know, well, we know the state's not going to call Proctor. Is the defense going to call Proctor? Proctor is on the list. Don't forget. Yeah, if Brian Walsh goes on the stand, that will take some time. That could. I have no idea. That could. That could take about an hour alone, hour and a half, possibly 2 hours. Allie, Mr. Mutlu is the neighbor. I don't think, no, it was Jeff Schad or Chad was her boss. It was Jeff. This is their neighbor. This is their neighbor that came over on New Year's Eve and was there and said, everything was cool, everything was fine, everybody was having a good time. So it's the neighbor. Snowcatish, where is the info about the trial wrapping this week? Yesterday, the judge said, Judge Frenier was talking to the jury, we expect the evidence may end tomorrow early. So that came out of the judge's mouth yesterday. Well, while we wait, let's go back and let's see if we can hear that. Let me see if I can find that.
Media responsibility. Comes as a surprise. I just tell you.
All right, here, listen.
So you may have a shortened day tomorrow. I just tell you these things to keep you as best informed, so things don't come as a surprise to you. They happen that way, right? So that's the update. Expect that we may finish the evidence for sure, but based on what I now know, I expect that we may finish the evidence tomorrow early, and so you may have a shortened day.
All right, did you hear that? So that was what the judge said at the end of the day yesterday, that they expect to have the evidence tomorrow.
Tomorrow early. Now, I expect that we may finish the evidence tomorrow early.
She expects that they may end the evidence tomorrow early. All right, so she's expecting that they may end the evidence tomorrow early. So that's going to be and if he takes the stand, well, if they can get in 2 or 3 witnesses today and they have 4 witnesses tomorrow, yeah, you know what? I can see them ending tomorrow. I can see them ending tomorrow. So, okay, Tosh, just the state side, though, not defense. Well, if the state rests by noon, you guys, listen, if the state rests by noon, the state case, then rebuttal case, we're at least a week out from conclusion. Why then would the judge say that they're expecting the evidence to end tomorrow? She didn't say the state. She said that she's expecting the evidence to end tomorrow. So let's think about this. So if the state rests by noon today, the defense calls 3 or 4 witnesses today, 4 witnesses tomorrow, they could be done, and then the state has rebuttal. That's a big if. What if there is no rebuttal? If there's no rebuttal, then I could totally see this going to closings on Friday. Is that such a stretch to think that they can get in 3 or 4 witnesses from 1 to 4, each witness a half hour? Sounded to me like the state, not the whole trial. Did she say the state? Let me hear it again. Let me listen again.
So you may really know for sure, but based on what I now know, I expect that we may finish the evidence tomorrow early, and so you may have a shortened day. I expect, although I don't really know for sure, but based on what I now know, I expect that we may finish the evidence tomorrow early. I need to be cleared, so you get a little extra time for yourself tomorrow morning. Be here for 10 a.m. start. I expect, although I don't really know for sure, but based on what I now know, I expect that we may finish the evidence tomorrow early.
I don't know. I didn't hear state. I just heard we'll finish the evidence tomorrow. So I guess we'll just have to wait and find out. All right. Bubbaloo, good to see you. I don't even see the sidebar ending before noon. I know, right, at this point. Nanar, we're just going to have to watch and find out. That is true. Jane, do you guys think he will take the stand? He appears to be somewhat of a coward. I think he has to, Jane. I think he has to because of what the opening laid out all of his, this is what happened. He went upstairs. He went back downstairs. He came back upstairs again. Anna was non-responsive. I mean, how can the defense say that and then not have him take the stand? That would be a big, I don't know. That would be a big blow, I think, if they didn't have him take the stand. So. Jaded Wonder, good morning to you. The evidence suggesting both sides. That's the way I'm interpreting it, Raj. But we won't know until we get there. That's the way I'm interpreting it, but we won't know until we get there. Sharon, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I hope you're doing well as well. Let's see. Ev finished the evidence tomorrow early, whatever she intended to convey. To me, that's the state and the defense, but we'll see. Silver Fox, I really want him to take the stand. I do as well. Was her blood on the knife? DNA, let's review that while they're at this long sidebar. The DNA yesterday, what came back positive was the slipper. The Tyvek suit, the unknown tissue from the dumpster, the basement floor, the blade of the hacksaw, the handle of the hacksaw, the white towel, the rug stain, the hatchet head, the hatchet handle. So that's all that was that they brought in yesterday. That was that had Anna's DNA. So no knife was indicated in there. Yep, JRN, it was on the hatchet, both the handle and the blade, right? I just said the hatchet handle, the hatchet head, so not the blade, but the head, the handle, the white towel, the handle of the hacksaw, the blade of the hacksaw, the basement floor, the interior of the right sleeve, the left pant leg of the Tyvek suit, the interior of the cuff of the Tyvek suit, the slipper. Yeah, so. Okay, let's see. No hammer. We didn't hear that. Let's see. The hammer face tested positive for blood, but then we didn't hear that it was confirmed. It tested positive for blood, but that's as far as we got. They didn't. The tin snips had blood. The knife blade and handle were preserved for DNA testing, but they didn't bring that in yesterday. The booties tested negative. The shears tested positive. So a lot of things tested positive, but then they didn't talk about that yesterday as confirmed. So maybe they'll get to that today. We'll have to see. Because yesterday they only confirmed what I just read off. So the knife was not in there. The snips were not in there. So we'll have to see. 20 DNA experts told us, yeah. Yeah, Aussie, the carpet. There was a section of carpet. Let me see if I can find it again. The basement floor, white towel, hacksaw, the rug stain. The rug stain, 30 nonillion more times likely. Brian was excluded, so it was only Ana. So, yep. MD said, no MD, there was no knife presented yesterday. You might be thinking of the saw. Yeah, no knife was presented. They talked about it in another testimony came in that it tested positive, but then yesterday all the DNA experts, nobody brought that in. All they did was test the slippers, the suit, the hacksaw, and the hatchet. That's all that we heard. Let's see. Welcome in, Shandy. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Let's see. There was a knife up. Hold on. Jenny can't tag me right now. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. All right, Jenny. Just tagged you. See if that helped. Dreamhorse, the hacksaw tested positive for Ana. Yes, it did. There's Jenny saying hello to everybody. Okay, good. So Court TV is saying at sidebar, the judge and the defense are conducting a voir dire of Jim Mutlu, who was Ana's former boss, and their friend. This is the delay. Jury not in the courtroom, as we expected. Thank you for that update. Hola, hello. Mutlu is at the sidebar. I guess he must be sitting in the stand. Maybe he's on the stand and they're talking to him right there. It's kind of weird, right? It's kind of weird, but I don't know. Jill, good morning to you. Lori, I think the neighbor was very fond of Ana. Did Riker tear up my leg? No. She was fine. It was fine. Joy, good morning. It's still cold here. Thanks for joining, Ola. Always nice to see you in our chat. Julie, I suspect the state has expected the defense to cross-examine more of the witnesses than they have done, so anticipated it taking longer. Yeah, perhaps. She did, but the pants helped. She thanks for asking, but yeah, it was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. Lori, I think because he is leaning towards Brian doing this, I remember hearing that he respected Ana a lot. And the other Lori, Lori 1120, I know Brian wore gloves. We saw that in the camera at Lowe's. That is true. Brad, bizarre for voir dire to be sidebar. I agree. That is really weird. That is very odd, but it is what it is. Saudi girl, good to see you. Buenos dias to you. Let's see, Nan. At this point, the jury doesn't know that he pled guilty to dismemberment, so hearing blood on tools would make them lean guilty on M1, but we shall see. Yes, thankfully I did have pants on. She wouldn't have done that if I had shorts on. Sharon, yeah, side bow with no jury. It's weird. Well, they have to get through this voir dire. They got to get through this voir dire. Ed, because I assume after the state rests, they will go through the procedure of asking whether he wants to testify himself or not. True? Yes. Yes. Yeah, they still have to do that. Twinkle Bell, good morning. Hope you have a great day. Thank you. You as well. Appreciate that. Mary, the prosecutor hasn't personalized Ana for the jury. Amby, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Brett, usually they do this without the jury, but in front of all of us. That is true. Maybe there are privacy issues in the stuff they'll be asking this witness if the judge doesn't let something in. Good point. Let's see. Julie, who are the 6 on the list? Let me see here. Let me pull that up. Sharon, you sent us a updated list. I've got to find that. Let me see if I can find that. All right, hold on. I don't know if I can find the updated list right now. I have the original. This came from Sharon, so thank you again, Sharon, for sharing this. All right, so the defense has on Dr. Stephen Lakin from CFOS Corporation, Joel Skoletsky from CFOS Corporation, Priya Banerjee from Anchor Forensic Consulting, Dan Faria from MWV Forensics, Stephen Verano from MWV Forensics, Tracy Miner, who is his attorney when he was arrested. That was his attorney. Michael Proctor, we all know him, and then Tim Creamer. So we looked these guys up before. We looked up CFOS. CFOS Corporation is DNA. So they are expert testimony and detailed DNA review. So they're going to counter the DNA, I'm guessing. That's CFOS. And then Anchor Forensic. Anchor Forensic Consulting. Anchor Forensic Consulting is Forensic Pathology Services, Expert Testimony. So that's them. And then we've got MWV Forensics. They assist lawyers and clients. What do they do? We aim to assist lawyers and clients directly in order to recover, present, and provide expert testimony as it relates to all things digital. So they're digital forensics. So you've got DNA experts, you've got digital forensics, you've got his lawyer. Here we go.
Went sliding off the back of my chair. Hold on a second. All right, we can have Mr. Mutlu in.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would call Mr. Jem Mutlu.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in the cause now in hand shall be the truth, truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Just step up, just watch your step. Slide this chair underneath. You can have a seat. Maybe just take your voice from the seat. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Excellent, we can hear you. I'm just going to ask if you can keep that microphone reasonably close to you, sir. Can you please spell your first and last name for the record?
Sure. It's officially spelled C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And can you state your name for us, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
And, sir, right now I'd like to just focus on asking you some questions about a conversation you had with Ana Walshe on December 29th of 2022. Why did you call her that day? Why did you two talk that day?
I called her to congratulate her on her closing.
And how long was the conversation?
I believe it was about 45 minutes.
And besides congratulating her on the closing, what else did the two of you talk about?
We caught up as friends. We talked about plans and also her life at the time, how she was feeling, and we caught up on a number of things.
Okay, so what did she tell you about her life at the time?
That what I got from it was that there were some issues, marital issues included, and and that she was, I told her, I said, I don't want you to be too strong. Have you considered therapy? And she said yes.
Okay. What is your memory of what she said as far as marital issues? And not your feeling, but what you remember the conversation to be, sir.
Sure. Part of it was that she was going back and forth from D.C., which was taking a toll on her, and the fact that that Brian had not been able to leave Massachusetts, so the children were here, and that was a huge burden on her psyche, and that there were other issues. I don't recall with precision as to what they were. I do recall clearly making a mental note to say, this is going to be a much longer conversation, face-to-face, together, and a conversation, obviously, we never had an opportunity to have.
Okay, so within that conversation, when she had discussions with you about marital issues, it was, I want to make sure that we've got this right, the difficulty of traveling, was that it, one of them, for work?
The fact that she was not seeing the children frequently.
All right, so that's more accurate, and I don't want to misstate what you're saying, sir.
That's correct.
Not seeing the children, and was also another part of it that Brian couldn't leave Massachusetts.
That's correct.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, sir. I want to make sure that I'm getting your memory of the conversation. Is that what your memory of the conversation is?
Well, my memory of the conversation is that they had marital issues and that she was seeking counseling for all the difficulties in her life, including marital issues.
Okay.
And I encouraged her to do the same because she's a very strong person, and
yes.
yet I specifically remember telling her, I don't want you to be too strong.
Okay. And within the marital issues, did she say specifically what the marital issues were?
I don't recall going into detail during that conversation. There was another conversation we had in the summer. I remember that the parts of that conversation, that was almost a 2-hour-long conversation. I was in Puerto Rico at the time, and she and I had a lengthy conversation. At that time, she said that that Brian's art fraud case was taking its toll, that attorney fees were piling up, and that there was a lot of strain financially, a lot of difficulty, and yeah.
Okay. But more to the point of December 29th, I'm going to ask you again.
Yeah.
Did she say anything in the December 29th conversation with you about Brian not being able to leave Massachusetts?
I don't recall with precision. I recall the feeling of it. I do not recall with precision as to whether those words in particular were spoken.
Certainly. And do you have any memory of when she discussed marital problems with you on December 29th, any issues of not seeing the children, of her stating that?
Again, I do not recall with precision what words were spoken.
Okay.
That was the gist of a lot of her problems.
Okay. So when you say that's the gist, is that the gist from the December 29th conversation, or is that your understanding of her overall problems?
I believe it's both.
Okay. All right. So now I want to ask you about New Year's Eve. On New Year's Eve, did you see Ana texting at all?
I did.
And from what you know of New Year's Eve, not from what people told you afterwards, do you know who she was texting to?
Yeah. That I recall, I believe she was texting Abdullah. I believe she was texting Will Fasto. And I believe she may have been texting Emily, a mutual friend, and other people were texting her. It was New Year's Eve, so there was a lot of back and forth texting. Yeah.
And how do you know this from New Year's Eve? What did you experience, see, or what did you experience on New Year's Eve that lets you know this?
I was sitting right next to her at the kitchen table.
And did she ever say, now the three of, did you ever
Kitchen counter.
Kitchen counter.
Yeah.
Did you ever?
Stools on the counter there?
Yes, there were stools on the counter.
And were you and Ana seated on
On the same side. On the
Okay.
same side. I was seated here and she was to my left.
directly side by side?
Directly side by side.
Did she ever show you her phone that night? When she was sitting with you there?
She had her phone with her. She took a picture of us that night. Yeah.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. With the picture, do you remember who she sent it to that night? Not, and this is what I'm really going to focus you, sir, is that night, not what people told you afterwards. Do you have a memory of who she may have sent the picture you took with her that night?
I believe that she said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto.
And, sir.
Out loud, she said that?
I believe so. I believe she said that to me that night. Let's take a picture out loud. Yes, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto. Again, I do not remember it with precision, but I do remember the picture being taken. Yeah.
And, sir, is it fair to say that along the lines of that statement, you told that to me yesterday at lunch? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had you told me that before, to your memory?
I do not recall.
Okay. And on New Year's Eve, did you have any conversations with Ana about marital problems?
No.
Did you have any conversations with Brian about marital problems?
No.
And I think that covers the subject matter of the voir dire. So I have no further questions at this point in time.
Good
Thank
morning. You had just mentioned a conversation that you had with Ms. Walsh on the 29th of December.
Yes.
If I could just have you lean into that mic so we can hear you.
Sure.
And during that conversation, you told us that she mentioned, I think it was difficult to be away from her kids.
I believe so, yes.
And I think you said at one point that it was difficult to travel back and forth.
I believe so. I mean, those are things that I knew about her anyway. We were very close friends.
Well, let me just stop you. When you say those were things you knew about her anyways,
Yes.
what we're trying to do is focus you on things that she told you herself during that conversation. So as you sit here right now, do you have a memory of specifically what she told you herself on that 12:29 phone call?
I do not remember everything that was said during a 45-minute conversation with Ana that night.
So let me just jump in here for a second. You had a conversation with Ana Walshe on December 29th, 2022.
I did.
And you remember the conversation was about 45 minutes long.
That's correct.
So what I want you to distinguish between, sir, is you don't have to remember the exact words that she used these years later, but you have to have a memory that she actually said what you're discussing, as opposed to this feeling, this gist. Do you have a memory that she, even if you don't remember the exact words, that she did discuss with you, for instance, what counsel just said, this idea of being troubled by not seeing the children?
So, again, shortly after, I discussed, I explained over a 2.5 hour statement to Detective Harrison what I remembered, because it was all fresh. Mm-hmm. And that testimony you do have. Okay. What I do not remember...
I assume you reviewed that in connection with your testimony here today?
I'm sorry?
Have you reviewed your prior statements to the police?
I have not. Right. No, I have not. I have not. So it's been 3 years, and that's why some of the very words that were spoken, I do not remember. I do remember very specifically having made a mental note to say, she has told me that there are marital issues, that she is seeking counseling, that it's been hard on her, and that this gets to be a much longer conversation. So I made that note, and I was going to reach out to her after the New Year's Eve event to schedule a time in person to speak about those issues.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You used the term marital issues. When you first started talking to us this morning, you stated what I got from the conversation. And you had told us that, you were close with Ana, right?
Yes, very close.
So when you say that you got from her, was it just your feeling that during this conversation that she was having marital issues, or she specifically said the words marital issues?
I do not recall her using the words marital issues. I recall her talking about problems with Brian.
And when you say problems with Brian, the two that you have specified were being away from the children and going back and forth from work.
I'll take a minute to try and remember if there was anything else that was that I can remember right now.
Well, and you previously testified today that Brian not being able to come to D.C.
So the feeling that you got was that she was having marital issues, but it wasn't a statement that she said to you.
No, it was, she did mention problems, she did mention issues. I just don't recall her using the words marital issues.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
you like us to be heard at sidebar? I'm happy to say, Your Honor, I think that...
Hold on. Now you may speak.
Thank you, I apologize.
All right.
I don't have eyes back here. So,
you are unmuted.
Witness stated she told me there are marital issues, and then when asked about the term marital issues, he stated that there were problems in the marriage, being away from the children and traveling back and forth from work. I would suggest that those come from that conversation, and that is absent of a feeling or a gist and would be admissible. And I would ask, and I would actually even lead on that, just to make sure that we're going to the right portion, and I'm not misstating what he said.
Well, I'll hear from the defense both with regard to the initial argument and also what's your position if I do let what's your position with regard to leading?
I would object. I don't think it's appropriate or necessary. He's a grown man. If there's an objection, I will make it. I don't think this is appropriate to lead this particular witness where they want him to go. With respect to the testimony, I don't think he should be able to use the term marital issue or marital problems. He was consistently pressed about what Ana told him. It's clear that this was his feeling, his characterization of that conversation. The purpose of this hearsay exception is to admit specific statements of a witness to show state of mind or motive. It is not a chance for this witness to pontificate about his feelings and responses to that witness. So I think he should be limited to just what she said, and I would object if he starts talking about marital problems or marital issues, because I believe that was his characterization.
All right. So as I said to him, he doesn't have to remember the exact words that she used. What he needs to remember is that she actually said it to him. It seems to me there are at least 3 things that he recalls her saying to him, maybe not the exact words, but they, you just went through, that the back and forth was taking a toll on her, not seeing the children. I don't know if you put those 2 as one. That Brian hadn't been able to leave Massachusetts, and that was a huge burden on her psyche, I think is what he said. I think those are fair statements that he can bring in. I don't think he's had the benefit now of this voir dire in which he's gotten a little bit of legal instruction. I don't know how it's going to play out real time with regard to that word marital problem, marital issues. But I suspect we'll take that as it comes. He may stay away from that just because he's just been cautioned and just been sort of made aware of the distinction of that he doesn't recall her using those words, so I suspect he won't bring that out. If he does, we'll either clarify it by saying, do you have any memory of her actually using those words? And I will entertain a motion to strike. But I think the general gist of he remembers enough of that conversation that some of it's going to come in, the 3 parts that I have indicated. Because it came up, I'd rather get out in front of this issue than being in the backside of it. Is the Commonwealth intending to bring up during his examination the Puerto Rico conversation?
No, Your Honor. That is the first I heard of it. I wouldn't do that.
All right. And then the other information that he provided, I guess, to the Commonwealth yesterday. That Ana said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto. I assume the defendant isn't objecting to that?
We're not, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else we need to cross?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
What time is it? Oh, they're already here. It's great. We can bring them in and then we'll get to it.
Your Honor, could I just have that break to talk to the witness?
You may. I'm just going to stay on the bench and take some notes. But
I will be right back.
You can go do that.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, if I may step out for a moment as well.
You may.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go through what we heard from Mr. Jem Mutlu. So he had a conversation with Anna December 29th, called her to congratulate her on her closing, said it was about 45 minutes long. Caught up as friends, talked about plans, her life at the time, how she was feeling. They had marital issues. Part was the commute to D.C. taking a toll. Brian not being able to leave Massachusetts. It's taking a toll on her psyche. He thought this will be a much longer conversation face to face. Memory is that they had marital issues and Anna was seeking counseling for all the issues, not consulting, counseling. Counseling for all the issues, including that, which would have been the marital issues. Anna is a strong, very strong person, and he said, I don't want you to be too strong. What does he mean by that? Marital issues were, don't recall going into detail then, but in the summer we had a 2-hour conversation. Anna said Brian's art fraud case was taking its toll with attorney's fees. That night, New Year's Eve, she was texting with Abdullah? I think he pronounced it Abdullah. Anyway, Will Fosto and Emily, who was another mutual friend. He was sitting next to her at the kitchen counter. He was seated on the same side, directly side by side. Anna took a picture of them. She said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fosto. Didn't talk to either Brian or Anna about the marital problems that night. So then under cross, it was difficult to be without her kids and travel back and forth. Then the judge jumps in. Remember, this is all voir dire. The judge jumps in and says, do you remember he remembers the conversation was 45 minutes. She says, you don't have to remember the exact words, but a memory she actually said versus a feeling. And then he talks about the testimony that he gave, the statement that he gave to law enforcement was more fresh. Then the judge says, have you reviewed that? He says, no, I have not. It's been 3 years. It's a shame. I wish he had reviewed that. He made a mental note that Anna told him they had marital issues and she was seeking counseling.
Just those, the next three.
Oh, yes.
Pretty much
I
exhibits.
apologize.
Thank you.
All right, well.
147.
Dang it. Then it ends, and then the judge and the parties talk. So the defense is like, he's a grown man. I don't think he should be led. So the state's going to lead with, she told me there were marital issues, problems in the marriage. Going to begin with being away from the children and traveling back and forth. Let's see, Amy. He wanted Anna to seek help from an unbiased, safe person and not to be too strong in trying to figure it out without support. Ah, okay. That's how you interpreted it? All right. All right, fair enough. Lily Wayne, yes, bring in his statement to the detective from 3 years ago. Why don't they? Well, I guess they want him to not just sit there and read. They want him to be able to recall. All right, so yeah, the defense. He's a grown man. I don't think he should be led. It's clear that this was his feeling. Judge says he needs to remember she actually said it to him. Back and forth was taking, so the three things. Back and forth was taking a toll from D.C. to Cohasset. Not seeing the children, and Brian not being able to leave Massachusetts. Those are three pretty big things. And then finances. Got to throw finances in there. Because he's not making any money. She's making all the money, and it's all going towards him and his lawyer fees. Judge says, well, he now has the benefit of voir dire.
Please, when I can. All set for the jury?
Jurors entering, all rise. And short step. Step.
Hear ye. All persons having anything to do for the Honorable Judge Frenier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, leave your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth. May be seated. Court is in session.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Jurors, welcome back to the courtroom. We'll start today, as we do every day, with our conversation about the rules. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? And were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case?
Yes.
Yes. And were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media or go on any news media?
Yes.
And you all still have open minds?
Yes.
With those 4 questions, for the record, I'll answer in the affirmative by all 16 jurors in the box. We're ready to begin today's work. I'll let me call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Jem Mutlu.
Ready to follow, please?
Raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
Right this way, sir. Just take your time. Just watch your step. Thank you. Sure. This chair, you can have a seat.
Thank you.
Just pull that chair a little tighter. Sure. Keep your voice up when you speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please spell your name for the record?
Sure. It's C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And could you tell us your name, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
Sir, what do you do for work?
I'm a realtor.
How long have you been a realtor?
About 25 years.
And what geographic area do you sell?
Boston, suburbs, and eastern Massachusetts.
Commercial or residential?
Residential.
And, sir, are you familiar with Brian Walsh?
I am.
Can you tell us how you're familiar with Brian Walsh?
We met at a leadership program back in 2020.
Can you tell us the name of the leadership program?
Boston Breakthrough Academy.
And so, how long did the program go on for?
It was the length of a semester, practically. Started at the beginning of the year and ended about the summer.
And so you met Mr. Walsh at this leadership program. What was your relationship with him during this program?
In the program, there was a buddy system. Everyone partnered with someone, and Brian asked to be my partner, and that's how we got to know each other.
And so, did you maintain a relationship with him after the leadership program?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with Brian's wife, Ana Walshe?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with Ana?
I met her through Brian. She came to one of the graduations, and then I was introduced and knew about her interest in real estate. We had a mutual friend, so it was inevitable that we would meet.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can pull that microphone closer to you. I think that'll help out.
Sure.
Okay, much better, sir. So, sir, did Ana Walshe ever work for you?
Yes, she did.
When did you hire Ana Walshe to start working for you?
It was the summer of 2020.
And what was her role for you?
She was our director of operations for my team.
And your team, how large was your team at this point in time?
When she started, there were a few of us, but eventually we had 3 operators and I believe 5 or 6 agents and part-time marketing directors, etc.
And how would you characterize your relationship with Ana Walshe?
We became very close as friends.
And when did she stop working for you?
It was the spring of 2022.
Why did she stop working for you?
In the fall of 2021, she told me that she was offered a stellar job opportunity in DC. And she asked for my blessings for it.
Now, sir, when the two of you work together, how often would the two of you communicate?
Practically every day, multiple times a day.
And after she stopped working for you, how often would you communicate?
Not as frequently.
What was your relationship like with her family?
Brian and her children?
Yes, sir.
I saw them as my own.
Now, did you ever have, or your team is probably the better way to put this, did your team ever have the opportunity to sell any properties for Ana Walshe?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell us what properties your team sold for Ana Walshe?
We sold a property in Marblehead where they were living when I met them. And then we moved them to a property in Cohasset, and then we sold that property as well for them.
Were there any investment properties that your team was able to sell for Ana Walshe?
Yes.
Where was that property?
In Revere.
And do you remember when that sale occurred?
Well, that sale would have closed on December 29th or just a day or so before, because I called her on the 29th, a couple days before New Year's, to congratulate her.
So I'm going to ask you some questions about December 29th now, sir.
Yes.
When you called her, how long do you think that call was?
It was about 45 minutes.
And why did you call her?
I called to congratulate her on the closing. And I had found out that she was going to reinvest that property.
And when you say reinvest that property...
Rather, reinvest the proceeds from the sale of the property.
And, sir, are you familiar with what's called a 1031 exchange?
I am.
Could you just tell us what a 1031 exchange is?
Sure. It's a federal like-kind tax-deferred exchange program where after a specific closing, a buyer...
I'm going to interrupt you because of the noise outside.
Sure.
And then once that passes...
Of course.
It's kind of tough to compete with that.
Of course.
All right. Now, sir, I think that's passed. You said that there's a certain period of time for this exchange. Can you tell us again?
Correct. Typically, buyers have 45 days to declare 1, 2, or 3 properties. It has to be of equal or greater value, and they would have 6 months, 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of those properties to equal, again, or be greater than the value of the proceeds of the sale.
And so your understanding at this point in time was that Ana Walshe was going to use these funds for a 1031 exchange.
That's correct. I was happy for her that she would actually reinvest and that that she would grow financially.
Now, during this conversation, what plans were made for New Year's Eve?
She specifically told me, she said, I know you, You're not going to go anywhere for New Year's Eve. You're just going to stay at home. Please, please come and spend New Year's with us.
Did you agree to?
I did.
Now, during the conversation, what did she tell you? What did she, well, let me ask you this. When you had this conversation, did she have any problems?
Yes.
What did she tell you about these problems?
She had.
So let me, jurors, give you a little midstream instruction with regard to the expected testimony. I expect now that Mr. Mutlu is going to provide some testimony regarding statements that were made by Ana Walshe during this conversation on December 29, 2022. The statements made by Ana Walshe are being admitted only for the limited purpose of establishing her state of mind, cannot be considered as proof of the criminal acts charged. You may proceed.
Thank you. So, sir, what did she tell you as far as problems she was having in this conversation on December 29th?
While I don't remember the specific words that were spoken after 3 years,
yes, sir.
I will tell you that she did say that at the time that they were having marital problems.
Objection, Your Honor. Characterization.
All right. I'll strike the characterization. Why don't you approach it a different way?
I will. What did she tell you as far as traveling back and forth?
That it was taking a toll on her, that she wasn't, that obviously as a mother, not seeing her children.
Your Honor, objection. Move to strike. May we be seen at sidebar?
You may be.
All right, you guys, let's just stop the whole thing with seizures. I don't know what's going on because I'm focused on his testimony. Guys, just chill on the seizure thing, all right? Stop. Stop. Just stop, okay? Just stop with the seizure. Please. Thank you.
Sir, what did she say about not seeing the children?
That it was difficult for her.
And what did she say about Brian Walsh not being able to leave Massachusetts?
Again, I don't recall specifically the words that were spoken.
Okay.
I do not recall exactly every single word that was spoken during that conversation.
Understood. It's been 3 years, sir.
It has.
Okay.
I did give Detective Harrison.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
All right, we'll strike that last portion.
It's okay. And
We'll
sir,
have another
again,
question.
Sure.
thank you.
I understand.
Now, sir, moving past December 29th. Okay. When was the next time you got to see Ana Walshe?
On December 31st.
Where did you get to see Ana Walshe?
At their rental house in Cohasset.
Okay. So that night when you went to the rental house, did you bring anything with you?
I did.
What did you bring with you?
I brought fruit and chocolate for the children, and yeah.
And about what time do you think you got to their home that night?
About 8:30.
Was anyone with you when you went to the home?
Yes. I mean, not with me, no. There were people in the home.
Well, we're going to get to that. So, but with you, there was no one else with you in your car?
There was no one else with me, no.
Okay. And so, tell us what happened when you got there at the Walshe house.
Ana came running out of the house to greet me. Yeah, that's what happened.
And when she greeted you, where'd you go, sir?
Excuse me?
Where did you go? When she greeted you, where were you when she greeted you?
I was still pulling up into the driveway. She came running out of the house with no coat on. It was freezing.
And what happened when she greeted you?
What is it?
What happened when she greeted you? What did she do?
I'm sorry, couldn't
What
hear.
did she do, sir?
What did she do? Well, I opened the door, we hugged each other, and then she ushered me in.
Now, when you got inside, who was home?
Brian was there.
And where were the children at this point in time?
I was told they were sleeping.
Okay. And so, when you got inside, where did the three of you kind of socialize or congregate?
Sure. It was in the kitchen countertops. There was a large island.
And Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3? Sir, can you see that screen? Showing, for the record,
Yes.
Exhibit 3 is on the screen. You were nodding your head. Can you see it?
I can see it.
All right. Is that where the three of you socialized that night?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, what was Ana Walshe's demeanor that night when you were in their kitchen?
Festive. Very happy to see me, and yeah,
And I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
that's it.
What was Brian Walsh's demeanor like while the three of you were together?
He seemed fine. He seemed happy.
And so, when we were looking at Exhibit 3, where were you seated as far as being around in the kitchen?
Ana and I were seated on the stools at the kitchen. And Brian was on the other side preparing the meal and serving us drinks and food.
Okay. Now, that night, did anyone join the three of you?
Yes.
Who joined the three of you?
Their oldest son.
And
Yeah.
what happened when he joined the three of you?
He ran to me and he said, "Jem, I haven't seen you in a while. I miss you." And he hugged me.
Now, did you take any photos with the oldest child that night?
Yes, Ana took a photo.
And that night, Ana took the photo. What did she use to take the photo?
I believe it was her cell phone that she used.
And so that night with her cell phone, could you see her doing anything with her cell phone?
She was texting folks.
And do you know who she was texting?
Well, I do know that she had either received a text message or was texting back with Abdullah. And I believe she said, "Let's take a photo for Will and send it to Will Fasto." And I believe she was texting with Emily, and it would have been maybe a bunch of other friends, yeah, who were texting her. It was New Year's Eve. A lot of messages back and forth.
How long was their oldest child with you that night?
I'm going to say a half hour, maybe a little more.
And that night, what did the three of you have to drink?
Mostly wine and champagne. I don't recall having had hard liquor.
And did you do anything with the champagne box that night?
Yes.
What did the three of you do with the champagne box?
We all signed it.
Your Honor, we have previously marked as exhibits 257, 258, 259, pictures of the champagne box. How will proceed to publish?
You may.
Ms. Gilman, could we have...
So the previously marked exhibits 257, 58, and 59 are identified for the record now as 3 photos. 257 is the side of the bottle that Ana Walshe signed. 258 is the side of the box that Brian Walsh signed. 259 is the side of the box that Mr. Mutlu signed. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, can we have file number SLD 7221, which has now been marked as exhibit 257? Mr. Mutlu, is this the box the three of you signed?
Yes.
And are you able to read the writing on the box in exhibit 257?
Yes.
Could you read it out loud for us, sir?
Sure. Wow, 2022, what a year. And yet, we are still here and together. Let's make 2023 the best one yet. We are the authors of our lives. Courage, love, perseverance, compassion, and joy. Love, Ana.
Ms. Gilman, could we now have exhibit 258, which is file number 7222? Sir, does this look like the side that Brian signed?
Yes.
Could you read in this portion if it's possible?
Yes. Jem, Ana, Brian, New Year's Eve 2023, to the best triumvirate ever. Love, Brian, and then the date, December 31st, 2022.
And finally, Ms. Gilman, could we have file number 7224, which has now been admitted as exhibit 259? Sir, do you recognize this side of the box?
Yes, it's my handwriting.
And can you read what you wrote on the box?
Yes. No place I'd rather be but here, New Year's Eve 2022. Jem.
That night, did the oldest child give you anything?
Yes, he did.
What did he give you?
He gave me a necklace.
Now, that night, did you see any injuries on Ana?
No.
Did you have any concerns about her health?
Physical health?
Yes.
No.
And that night, do you remember what Brian Walsh told you he had for income that year in 2022?
Yes. The gist of it was that he had, it was $50,000 or $60,000 that I remember.
And that night, did he tell you about Ana's compensation that she now had at Tishman Speyer?
Yes, and I believe he said that it was $240,000 plus with bonus it would add up to roughly $300,000.
What problems did you see between the two of them that night?
None. Nothing that was visible. It was a festive night.
And that night, what did Mr. Walsh tell you about his cell phone?
At some point, He said that he had misplaced his phone, and I remember this vividly, that he said that it actually felt refreshing to be away from the phone for a little while.
Did he tell you what time he normally goes to bed?
Yes, because I asked him, because it was getting late, and I didn't want to overstay my welcome. And I believe he said around 9:30, because they were waking up early for the kids.
And so, after hearing this, what did you decide to do?
I said I better go.
About what time was it when you left the home that night?
I'm going to say it was probably around 1:30. Again, I don't recall with precision, but it was probably around that time.
And now, when you left, did you go right home?
No, I actually stopped at a big shopping mall nearby because I wanted to pick the music home, and I did not want to be driving and picking the music home that night. So I stopped there, and there was, to my recollection, there was nobody else there. Lots of lights around. Yeah.
Before you left that evening, was there any conversation about a work emergency for Ana?
No.
Now, when was it the next time you tried to contact Brian or Ana?
It was the following day.
And how did you try to contact them?
I sent them a text message.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what's been marked as Exhibit 166? Sir, showing you what's been marked as 166, do you see the blue bubble where it says, "I love my necklace"?
I do.
Was that your text to Brian Walshe?
Yes, I believe I had sent it to both of them, both Brian and Ana.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll all the way up to the top of that document?
Yeah.
So, sir, you see where it says participants?
Yeah.
And so, do you believe you sent it to those two,
Yes.
those two other people?
To both Brian and Ana, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the top of page 2? Now, I'm sorry, can you scroll down to the top of page 3? There we are. Sir, showing you the top of page 3 from Exhibit 166, there's a green bubble. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see it says, "Thomas just found my phone"?
I do.
Before January 2nd, had you had any conversations or with Brian Walshe via cell phone?
Before January
2nd? Yes.
Any conversations?
Calls?
No.
And if we could close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Now, when is the next time you spoke to Brian Walshe on the phone?
It was a Wednesday morning.
And what happened Wednesday morning?
It was mid-morning. I remember being on the beach in Nahant and taking a walk, and I received a call from Brian, and he said, "Have you heard from Ana?"
What did you say?
And I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "Well, Ana's been missing." And I said, "How could she be missing?" And he said that she left that morning after I had left. She left a few hours later. I think he said around 6:30, that she got in an Uber and left.
And did he say why she left?
Yes, he said that she had a work emergency.
Now, hearing this, did you ask him anything about that?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I said, I was incredulous. I said, what work emergency could there have been on New Year's Eve that, was commercial property? What could it be? I said, listen, did you guys have an argument or something? Did you have a fight?
And what was his response to that statement, sir?
His response was, I do remember this vividly as well. His response was, no, did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
And what did you say to that?
I didn't know what to make of it. I was in shock. So, I said, you've got to call the police, and we've got to alert everybody. We've got to let our community know, and we've got to find her.
Now, what was his tone or like in this conversation? His demeanor.
I remember the tone to be way more even-keeled or way more toned down for somebody who's
Move to strike. All right. It's not a characterization, but what do you remember of his tone during that call?
His tone was not panicked.
Now, after that call, how often were you speaking to him over the phone the next few days?
We would have spoken a few times. We actually had some group calls with the community, a lot of friends from the leadership program that we had gotten to know well and love.
And,
yeah.
Sir, did you have any text conversations with him as well?
I do not recall.
Okay. Now, sir, since you left the home on New Year's Day of 2023, have you seen Ana Walshe?
No.
Have you heard from her?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the Boston Breakthrough Academy you've spoken about.
Sure.
You said that it was a semester, like about a semester long.
Mm-hmm.
And this Breakthrough Academy, was this for professionals? Was it for anyone?
It was for anyone. It was the premise was to become better human beings and improve on emotional intelligence. And so it was set up in 3 parts: discovery, breakthrough, and leadership. And leadership was by invitation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you had taken this, I think, did you start in January of 2020?
Yeah,
And Mr. Walsh was in the group with you.
that's correct.
And Ana Walshe had taken this very same program the semester before.
The semester before, correct.
You told us that during this program, Mr. Walsh was your buddy.
That's correct.
And when you say buddy, is this something that the program kind of establishes where they match you up?
That is correct.
Okay. And you had told you that Mr. Walsh sought you out.
That's correct.
And he sought you out because his wife was like, hey, this guy Jem, this is who you should buddy with.
Objection.
Overruled.
I was just saying that when Mr. Walsh came up to you that day, it was because Ana said, hey, Jem, go, I want you to buddy with Jem.
That's what she told me afterwards. Yes.
And at that point, you hadn't met Mr. Walsh before.
Oh, I had. We were in the same program. We were in the same class.
Oh.
The buddy system is introduced during the class after maybe hours or days or thereabouts. I can't remember exactly when it was introduced, but we had interactions. People spoke at times, and we were in the same room.
Okay, let me take a step back. You hadn't met his wife at that point.
I had not met Ana at that time, no.
And when you were in this group in January of 2020, you had been in real estate for quite some time.
That's correct.
And you've told us that that's something that Ana was interested in.
I found out later that she was, yes.
And Mr. Walsh also was interested in investing property.
We talked about investments mostly with Ana.
Okay, when you said we, you meant Mr. Walsh.
Ana and I talked about investments mostly with her. She mostly about property investments came from her rather than from Brian.
And she was the one that told Brian to buddy up with you, a realtor, at this program.
That's correct, but that wasn't related to investments.
Okay.
Yeah.
You told us a little bit already, but at some point you did meet Ana.
I did.
Okay. And you met Ana through Mr. Walsh from being in that group with him.
That's correct.
Okay. And your experience with Brian in the group was that you became friends with him during that process.
That's correct.
And this is someone that you respected as a colleague.
A colleague?
Mm-hmm.
In what manner? Brian was not a colleague of mine.
Well, you became friends with him.
That's correct.
And during this program, to you, he was an impactful person.
During the program?
Mm-hmm.
And thereafter?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely.
And when you say impactful person, can you tell us what you mean by that?
Well, first of all, we got very close during the program. I got to meet his family, mm-hmm. and Ana, the children, and we got close. We were very good friends. We became very good friends.
Okay. I guess what I don't understand is when you say someone's impactful, does that mean they're a kind person, a powerful person, a loving person?
That they look out for you.
Jackson.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
All right, so they're at a sidebar with the word impactful. What does the word impactful mean? That they look out for you. Then we go to a sidebar. So Jem Mutlu is on the stand, friends with Brian first, as we're now finding out. Became really close with Ana. And you can clearly see he's affected by it. His testimony is very emotional for him. He was a residential realtor for 25 years. He met Brian at a leadership program in 2020. It lasted from January to the summertime. Brian asked to be his partner in the program, so they had like a buddy-up system, if you will. Ana came to the graduation. That's when he was introduced. They had mutual friends. They had interest in real estate, so he said it was only a matter of time before they connected. Ana worked for him.
I just want to return to your impressions of Mr. Walsh when you got to know him through that leadership program. You had told us that he became a good friend.
That's correct.
Okay. And then can you tell us more about your experience with him in that program where you had described him as an impactful person?
Sure. It was clear that he was making an effort to show up, and it was the time of COVID, and we all had to pick, collectively we had to pick as part of the program, a community service project, and Brian pushed hard for us to select everyone chipped in and made a case for different organizations, and this was a nonprofit organization out of Brookline called Loving Spoonfuls, and we ended up raising, well, about, I think, $80-some thousand, and Brian somehow also was able to, I believe, match those funds. So it ended up becoming $160,000, $170,000 that I recall. And we were told that, hundreds of thousands of people were fed as a result. And he was the top fundraiser.
At some point, you had told us that you did meet Brian's wife, Ana.
That's correct.
Where did you first meet her?
I recall having seen her at one of the graduations, mini graduations. It was, again, Discovery Breakthrough. I can't recall which one. But I was hearing about her because we had a mutual friend.
Okay. And as you got to know her more, I assumed that the three of you would have dinners together, meet for drinks. Tell me a little bit about how your relationship with all three of them would progress.
The three of us, meaning Ana, Brian, and myself?
Yes.
Well, initially, again, when after Ana started working for me, I remember spending at least one other New Year's with them in those 3 years. So that would have been 2 New Year's spent in 3 years with them. And we've met at their house, Marblehead and Cohasset, and we've socialized in many other ways. But Ana and I spoke practically every day when she worked for me. She would sometimes come to my house in the South End and bring pastries, and we would strategize and talk. And we also had a team. We would meet with other team members, and sometimes, again, we were very close.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you described, Brian's family as, the words you used were you saw them as your own.
I did.
Okay. You had told us just now a time where you were living in the South End.
I was.
And at this time when Ana started working for you, were you married, unmarried?
Unmarried.
Okay. And you had told us that Ana, you were talking every day, right?
That's correct.
And you were talking at night and on the weekends as well?
As the job required, or as our friendship
And Ana
required.
would come to your home and bring food and spend time with you there?
That's correct.
And was that nighttime, weekends, days, whenever it warranted?
Days, usually. Yeah.
And when Ana was working for you, that you just described, he never complained to you about how much time you were spending with his wife?
Brian? No.
He never complained that you were texting her a lot or spending time with her?
No.
He supported her career with you?
He did?
He was proud of her?
To my recollection, yes, he was.
Am I correct that you and Ana hit it off quickly? It wasn't a slow burn. You really became instant friends with each other.
That's correct. She was very easy to warm up to.
Okay. And part of the reason is that you had similar backgrounds?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And you had already started telling us that at some point she started to work for you.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was in the summer of 2020?
That's correct.
And the director of operations, is basically she became your right hand.
She did.
So a director of operations might be taking care of your social media to arranging. Tell me, I guess, a little bit more. What was she doing for you on a regular basis?
Well, there was, she did everything. The director of operations is truly the right hand of someone who runs a business, and she did everything. She would bring me coffee. She took pride in bringing me coffee. A couple times she dropped off my dry cleaners, which were tasks that were obviously not necessarily in her job description, but I do remember asking her, is there anything you wouldn't do? She came from hospitality, and she took pride. I mean, that's the way she was at our open houses. She would rush to open doors for people. She would give them real glass champagne. She would serve the glass. The way she came out, as I just explained moments ago, the way she came out of the house that night on December 31st to open the door for me, and she was an exceptional employee and friend.
And you valued her employ. She was valuable to you as a friend and an employee.
Very much so.
You relied on her.
Absolutely.
She never said no to you. She did what the job required.
That is not true.
Okay, so tell me about a time she said no to you or disagreed with you.
Well, we did have a disagreement in the fall of 2021. And there were times that she responded to me a couple of times with what I perceived to be passive aggression, and yeah, I actually reached out to a mutual friend and then another friend in leadership to seek some opinions as to how I could handle this.
And did you end up handling it by suspending her for a period of time that fall of 2021?
I told her that she should take a rest, she should stay at home, and that I would continue to pay her for as long as it took, but that she should take some time off, because she was also working exceptionally hard, and that was taking a toll on her. She wanted to prove herself. She's like that. So I remember a client of ours actually.
I'm just going to stop you.
Yes.
When you, as you say, suspended or had her take some time off, you still loved her at that point as a friend.
Very much so.
You were still close with her.
Very much so.
It didn't end the personal relationship.
No, not at all. And it didn't end the professional relationship either.
And during that time, I think you talked about seeking counsel. You actually reached out to Mr. Walsh to talk to him about it specifically.
That's correct.
Because this was, obviously, Ana was important to you professionally.
And as a friend, yes.
And
both.
Personally.
Yes, absolutely.
And Brian was a close friend of yours.
That is correct.
And you wanted to talk to him and get counsel about how to best move past this.
Yes, we did. We met in the North End. We had a meal and talked about it.
At some point in November of 2021, just about 2 months after the incident you just described, Ana told you that she was thinking about taking a job somewhere else.
That's correct.
And your first response was that you were disappointed.
Yes.
You were sad about this.
I was.
Because in your mind, you guys were really going to partner up and continue to grow together.
Was the idea, yes.
And because you were upset and sad, Mr. and Mrs. Walsh actually had you over to their home to talk about this further.
That is correct.
To let you know that they cared about you and loved you.
That's correct.
And that this is what was best for Ana.
That's correct.
And what was best for the family.
That's correct.
And during this conversation, when Ana was telling, or they were both telling you about her new job, and you were sad about it, Brian said to you, buddy, you got to support her, right?
I do remember that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the job that she ended up taking. Am I correct that it was at Tishman Spire in Washington, D.C.?
That's correct.
And this was a big job.
That's correct.
I think you already told us how much she was making, but this was a big salary job, a big step for her.
That's correct.
And this was an opportunity for her, a growth opportunity.
Yes.
And that is something that you and her had talked about, growth and opportunity, right?
That's correct.
It was something important to you?
Absolutely.
And it was something important to Ana?
Absolutely.
And through your time in becoming friends with Mr. Walsh, it was important to him as well?
That's correct.
And they had small children?
That's correct.
Okay. And part of this transition was the family eventually moving to Washington, D.C.
That was the idea.
And this transition was not only for Anna's job, but Mr. Walsh's uncle was also moving to the D.C., Virginia area at the time, so there'd be more family down there.
That's what I was told, and that his mother would also move.
So his mother, again, you just said it was also interested in moving to that area.
Yeah.
And Ana was going to go down first, and the plan was obviously to start establishing not just professional contacts, but personal contacts.
That's correct.
Because they were going to bring their boys down there.
That's correct.
Okay. And you had told us that Ana was also interested in investing in real estate.
That's correct.
Okay. And at this point, am I correct that it is the fall of 2021, winter of 2022?
That's right.
Okay. And at this point, you had learned that Mr. Walsh had a pending federal case going on.
I had, yes.
And I want to talk to you just a little bit about your experience with the federal case, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because you had become close to both Mr. and Mrs. Walsh, you actually attended one or two of the hearings. And you went to support Brian.
I did.
And you went also to support Ana.
That's correct.
Because this was difficult for both of them.
It was.
And Mr. Walsh's mother was there.
That's correct.
And I believe there were other friends of Ana and Brian who had gone.
That is correct.
All right. And one of the hearings that you were going to, you were standing next to Ana.
I was sitting next to Ana.
And Ana's your friend, you told us, right?
That's correct.
She was your right hand at your business for a while.
That's correct.
And you're there in federal court with her for her husband's case.
That's correct.
And out of support, you reach over and you grab her hand to hold it.
That's correct.
Because she's your friend and you love her.
Yes, that's correct.
And she clutched your hand back.
Yes, that's correct.
And
it was a very tense moment just before the judge's declaration.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you were being a good friend.
I believe so.
Okay. And let me just switch gears for a moment. I think you've already kind of said it, but Mr. Walsh was never jealous of your relationship with Ana?
I don't believe so.
Well, you say I don't believe so. Ana never told you that Brian was uncomfortable or jealous of your relationship with her?
She never said that, no.
And Brian never came to you and complained about the long hours or the friendship with her?
She did not.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Yeah, she's definitely trying to get in. Defense is trying to get in that he spent these long hours with her. Ana would bring him, food to his house. There was something more than just friendship. I don't know. You could try that. You could try it, but all right, let's this is cross. Let's see. So Ana stopped working spring of 2022 due to Fall was offering her that fall she was offered a stellar job opportunity in Washington, D.C., and she asked for his blessing. They communicated every day, multiple times a day, not as frequently after her job in D.C. He saw the kids as his own. He was friends with Brian. She sold properties for Ana, Marblehead, Cohasset, and Revere. He called her December 29th to congratulate her. They talked for about 45 minutes on that house sale. Ana was going to reinvest the proceeds. He was happy Ana was going to reinvest and grow financially. Ana invited him over for New Year's Eve. Did she have any problems? This is when the judge instructed the jury. He talked about marital problems that was objected to, characterization. It was taking a toll on her traveling back and forth, and a side ba was called for. It's very difficult for her not to see the kids. Brian not being able to leave Massachusetts. He doesn't recall those exact words. He saw Ana on December 31st at the rental house. He brought fruit and chocolate for the kids. Says he got there around 8:30 p.m. No one came with him, but there were people there already. Ana ran out of the house to greet him. She had no coat on, and it was freezing. He opened the door, and they hugged each other. Brian was there. Kids were sleeping. He was told that. So they gathered around the kitchen countertop by the island. Ana was festive, happy to see him. Brian was prepping food and drinks. The oldest son ran to him and said, "Jem, I haven't seen you in a while, and I miss you," and he gave him a hug. So Ana eventually took a photo of him and her son. She was texting with Abdullah, and Ana wanted to take a photo and send to William Fasto. A bunch of other friends were also texting. Emily was one of them. The oldest friend was with them for about a half an hour. They drank mostly wine and champagne, no hard liquor. They signed the champagne box. So Ana wrote, "Wow, 2022, what a year, and yet we are still here and together. Let's make 2023 the best one yet. We are the authors of our life, courage, love, perseverance, compassion, and joy." And she signed it. And then Brian wrote, "Jem, Ana, Brian, New Year's Eve 2023 to the best triumvirate ever." And of course signed it. And then Jem wrote, "No place I'd rather be than here, New Year's Eve 2023. The oldest child gave him a necklace. Interesting. There were no injuries on Ana, no concerns about her. Physically, Brian's income was about $50,000 to $60,000 a year. But Ana was making $240,000 with bonuses that would get her up to about $300,000. There's no problems were observed. He said it was a festive night. Brian had misplaced his phone, and it felt refreshed. He said it felt refreshing to be away from the phone. He asked Brian what time they went to bed. He said around 9 or 9:30 because they were waking up early. So Jem's like, "Wow, I better leave." It was 1 o'clock or 1:30. Yeah, you definitely overstayed your, well, I don't say welcome because he was welcome for sure. He said he stopped by this shopping mall because he wanted to pick out music for his drive home. So he pulled over. Nice guy there. There was no talk about a work emergency from Ana. He sent a text to both of them the next day. Then Brian says in that text, "Thomas just found my phone."
At this hearing, when you were there to support your friends, I was asking you about when you were sitting there holding Ana's hand. And you had told us that Brian's mother, Diana, was there at the same time?
That's correct.
And was she sitting with you?
She was sitting, that I recall, at the end of that row near the aisle.
Okay. And you had a conversation with Ana about Diana's observations of you holding her hand that day at her husband's hearing, right?
That's correct.
And Ana informed you that Diana was upset that you were holding her hand.
That's correct.
Sustained. The answer stricken.
Throughout the time, the 2020 through 2022, you had a chance again to spend a lot of time with Mr. and Mrs. Walsh.
That's correct.
And you talked to Ana a lot about her relationship and her marriage and being a mother.
Yeah.
And during those conversations and your observations, Ana told you that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
That's correct.
And at some point, while Ana was working for you, she confessed that she had a crush on you.
She said that, yeah, maybe. I don't recall specifically those words coming out. But
Would
yeah.
looking at a copy of your interview from January of 2023 help refresh your memory?
Sure.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Page 53.
Counsel.
Oh, I might. I sent these to you guys, so I don't know what to tell you.
Can I just see your face?
Yeah.
Glad to hear it.
Well,
Okay. I think I got it. Thank you.
just going to approach you. Is it fair to say that that's your name on that front page?
Yes.
And then I'm just going to have you look at that first page to yourself just to recognize it's the beginning of your statement.
That's correct. Yeah.
And I'm just going to refer you, and you can just read to yourself and take as much time as you need.
Sure.
And just look up at me when you're done.
For sure. Yeah. From the top, from the top of the page?
Until the bottom, until...
Sure. So we actually started...
Read to yourself.
Read to yourself and look up when you're done.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. That's it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Just going to come take that back. Does reviewing that portion of your statement refresh your memory as to whether Anna had told you that she had a crush on you?
I object to this line of question, Your Honor.
He can answer it. If it refreshes his memory, it does. If it
I
doesn't,
don't
it doesn't.
recall Anna telling me that she had a crush on me.
Okay. When you were working together and Anna was there, you had mentioned that you had other people working with you and for you.
That's correct.
And at some point you developed a close relationship with another female coworker.
That's correct.
And I'm assuming it became romantic.
Objection.
Sustained.
So you don't have any memory of Ana Walshe telling you that at some point she was a little jealous of that coworker and had a crush.
Objection.
Sustained.
She developed feelings for you.
Objection.
Sustained.
Ana Walshe told you that she told her husband that she had a crush
I'll
on
see you at the side of the bench.
Oh, Judge, I'll see you at the side of the bench. All right, they're going after this, Anna had a crush. I quite honestly, I think that should be let in. Why not? Yeah, Anna had a wandering eye. Why, Brian? Why did Anna have a wandering eye? So what if she did? Big deal. She had a wandering eye because of you did not make her complete. You were dragging her down financially. You were dragging her down physically, meaning you couldn't leave Boston area. Anna was trying to fly and be free, and you were her albatross. I think this totally plays into him being jealous, him not wanting her to leave. I don't know. I think this plays more. If I was a juror, I'd be like, there's a reason why she had a wandering eye. There's a reason why she wanted to get away from that guy right there. But that's just my opinion. What do you guys think? Do you think this is helping or hurting him? I suppose we could do a poll. Let's do a quick poll. Let's see. Quick poll time. Let's see. Who is Jem's testimony helping more? Testimony helping more. All right, who is Jem's testimony helping more? State or the defense? All right, who is Jem's testimony helping more? State or the defense? All right, what do you guys think? What do you think? Is this helping the state or is this helping the defense? Tell me what you think. Yeah, look at Brian. That's probably interesting. And Brian was in trouble for fraud, so I agree. Why wouldn't she? Yeah, I wonder what he's thinking right now. What's old Brian thinking there?
You had mentioned that when Ana stopped working for you, you guys still stayed in touch.
That's correct.
So it wasn't an everyday type of thing, but you would still talk and text?
That's correct.
And she started working in D.C. for Tishman Speyer in February or March of 2022?
Thereabouts, but there was some overlap when she was still taking care of business for me, because that's the kind of human being and employee she was.
And during the time that she was working both jobs, was she living in D.C. or was she still in Boston when she was doing that?
I believe she was coming and going from D.C. at that time.
Okay. And after she left and you would speak, would it be fair that she would also consult you about professional decisions, strategies, what to do?
We would talk about that. We would talk about things, yeah.
Okay, and you would also ask her for her advice?
Sure.
And this is a person that you would consider a confidant? A confidant?
A confidant, sure.
Okay.
Sure, absolutely.
And obviously, she was one of yours and you were one of hers?
That's correct. Often I've called her the sister I never had.
Okay.
One of the sisters I never had.
Okay.
Yeah. She was an exceptional human being.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You had told us a little bit about a conversation on the 29th that you had with her?
Yes.
And you had said that being apart and going back and forth was hard on the family. It was hard on her.
That's what I recall.
Okay. And you had told us that in the winter of 2022 that Ana was making about $300,000 at her new job?
With bonus, that's what I was told. I didn't know about it at the time, but it came up in conversation that night.
Okay.
On December 31st.
Okay. And you also told us Mr. Walsh was making about 50 or 60 grand a year?
That's what I was told. That's what I remember.
And he also was interested in participating in investing in small businesses?
Correct.
On the phone call on the 29th, you had said that Ana invited you over for New Year's?
That's correct.
And I think you said it that she knew you, that you would probably just be at home, not doing anything.
That is correct.
And on that phone call, she didn't say, "Let me check with Brian first."
I don't recall.
All right. Was Brian on the phone with her?
No.
Did she say,
Well,
I'll
I
call
don't know.
you back?
No, Brian was not on the phone with her. No,
And
absolutely.
this was to come to her home and spend time with her husband and their 3 children.
That's correct.
And I think you had said earlier today that you had spent another New Year's Eve with them?
That is correct.
Was that the one right preceding this one or another one?
I think it was 2 New Years before. So
Okay.
I think there was one in between where I did not spend the New Year's with them.
And that prior New Year's, was that out somewhere or was that at their
It was out. It was out at a restaurant.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you had said that during this call she was upbeat. Well, let me back up. You had called to tell her that she had just sold a property, right?
That's correct. The purpose of my call was to congratulate her on the fact that she was going to do this 1031 exchange program and reinvest and grow financially.
Okay.
But also to catch up with her, also to hear her voice and see how she's doing.
Okay. So let me just talk to you a little bit about the tax 1030 that you just described. She had owned a property in Revere,
That's correct.
and you helped sell her. You helped sell it.
Well, yes, it technically, yes, my team did, but I wasn't directly involved in the sale. My teammate handled it all.
Okay.
So I wasn't privy to the day-to-day of the sale.
Okay.
And that's actually why I called her at the end. I said, well, geez, we accomplished something here.
Okay.
And
So let me just ask
Happy
you a
for
little
you.
bit more.
yeah,
You explained that with this process, instead of taking the proceeds, you can just roll it right into another property.
that's correct.
What were the proceeds on the sale from this Revere house?
I do not remember.
Was it over 50? Was it $1 million, roughly?
No, it was a smaller condo. It certainly
Okay.
wouldn't have been $1 million. No, it wasn't. It was several $100,000. Yeah.
Okay. And so instead of taking those proceeds on December 29th of 2022, the decision was made to roll it into another property.
That's correct. And she would have had 45 days to declare another property or another 2 or 3 properties, up to 3 properties, and would have 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of them
Okay.
to satisfy the requirements of the program.
Okay. You mentioned a name on direct examination I'd like to talk to you a little bit about. You used the name Will or William Fastow.
That's correct.
And in 2022, you had known Will for about 20 years?
Thereabouts, yes. Correct.
And you guys were both in real estate, and that's how you met him?
That's correct. He was in real estate in Boston first, and then D.C.
Okay. And when Brian and Ana were looking to relocate to Washington, D.C. for her job, they wanted to buy a family home down there.
That's correct.
And you hooked both of them up with Will, the realtor.
That is correct.
And would it also be fair that it would be nice for Ana to have a personal and a friend down there going down to D.C. with no one else at the time?
That's correct.
And again, you had told us that she was looking into investing in more real estate as investment properties.
That's correct.
And during this process, Brian Walsh and Will Fastow really just had a professional relationship, no friendship.
I don't know what kind of relationship they had. I'm not privy to the details of their relationship.
Okay. But through your conversation...
You're talking about Brian Walsh, correct?
Yes.
Brian Walsh and Will Fastow.
Yes.
I'm not privy to the conversations they had or... Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you knew that you had introduced both Mr. Walsh and Ana to Will for the purpose of finding a family home.
As far as I'm concerned, I had introduced the family, the Walsh family.
Thank you.
To Will Fastow.
Okay. And at some point, Ana told you that she had become good friends with Will Fastow.
That's correct.
And I think you told us a little bit about a phone call you had with her on December 29th.
That's correct.
Ana Walsh never told you that she was romantically involved with Will Fastow.
No.
She never told you that she was going to leave Mr. Walsh for Will Fastow.
No.
And she never told you that she had more than platonic feelings for Mr. Fastow.
Not particularly, but she was, I mean, emotions are complex. I knew they had gotten close,
Okay.
but she never told me that she had a relationship with Will Fasto.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to return to her relationship
That I
with...
can recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to return to Ana and Brian's relationship for a few minutes.
Sure.
You had told us that you spent time with them both together as a family,
That's correct.
and you also spent time with them individually without the other one.
That is correct.
And when you spent time with them together, you never really saw them argue.
I don't recall having seen them argue. No.
And they were a couple that you've described as in sync with each other.
I would say so. That I always thought that there was a lot of love between them, and that she was very much in love with Brian. Yeah.
Sometimes each one would come to you individually if they had any disagreements with each other, though. You were their friend collectively and independently.
That's correct.
And sometimes Ana would confide in you.
That's correct.
And sometimes Brian would confide in you.
That's correct.
And you obviously would keep their confidences because you were their friend individually and collectively.
That is correct.
And as you told us that you introduced the family to Will Fasto. Yes?
Yes.
So Mr. Walsh knew that you were friends with Will Fasto.
I would assume so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at no time did Brian Walsh ever pepper you with questions?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about New Year's Eve. Earlier that day, did you exchange some text messages with Ana Walshe to confirm that you were coming over that night?
I did.
And you were looking forward to spending time over there?
Very much so.
Looking forward to hopefully seeing the kids?
Yes.
Looking forward to seeing Ana?
Yes.
And looking forward to seeing Brian?
That's correct.
And I think you told us that when you first arrived, that even as you're pulling in the driveway, Ana is running towards you, no coat on, and just throws herself in your arms.
That's correct.
And you were excited to see her.
Yes.
And she was obviously excited to see you.
Yes.
And you said it was cold out.
Yes.
And you guys were laughing as she's running towards you.
Yes.
And then you walk in the house together.
That's correct.
And are you walking hand in hand and talking because you haven't seen each other in a while? Well, you said she ushered you into the house.
That's correct. She was receiving a guest into the house.
Okay. But was she excited to see you? Was she holding on to your arm?
She was very excited to see me. We gave each other a hug.
Okay.
And then we walked into the house.
And when you walked into the house, you went into the kitchen and Mr. Walsh was there.
That's correct.
And he embraced
I don't remember whether Brian was at the door, was in the kitchen.
Okay.
He was there. Yeah.
Okay. And when you saw him, he embraced you in a hug.
Absolutely.
And it was just the three of you.
Initially, yes.
Could I trouble you to please bring up exhibit number 3? And is this correct, as I'm showing everyone exhibit number 3, that this was the Walsh family kitchen in Cohasset on December 31st?
Yes.
And we see some stools at the kitchen table. You and Ana were sitting next to each other?
That's correct.
And am I correct that Mr. Walsh was cooking for everyone?
That's correct.
And so the stove and oven is to the right there of the table?
Yes.
Okay. And when you first got there, the kids were asleep?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you first got there, Mr. Walsh is cooking food?
Yes.
Okay.
Preparing, cooking,
No, I don't want to cut you off.
Sure, preparing, cooking, yeah.
And Anna and Brian are getting you some champagne,
That's correct.
and everyone's toasting to the new year.
Yes,
Okay. And I think you've already said this, but the atmosphere was jovial.
that's correct.
Hope for the upcoming year.
That's true.
There were discussions how 2022 had been a little difficult for all three of you.
That's true.
And it was great to be together because you made it. And now you're looking into a new year with new hope and new possibilities.
That's correct.
The champagne bottle that all three of you signed, that was the spirit that New Year, so happy to be together, aren't we lucky?
Yes,
And as you're sitting at that kitchen table, you're having conversations about investment properties.
we were.
You're having conversations about book reviews and what books everyone should read.
Yes,
And you told us that Anna is texting people. You said it's New Year's Eve, so she's getting texts, she's sending texts.
yes,
And as you're sitting at that table, she's snapping pictures with just the two of you.
meaning just the two of us, meaning Anna and I. I do recall, I have received a photo of the three of us with Anna and their oldest son.
Okay, but...
A selfie, yeah.
Sure, no, I don't mean to cut you off, but during that night, she has her phone out, she's taking pictures of just the two of you, just Anna and Jem, to memorialize the night. It's a celebration.
Oh, it's the two, I see. Well, the two of us and Brian.
All three of you together.
All three of us together, correct.
And in that picture, you're smiling, you're embracing each other.
Yes,
And Brian's preparing food, and he's serving you all the food he's making, the different dishes, right?
yes,
And he's serving it to his wife, Anna.
yes,
And they're talking to each other during the night.
yes, they are.
And they're laughing with each other during the night.
Yes,
And they're taking pictures with each other during the night.
I don't know if they were taking pictures with each other during the night. I don't recall.
But there was the picture of the three of you embracing and smiling.
That's the three of us with Brian? Was that what you're asking? Was there a picture of Anna, Brian, and myself that night? I don't recall.
Okay.
I recall one picture, and that's with Anna and their oldest son. That was Tom.
Okay.
Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about the conversations that you were having that night.
Sure.
At some point, Anna showed you a new ring that she had. It was a diamond ring,
That is correct.
and it was quite large.
They said it was a valuable ring. Yeah.
And I believe Anna told you that it was worth several $100,000.
Objection.
Jurors, I think it'd be a nice time for you to take your morning break.
Jurors exiting, all rise. Jurors, please leave your notebooks in the chairs. Watch your step. Stand up on the circle.
Sure. Thank you.
Take step down. You may step down. You can go right back outside. And you may be seated, everyone else. Yes. He's gone.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm not seeing the relevance of going in down this road.
An answer for her, for counsel, but go ahead.
Your Honor, the government has represented to this jury that one of the motives was financial.
All right. How much longer with this witness you expect?
Myself?
Yes.
I can't imagine it goes more than 15 minutes.
All right. I won't hold you to it.
Okay.
Keepers next? Or probation officer? All right. Have a good break.
Thank you.
All right. Snow Caddish found a really cool thing. Thank you, Snow Caddish. So from the Mutlu Group, Brian Walsh, 4 years ago, Jem is the best real estate professional in the greater Boston area, not only because he is a marketing genius, master negotiator, or because he has an eye for detail, but because he is the kindest, most compassionate person you will ever meet. He deeply cares, deeply cares about his clients and values relationships above all else. Jem helped us sell our home on the North Shore at $90,000 over asking price, and also negotiated a home for us in a multi-million-dollar neighborhood on the South Shore at a price significantly under asking. Jem is patient, fiscally minded, and most of all, he understands that your home is not only your largest financial purchase, but it also, but it is also an emotional one. What are you doing? He is able to balance out both realities for his clients with kindness and ease. So good one there. Thank you, Snow Caddish. That's a good one. So that's a Google review by Brian Walsh on Jem. So it's pretty clear. Well, these guys met at that summit, the leadership program. So. All right, they're on a morning break. Let's get through the rest of this testimony. I was almost done with his direct. All right, so he stopped at the shopping mall to pick up the music. Nothing about a work emergency from Ana. He sent both of them a text the next day. Let me see. So he got a text from Brian saying, Thomas just found my phone. So he had no phone calls with Brian before January 2nd. So the next time he spoke to Brian was Wednesday morning on the phone. He said he was on the beach taking a walk when a call came in saying, have you heard from Ana? He's like, what do you mean? Ana's been missing. How could she be missing? He says she left that morning around 6 or 6:30. She took an Uber. Why did she leave? Brian tells him she had a work emergency. He asked, what work emergency? It's New Year's Eve. These are commercial properties. Why would there be a work emergency? He asked, was there a fight or an argument? Brian says, no. Did it look like we had an argument? You were there. That's interesting. He didn't know what to make of it. He was in shock. He says, you've got to call the police. You have to alert everyone. We've got to find her. Brian's demeanor and tone was way more even keel and toned down. And Judge jumps in. What do you remember? He says Brian was not panicked. So he spoke to Brian over the next several days. He has not seen or heard from Ana since New Year's Eve. And yeah. And then then the lies began because by all accounts, Ana's no longer alive at that point in time. Let's see. More importantly, how did she leave at 6 a.m. for a work emergency when she also died a sudden death and he pled guilty of disposing her after death? Yep. Sharon, Jem knew Ana would have called him if a work emergency. That's a good point. That's a good point. Kelly, even if he wasn't going to prison, he broke up that family. Let's see. Brett shouldn't, but after the defense opening, if he doesn't, the jury will likely hold it against the defense. They will feel lied to. I'm guessing you're figuring about talking about what the defense said. Well, we have a poll going. Which do you think? Who is Jem's testimony helping more? the state or the defense. We have 90% say the state, 10% say the defense out of 125 votes. So take a moment to vote there. All right, so now we're on cross. So Breakthrough Academy was for anyone. The premise was to become better human beings and improve emotional intelligence. I like that thought. Let's all become better human beings and improve our emotional intelligence. I think that's a good thing to aspire to. Then the buddy system was introduced during the class. He had not met Ana at that time. Brian was not a colleague. Brian was impactful. Well, he says he got very close during the program and he met the family. They became very good friends. So impactful. Describe impactful. He's like, well, that they look out for you. There was one sidebar there. They came back out. The impressions of Brian. So he became a good friend. It was clear Brian was making an effort to show up. This was the time of COVID. He had to pick a community service project. So Brian suggested Loving Spoonfuls in Brookline. They raised $80,000 and Brian matched those funds. And through that, he said hundreds of thousands of people were fed. That's pretty good. Hundreds of thousands of people were fed, and Brian was the top fundraiser. So it's interesting. Whose money was that? Brian's making $50,000 to $60,000, and he's offering $80,000. Ana was working she was making $300,000. So chances are that was probably Ana's money. I would say that's probably, so chances are I would say he's using Ana's money to match those funds. All right, so he met Ana at one of the graduations. They had a mutual friend. They met. So Ana would, when she worked for him, they would talk every day. She would come over to his house. She'd bring, donuts, bagels, whatever. He said they became very close. They spoke on weekends and night. Ana would bring food to his house during the day. Brian never complained about how much Ana and Jem were spending. Brian supported Ana's career. He was proud of her. They became instant friends. Ana was easy to warm up to. They had similar friends. Ana started working the summer of 2022 as director of operations. She was his right hand. Ana would do everything. She would get him coffee, dry cleaning. He would say, "Is there anything you wouldn't do?" Ana took pride in hospitality. Let's not forget that that's when she came over from Serbia. She was in hospitality. That's just like her. That's in her nature, She's a valuable friend and employee. They had a disagreement fall of 2021. He says sometimes Ana would respond in a passive-aggressive way. So he reached out to mutual friends to seek their opinions on how to handle it. So ultimately, he told Ana she should take a rest and stay at home, take time off in the fall of 2021. That didn't end the personal or professional relationship. He met with Brian even to talk about it. Mom was interested in moving into the area, so Mom comes into the conversation again. Ana was preparing to move to D.C. This was the fall of 2021, winter of 2022. This is when he learned that Brian had a pending federal case. He attended some hearings to support Brian and Ana. It was difficult for both of them. Mom was there. So again, Mom, Ana Walshe, comes into the situation again. She was sitting next to Ana. He was sitting next to Ana at the hearing, and he grabbed Ana's hand for support. Brian wasn't jealous of the relationship as far as he knew, I should say. Sidebar for that, it was Diane was sitting at the end of the row. He talked to Ana about Diane seeing them holding hands. Ana told him Diana was upset. That was objected to, stricken. Ana said she had a crush on him. He doesn't recall that specifically. Here's where I'm like, who cares? Who cares if she has a crush on him? And if so, that goes even further to prove that Brian got jealous. Brian, and so what if she had a wandering eye? And then my next thing is, why did she have a wandering eye? What was Brian not providing at home? So I don't think this helps the defense at all, but that's just my opinion. Then she shows, the defense shows his interview with law enforcement, January of 2023. So let's see. I don't recall Ana saying that she had a crush on me. He did become involved with another coworker. That was objected to. Feelings for you. That was objected to. The judge is like, I need to see you up at the bench. So they were going down a path of like, who cares if if he was hooked up with another coworker? Who cares? He's not a home wrecker. This guy is not a home wrecker. If anything, it proves that Brian was jealous. And again, why did Ana have a wandering eye? What's up with that? What was Brian not providing? Because if everything is cool and groovy in your home life and everybody's happy, everything's great, everybody's happy, laughing, why according to the defense, why did Ana have a wandering eye? Granted, she did have an affair with Will, but now they're saying that she maybe had an affair with Jem. Who cares? If anything, I think that proves that Brian was jealous of her. He was jealous of her financially. He was jealous of her physically. She's hooking up with other guys. What's up with that? If that was even true, and it wasn't. With Jem, at least. All right. So they still stayed in touch after Ana left to go work at the DC office, this Tishman Speyer. He considered Ana a confidant. He even called her one of the sisters he never had. That's sweet, right? Yeah, I mean, it's clear that these guys, they connected. Who cares? You connect with people in life. Oh, okay. All right, we're having some internet issues, guys. Sorry. Thank you, Iowa. And Nan, right? I think Jem was just a true good friend. I think so too. That's what and he cares about her. He was very emotional on the stand. He was getting very emotional on the stand. All right. So Ana didn't ask Brian. Brian was looking to invest in small businesses. He didn't know if Ana talked to Brian about him coming over. Again, who cares? It's her home. I mean, who cares if she didn't ask? Maybe she asked afterwards and he didn't hear. I mean, he considered her a confidant. Hold on. Okay, so the decision, the proceeds from the Revere house, they made several hundreds of thousands of dollars that was to roll into another property. He knew William Fasto for about 20 years. He connected Will and Ana. He didn't know what Brian and Will's relationship was. He introduced the entire Walsh family to Will, not just Ana. Ana never told him about that affair with Will. He knew they had gotten close, but never was told about that relationship. He spent time with the family as well as individual. I never saw them argue. Again, who cares? Like you guys were saying, Brett, you guys said it. A couple other people were saying it. What you see on the surface is way different than what happens behind closed doors. Let's see. He said that they were in sync with each other. He thought they were in love. There was a lot of love. Ana was very much in love with Brian. Which is weird because if she was that much in love with him, why did she connect with Will? I don't know. Brian knew he was friends with Will. Okay, New Year's Eve. He texted with Ana that day, was looking forward to going over and seeing everyone. He was excited to see Ana. Ana was receiving a guest. It's like Ana was receiving a guest into her house. They gave each other a hug. They walked into the house. He gave Brian a hug. Ana and he were sitting next to each other. Brian was cooking. The spirit of the night was, weren't we lucky to be together, to be all together? Ana is texting people, taking pictures of all three of them together. Brian and Ana are laughing and talking during the night. There was a talk about a diamond ring that was worth several hundred thousands of dollars. That was objected to, and that's when the judge is like, I think it's time we take a break. State, not seeing the relevance of going down this road, the defense is like, well, one of their motives is financial. So, we take a break. All right, what are you guys talking about? Sharon, first time, yeah, usually they have the fan. You're right, usually they have that lonely fan. Kelly, I think the saw he used in her says otherwise. Oh, you guys are talking, let's see. Pammy, the jury will be able to put all the circumstantial pieces together. That as a whole proves it, in your opinion? Sweet Vampy, I have seen it with my own eyes many times, Chris. Things are never what they seem out in public. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah, I mean, all relationships, they have their thing. And when you're out in public, you generally try to put the best face on, right? Unless things are really, really bad. And then things are really, really bad. Yes, Lazy Boys, we covered that. The fake DTE guys, we streamed that yesterday. It happened, I think, around 1 or 2, and we streamed it at when court ended, we streamed it around 4 o'clock. No jury issues with jury handlers? No, not here or at, Brad, the judge made an epic statement. Yeah, check it out. Sharon, yes, exactly. Yep. Sweet Vampy, we were talking about cookies. Oh, you're talking about cookies. All right. I gotcha. JMS defense cross has been terrible. They got a plan. They have a strategy. We may not be able to see it, but they have a strategy. All right. So we're thinking at the top of the stream, we were thinking that the state will rest after this. We're thinking the state will rest after this. So if they do rest, then they're going to obviously take break. Yeah, we are. Yeah, you saw that. You saw that, Snowcat. We are going way back to the original, or to the very first trial that was streamed. So that's going to be Friday, you guys. That'll be Friday. Oh, let's see, Terry. What will the probation officer offer? Was Brian on GPS monitor? Oh, that's right. We still have to. Oh gosh, yeah, you're right. You're right. We heard something about a probation officer. Was it probation officer or was it bailiff? Was it a bailiff? I think it was a bailiff. Let me scrub back. I think it was a bailiff. Let's hear. Let's hear.
Yes. He's fine.
Thank you. I'm not seeing the relevance of going down this road.
What? Longer with this witness. You're right. How much longer with this witness you expect?
Myself?
Yes.
I can't imagine it goes more than 15 minutes.
All right. I won't hold you to it.
Okay.
Keepers next. Keepers next. Or probation officer. All right. Have a good break.
Thank you.
All right, keepers next or probation officer. So you guys had good ears there. Keepers next or probation officer. Keepers next or probation officer. All right, so they're not going to rest after this. I guess that answered that question. They're not going to rest after this. So that means then they'll, well, if let's see, 1 o'clock, they break until 2. That means they can get through. So maybe they could rest and then defense comes in tomorrow, which is Thursday. Do you think they can get through can the defense get through all of, it was either Kiefer or Keeper. Let me check. Let me see. It was either Keeper or Kiefer. Let me check. Let me check the, the witness list here if I can find a Kiefer. Is there a Kiefer? Is there a Kiefer? There's keepers. They have keepers of records for sure. Lots of keepers. So they could be a keeper. Let me see if there's a Kiefer. Is there a Kiefer? Anybody Kiefer? I'm looking at last names only right now. Kiefer. There was a Keef. I remember we heard from a Keef. I thought Buchanan was supposed to testify too, but I guess not. Oh, well, there's Connor Keefe. We already heard. Oh, Edward Keefe. There's a Keefe. Which Keefe did we hear from? Pretty sure we heard from a Keefe. Did we not hear from a Keefe? Hold on a sec. Oh yeah, Connor Keefe. We heard from Trooper Connor Keefe already, but she said Kiefer. She didn't say Keefe. I'm not seeing a Kiefer. So I'm not seeing a Kiefer. I'm seeing keepers, lots of keepers, and we've heard from keepers of the record or keepers of records, but I'm not seeing any Kiefer. So yes, Connor Keefe. We've heard from Connor Keefe, Officer Keefe. Yep, Connor Keefe. We've heard from him. I thought I heard a keeper as well. Yeah, I heard it keeper. Keeper's next keeper, right? Keeper's next, or a probation officer. And yeah, we've heard from Keefe. Keefe. We've heard from Keefe. Trooper Connor Keefe. He was witness number 21. He was a digital forensics examiner. That was day 4. We heard from him in day 4. Into day 5. He carried over from day 4 into day 5. Yeah, keeper of the records. Keeper of records. Not, I keep saying the. Keeper of records. Which we've heard of from, Nan, we've heard a couple. Yeah, keeper. Keeper's next. Keeper is next. Keeper. Sparkling, love the way you just said that. Oh, Keefe? Well, I think of, Richards. Keefe. Whenever I hear Keefe, I just think of Keith Richards. Keefe. Kathy, they still on break? Yes. He showered, dressed, and collected, recycled a can, and got a load of laundry going. Wow. Impressive. Either you're fast or break is extra long. How long have they been on break? Let me check. Yeah, they've only been on break for about 20 minutes or so. They've been on break for about 20 minutes. So not too long. Sparkling Princess, yes. How can you not think of Richards? Well, at least that's what I do. That's what I do. You guys may think of it something else. That's what I. Oh, the Kiefer Sutherland. Well, he truly is Kiefer for sure. He is totally Kiefer. But yeah, Kiefer Sutherland for sure. Yes, Iowa. Let's see. They have 53 minutes and counting a lunch break. Right? They're going to come back. They've been gone. What did I say? About 4 minutes. Let me go back. It was 25 minutes since they let the jury go, and then 23 minutes since she's gotten off the bench. So they probably got another few minutes. You're dancing to Over the River and Through the Woods to Pentatonics? Hola. Gummy worms and Oreos on cake. Yeah, that's what this dirt cake is. Oh, wild? I thought you were going to say weird. Oh, I thought you guys are weird. Sharon, I think Jem is being genuine and doing great. I think he's very genuine. I don't think he's not being genuine for sure. I see him being very genuine. I see him being very hurt by what happened, because clearly he was really good friends with Anna and really good friends with Brian. It's like Think about that. Think about meeting somebody at a leadership program where you're supposed to improve your human beingness, and then find out that this person definitely dismembered and then disposed of another really, really good friend of yours, and then now possibly might be convicted of deleting that person. I mean, how would you guys feel if you were on the stand? You know? Mom, Mary, why isn't her mom or sister testifying? Great question. I would love to hear from her mom. That's a really great question, especially because mom talked to her the night before, was texting with her the night before, received a text message the night before. I don't know. I would really like to hear from the mom and the sister. I'm sure the sister would have some really great insight as well. So, JRN, I would be extremely nervous. Yeah, for sure. I would be nervous. I would be upset. I would be sad. You know, all of that. Sharon, you'd be so nervous as well. Yeah. Red Snap, you'd be under the stand. I have to admit, I think 3 or 4 years ago, I would be just embarrassed, right? I would just be like, yeah. You know, but now that, you know, we're doing what we're doing, I think I would be a little bit better. Snowcat, no verification, but visa issues. They couldn't get here. What about little Kate Moss and Johnny Depp? She testified via via Zoom.
You are unmuted.
Please proceed. The court's now set to turn the cell phone.
Oh, the witness back on the stand?
Just watch your step. Sure. Seat. Just remind you, keep your voice up for me, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Just going to pick up a little bit where we left off. During the night that you were describing, at one point, Anna was showing you her.
Yes.
And she was happy about it.
That's correct.
And she was telling you that Brian had got her this ring.
That's correct.
And he was smiling.
Yes.
And you told us that during the night, because it's New Year's Eve, Anna's texting people and she's getting text messages while you guys are in that kitchen.
That's correct.
Could I please have Exhibit 3 again? Thank you. And during the time that you were there, am I correct that it was about 5 hours you spent that night? I think you said 8:30 to 1:30?
Roughly 4 to 5 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you weren't drunk, right?
No.
They weren't drunk?
No.
The champagne was free-flowing, so to speak, but everyone was just happy and tipsy.
Yeah.
Okay. And during the night, there are, you had mentioned there was food being served, conversations about the future, and Anna was getting text messages from people, and she was sending text messages to people.
That's correct.
And while you're sitting in that kitchen, the three of you, at some point she says, let's send a picture to Will.
I believe that's what she said. I'm not 100% sure. I believe that's what she said. Yeah.
And after that, you stayed for quite a bit after that.
Again, I don't remember at what part of the evening that, oh, actually, I do, because I would have, because this would have been exactly when their oldest son, was awake. So it would have been towards the beginning. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you stayed for several hours after that, right?
That's correct.
And during the night, everyone continued to be jovial, I believe you described?
That's correct.
Drinking champagne,
That's right.
laughing with each other.
That's correct.
And I think you had told us on direct that at some point Brian had told you that he had lost his phone.
That he had misplaced his phone.
Misplaced his phone. And I think you had said that he told you it was liberating not to have it.
That's correct.
And he was kind of laughing about how free it felt not to be on a cell phone.
That was the gist of it, correct.
At some point on January 4th, you had a conversation with Brian over the phone?
Was that a Wednesday?
I don't have a calendar out, but I think you had said, I appreciate everyone quickly moving.
So the first was a Sunday.
2, 3, 4. So
Yes, on Wednesday I did. Yes, I received a call from Brian.
And on that call, you had just seen them at about 1:30 on New Year's Eve, so about not even 4 days before.
That's correct.
And he had told you that he hadn't spoken to her in several days and that she was missing.
That's correct.
And I think you told us on direct that you were in shock. It didn't make sense to you.
That's correct.
That you were just with them.
That's correct.
And you said to Brian, did you guys have an argument? Did you have a disagreement, right?
I did.
And you asked him that repeatedly.
I don't know if I asked him that repeatedly. I did ask him that question.
And he said to you, no. Did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
That's correct.
Because it didn't make sense to you that they hadn't spoken in days, right?
That's correct. And it also didn't make sense to me that she would leave shortly after I left.
And so given that, it didn't make sense to you. You were there until 1:30. They weren't arguing.
They weren't arguing, no.
You said the night was joyful.
That's correct.
They were happy.
That's correct.
And from everything you saw and what you've told us, they were in love.
Well, they were happy is a loaded statement, I think. They seemed happy that night, but people are complex. So I want to make sure that I answer that question truthfully.
No, I appreciate that.
So
Let me ask you this.
I did know a couple days in advance that
So let
she...
me just stop you for a minute.
Thank
okay?
you, sure.
You've been a realtor for 23 years.
25 years now.
25 years. So you're a salesperson, right? In a sense. One of the aspects of your job is to sell properties, right?
That's correct.
And would you say that one of your greatest assets is to be able to read people?
That's true.
Understand.
To listen, to understand, yes.
I think you just said people are complex.
That's correct.
And so you, in your professional job, part of it is to kind of be able to understand those complexities.
Yes.
To see if someone is maybe putting on a brave face or holding back, right?
Sure.
And you had known Ana and Brian Walsh as a married couple for almost 3 years at that point, right?
That's correct.
And you have spent time with them together.
Mm-hmm.
You said that their family was like your family, right?
Sure.
And you had spent time with Brian by himself.
I hadn't seen Brian in months at that point. And I hadn't also only seen Ana physically. I hadn't seen Ana physically in months.
Okay. But in the past, in those times that you have described them as family, as close friends, you would spend time with Brian Walsh, just one-on-one.
Yes, I had.
You would spend time with Ana, just one-on-one.
That's correct.
She worked for you, and you described that you would be in touch all day, every day when she was working for you, right?
I can't say it was every single day,
Okay,
but it was...
You brought pastries to your home in the South End,
Sure,
right?
sure. Yeah.
And you told us that she was your confidant and you were hers, right?
That's correct.
You went through an intense program with Mr. Walsh, right?
That's correct.
And you spent 5 hours with him on New Year's Eve on December 31st of 2022, right?
That's correct.
And you described the night as joyful.
Jovial.
Jovial, as full of hope.
I'm not sure.
Before the break, that everyone was hopeful and looking towards the new year.
I'm not sure that I would describe it as hopeful for the new year specifically. If you had to ask me specifically as to what the mood was, whether she was, because I had heard a couple days prior.
I'm going to stop you.
Sure.
You all signed the champagne bottle, right?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And that's where the complexity comes into play. I cannot know what was going on in their hearts and minds. Yeah. Of course, thank you.
I understand,
Of course,
sir. I'm
yeah.
talking about those complexities.
Sure.
You said that everyone was laughing that night together, right?
Yeah, there was a good mood that night.
Good mood that
Yeah.
night. You never saw them argue, right?
I did not.
You said at one point that you saw them talking and laughing with each other, right?
Sure. Yes, I did.
And at one point, Thomas came downstairs and they didn't shoo him back up to bed. It was happy to have their son together with you.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
And when Brian was cooking for you, he was even putting a Turkish flair on some of the foods specifically for you, right?
That's correct. I remember him saying that, yeah.
And at 1:30 when you left, they weren't even telling you to leave. You just realized it was late and you should go.
That is also correct.
And so when you heard that Brian was telling you that he hadn't spoken to his wife in 3 days, that did not make sense to you.
It did not.
Because when you left at 1:30 in the morning, it was a joyful, happy occasion. I'm using your words. It was a joyful, happy occasion on New Year's Eve of January 31st, 2022.
I didn't understand how Anna could be missing and how we did not know about this since the first of the year. It had been 3 days, and our community had not been correct. We had not known about this for 3 days. I did not understand, and the tone of voice was not panicked.
So let me just ask you my question again.
Yes, thank you.
I don't know if I'm not phrasing it right.
Please.
When you left the house
Yes.
of your good friends
Yes.
on January 31st of January 1st now at 1:30 in the morning.
Yes.
The mood was joyful and happy.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
I think I'll be brief, Your Honor. Sir, you said you had heard a couple days prior. Had you heard from Anna a couple days prior? When you were saying about people being complex.
Your Honor, I apologize. I could be just losing my hearing. I can't hear Mr. Connor.
Sorry, and I'm talking into my shoulder, so that's my fault. Sir, when you were saying people are complex and you had heard a couple days prior, are you referring to your conversation with Anna a couple days prior?
Yes, I was. I am.
What is it that you heard in your conversation a couple days prior that makes you say that people are complex?
That they had marital problems.
Objection, move to strike the characterization.
All right, and I'm going to remind you, sir, I'm going to strike the marital problems of characterization, but you can, without characterizing, you can discuss what you recall her saying, even if you don't remember the exact words.
Sure. I recall...
Let me state the question again.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Understanding what Her Honor said as far as what Anna was saying.
Sure.
What is it that you heard in that conversation that you just said that people are complex?
Well, if I may I explain?
I think you can't, sir. I think you have to stay with just what Anna said to you.
Sure.
You state what Anna said to you. If you can't, that's okay. But if you can state what Anna said to you, that's my question.
On the 29th,
yes.
When we had that phone conversation?
Yes, sir.
She told me that there were cracks in the relationships. And I don't know which words. She may have used precisely those words. She may have used other words.
Please seen sidebar objection, and I'm going to move to strike that testimony.
I'll hear you at the sidebar before I make any ruling on that.
Well, I think this as they say, the horse is already out of the barn, right? I mean, the jury is hearing all of this. The jury's hearing that the conversation that Anna had a couple days prior to this jovial and happy event night, that she wasn't happy in the relationship, that there was problems in the relationship. So, all right. So cross began, he wasn't drunk that night. The picture with the child was taken early on. Everyone was jovial and laughing and drinking. Brian had misplaced his phone. Let's see, they were happy. There was a loaded statement. I want to make sure I answer that question truthfully. So in his profession, he can read people. So he says there was a good mood that night. Brian even put Turkish flair on just for Jem, because Jem has a Turkish ancestry. He wasn't told to leave at 1 or 1:30. The mood was joyful and happy. So then now we're on redirect, and they're talking about what he talked to Ana about a couple days before. And a couple objections. Now they're at sidebar. Judge is like, you can recall what she said. Don't say, it was a feeling of, well, I had this feeling that she was, blah. No, you have to tell us exactly what it was she said. So Ana told him that there were cracks in the relationship. There were cracks in the relationship. So. All right. Just a friendly reminder to just be respectful of the people in the court, not to make judgments about them, because you never know who is going to be watching. We've had that experience with our channel and with other channels where judges will come into chat, bailiffs come into chat, witnesses come into chat. So family and friends of people involved in the channel come into chat. So just be respectful. Everybody's fed? All right. Kitties are fed. We're getting ready for kitty cam in another half hour or so. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, there's about another half hour or so before we get to lunch. Or maybe they might break for lunch after this. We'll see. Brett, a logical conclusion is that 1, he had something to hide about the state of the body, and 2, he was capable of viewing her as an object, not a beloved person. Yeah, if somebody can dismember somebody over the course of several days and then throw their body away, it's not a hard leap to think that he's hiding something, as Brett said, for sure. He had something to hide. He never called 911. That's all consciousness of guilt, in my opinion.
Let's try that question again.
So, sir, and I know it's been 3 years.
It has been.
To the best of your recollection, what I'm asking you is on that December 29th conversation, to the best of your recollection, what did Ana Walshe say to you that led you to say that people are complex?
Okay. The complexity I'm referring to is the fact that on the 29th, on the 29th,
yes,
she gave me information. I cannot recall the exact words. She gave me information that she was having problems in her marriage with Brian.
Can Your Honor move to strike?
To the best of your recollection, what did she say?
Well, Well, again, it's been 3 years, Your Honor.
If you have a recollection, you do, and if you don't, sir, that's fine too.
I remember what was discussed at the conversation. I just don't remember the exact words. I did give my testimony when it was very fresh.
And I know we're all
I understand.
jumping in the middle. And
Sure.
And sir, it's just because we want to make sure we get it right.
Okay.
All right. So you had the conversation with Ana on the 29th.
That's correct.
Do you remember what she said? And if you don't, you don't. It's okay. Do you remember what she said that makes you think that people are complex?
Well, it's not what she said that night that makes me think that people are complex. I know people are complex.
To strike, maybe.
All right, I'll strike the end, redirect the witness to the time frame.
All right. So just on December 29th, what did she say to you as far as your concerns about her being...
I don't recall the exact words.
Okay, that's... Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mutlu.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Marlene Ramdahal.
You can call me, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You can just follow me, please. Just take your time. Just watch your step.
Thank you. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Your Honor, could you please state your name for the record?
Good afternoon, Marlene Ramdahal.
And can you please spell your name for the record?
Yes, Marlene, M-A-R-L-E-N-N-Y. Last name R-A-M-D-E-H-A-L.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a senior U.S. probation officer.
And what is your jurisdiction?
The District of Massachusetts.
Where is your office located?
In Taunton.
And how long have you been a federal probation officer?
Approximately 12 years.
Are you familiar with Brian Walsh?
I am.
And how long have you known Mr. Walsh?
Since November of 2021.
And that's when you first met him?
Yes.
And how often did you see him?
Approximately once every 60 days.
And how did you see him?
At his residence or at my office.
And can you please identify him for the record?
Mr. Walsh is in the black sweater.
Thank you. Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
In January of 2023 and December of 2022, was Mr. Walsh, the defendant, subject to conditions set by a federal district court?
He was.
And what were those conditions?
He was subject to a number of conditions, to include home confinement, which limited his movement in the community.
When was the defendant authorized to leave his home?
He was authorized to leave his residence with a pre-scheduled pass, so he would have to ask permission before leaving his home.
Did he have set windows that he was allowed to leave?
He did.
And what was he required to do before leaving his home?
Prior to leaving his residence, he would have to have an approved schedule.
And who would approve that schedule?
I would.
Where was he allowed to go?
A client on the home confinement program is only allowed to leave the residence for essential necessities, so things such as employment, education, religion, treatment, attorney visits, court-appointed activities. He was also allowed to do things such as grocery shop, banking, grooming, things of that nature. He also had permission to do things with his children and his mother.
So what did he need to do as far as specifying where he would go?
So on Thursdays, he was to submit schedules to me with what essential necessities would be required for the following week.
And how would he do that?
He would send me an email.
Okay. And what email did he use?
brw@10saleconsulting.com.
What permission did he have to leave the state?
He did not have permission to leave the state.
You said that he was allowed to go for necessities. Is a restaurant considered a necessity?
No, it is not.
What did he have to do if he wanted to deviate from the schedule that he had submitted on Thursdays, I believe you said?
Correct. Yeah, if there was a change to the schedule, he would be required to submit a new schedule request.
And how would he do that?
Again, via email.
And who would he do that to?
Myself.
So I want to ask you about Friday, January 6th of 2023. Did you see the defendant that day in person?
I did.
Okay. And what contact did you receive from him requesting permission for his window for the following week?
On January 6th, Mr. Walsh submitted a schedule for Wednesday the 11th. He requested a haircut appointment from 1:30 to 3:15. He also requested a pass for the 12th to meet with his probate attorney from 10:30 to 3:15.
What contact did you have from the defendant on January 5th of 2023?
On January 5th, Mr. Walsh contacted me to inform me of law enforcement contact, which is required by his conditions of release. He also notified me that his wife Anna was missing.
What was his window of release on Thursday, January 5th?
On January 5th, he had a reoccurring schedule to drop off his children between 8 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. He then had a pass to assist his mother with some errands from 10:15 to 1:30, and then he had a reoccurring schedule to pick up his children from 3:45 to 6:15.
And the morning schedule and the afternoon schedule, was that a set recurring schedule?
Correct, Monday through Friday.
And was the middle, the time that he was with his mother, was that also a recurring time, or was that something he had just requested?
He had just requested it the week prior.
And what was the window of release for Wednesday, January 4th?
The 4th would have been drop off children from 8 to 10:30. Then he had a reoccurring groceries schedule from 11 to 1:30, and again pickup of the children from 3:15 to 6:45.
So that was all prearranged?
Correct, yes.
And what was the window of release on Tuesday, January 3rd?
Tuesday, drop off children 8 to 10:30, pick up children 3:15 to 6:45, and he had a reoccurring schedule as well to get his trash out, and that was from 7:50 to 8:20, I believe.
In the evening?
In the evening, sorry.
Okay. And why did he need that for the trash?
Because it wasn't on his property.
Okay. And what was the window of release for Monday, January 2nd of 2023?
On Monday the 2nd, he only had pickup and drop off of the children, so 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., and then pick up from 3:15 to 6:45.
Okay. But did you receive some information about an unauthorized leave for that day?
I did.
And when was that?
Approximately 3:53 p.m.
And did you speak to him?
I did.
And what contact did you have with him?
I reached out to him to ask him about the unauthorized leave, and he indicated that he was picking up his children per usual.
Okay. And in fact, the 3:15 to 6:45, was that authorized for Monday, January 2nd, 2023, being a holiday?
It was, because there was no notification that school was not in session.
And what was the window of release on Sunday, January 1st of 2023?
On the 1st, he had submitted a request to return his mother home from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m.
And what do you mean return his mother home?
He indicated that his mother was staying with him post-surgery, and he was taking her back to her residence.
And when was that window established?
That would have been the week prior, so I want to say December 22nd.
And where did he indicate that he would be returning his mother?
To her residence.
And where was that, if you know?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. And at that point, did he ask permission to go to a restaurant?
He did not.
For January 1st of 2023?
He did not.
And was the defendant allowed to go places if he had not cleared it with you first?
He was not allowed to do any unapproved stops.
If I might have one moment.
You may.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
Yes, thank you. Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So did I hear you right that said Mr. Walsh asked to be able to go 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Sunday, January 1st. He asked that the prior week of December 22nd.
That is correct.
And to go out to a restaurant, that would have been correct?
It would need court approval. Probation does not have the authority to approve non-essential necessities.
So you'd have to go through a court process that take quite a while to go through the federal court process?
It's a motion to the court, so it's just a documentation that needs to be submitted.
But it has to be filed, it has to be decided, it has to be returned.
That is correct.
So, and there's always the chance that it wouldn't be allowed.
Correct.
So if somebody like Mr. Walsh wanted to take his wife out to a restaurant for New Year's Day, there's a chance that he wouldn't be permitted and get permission to take his wife to a New Year's Day dinner, even if he had filed a request.
There is that chance, correct.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any redirect?
No redirect, thank you.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth will call Anthony McCrenna.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Take your time to watch your step. This chair on there a little more. You can have a seat. Do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak.
Sure.
Right?
Yep.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. It's Tony Macrina, M-A-C-R-I-N-A.
Where do you work, sir?
Home Depot.
And what do you do for Home Depot?
I am a district asset protection manager.
And what are your responsibilities as a district asset protection manager?
I help increase profitability by mitigating losses and creating a safe work environment for the associates and customers.
How long have you been with Home Depot?
Currently 4.5 years.
And how in that time you've always been a district asset protection manager?
Yes.
And what is your district?
It's considered southeastern Mass. So it's Approximately 10 stores in that area.
All right. Does that include Rockland?
Yes.
Sir, have you had the opportunity to help produce a receipt and videos to law enforcement in January 2023 in this matter?
Yes,
And have you had the opportunity to review both of those prior to today?
I did.
Sir, as far as the videos that are maintained at Home Depot, are they done in the normal course of business?
Yes, they are.
Are they done in good faith?
Yes.
And the videos, I take it they're recorded digitally?
Correct.
So when they're recorded as it's happening to a server, correct?
Yes.
What access do you have to the server?
I remote in, but using a laptop or a computer.
Okay. Can anyone have access to it?
Just anybody who works within the asset protection department.
Right. And sir, the videos that you had a chance to review, did you look at a thumb drive and then sign the back of it?
Yes.
You may.
Sure, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you see it?
Yes.
And do you see your initials in the back?
I do.
Were these the videos you had a chance to review prior to today to confirm that they were the videos you had turned over from the store depot on January 2nd in Rockland?
Yes, they were.
How long so you can have the thumb drive marked back in the video round?
Any objection to that?
No objection.
The Home Depot thumb drive, now in evidence is 260.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish some of the videos from the Home Depot thumb drive?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the video Home Depot entering? If we could press pause. Mr. McCrenna, can you see the video on the screen?
Yes.
Where is this in the Home Depot?
This is a shot of the doorway where most customers after purchasing would walk out. So the main exit, we call this.
The main exit. Now, at the bottom of the screen, there's a date and time. Are the dates and times accurate on the Home Depot videos?
Yes, they are.
And to be clear, this is Rockland, right?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you close out that. And Ms. Gilman, could we have pro-exit purchasing? And Ms. Gilman, if you could go to 107 on this. Thank you. Sir, where is this location in Home Depot in Rockland?
This is on one side of the store. We call it the pro exit. So generally, this is where the lumber is purchased, and it's usually a bigger space so that you can get those bigger carts through the doorway.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McCrenna, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that the receipt that corresponds to the video we just saw?
Yes.
How are you able to find a receipt to correspond to the video?
I was given an item number from the state police.
And so then you look up the item number?
Looked up the item number, and it brings me right to this transaction. The two are tied together.
And so the receipts are kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
In good faith?
Yes.
And you turn this over to the police in January 2023?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from Home Depot for January 2nd as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The receipt that corresponds to 260 is now in evidence as 261.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 261?
You may.
Thank you. Looking at the top of it, sir, what is the address of the store?
1149 Hingham Street, Rockland, Massachusetts.
And what is the significance of Register 3?
Register 3 is the register number that was shown in the video where those purchases were made.
And Ms. Gilman, could we scroll down to the bottom? Actually, stay right there, Ms. Gilman. Sir, on A&H baking soda, what is that?
That is a 12-pound bag of baking soda. It was the one that was on the bottom of the cart.
Home Depot sells 12 pounds of baking soda?
Yes.
And then what is the date and the time of the transaction?
The date is 1/2 of 2023 at 5:01 and 47 seconds p.m.
What was the amount for the transaction?
The amount was $453.54.
And was it cash or charge?
Cash.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross? The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you. Commonwealth would call Kelly Roy, Paleo Logos. Call me, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated. Please.
Take your time, just watch your step, okay? You can have a seat. Hold the chair a little closer. Just do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak, okay? Okay. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you bring that microphone a little bit closer to you? It will help keep things loud.
Is that better?
Much better. Okay. Could you state your name and spell your first and last name for us?
Kaliroy Paleologos, K-A-L-I-R-O-I, last name P-A-L-A-I-O-L-O-G-O-S.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I work at Beacon Communities, more specifically Chatham West and the Pines.
And what is Chatham West?
It's a housing residential apartment complex.
Where is Chatham West located?
Brockton, Massachusetts.
And what do you do there?
I'm a property manager.
And as the property manager, do you have access to their surveillance videos?
Yes, sir, I do.
And as far as the surveillance videos, how many cameras do they have on the exterior of their building?
Approximately 25 back in 23.
In January of 2023, how many units were at Chatham West?
507.
507?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a really large
Yes,
complex. What does Chatham West have for dumpsters in January 2023?
About 21 dumpsters.
And what access does the general public have to the dumpsters in January 2023?
They're open to the public.
Okay. Now, in January 2023, did you have the opportunity to produce surveillance videos to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review them prior to today?
Yes.
Have they been edited in any fashion?
No, sir.
And Chatham West, when they maintain their surveillance videos, done the normal course of business?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. Do you maintain your surveillance videos in the normal course of business?
Yes, I do.
And in good faith?
Yes.
And again, you turn these over to law enforcement in January 2023?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Does it have your initials on it?
Yes, it does.
Does this have the video that you reviewed that had you previously turned over to law enforcement?
Yes, it does.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the video from Chatham West on the thumb drive marked as the next exhibit.
No objection. It will be marked and admitted into evidence now as 262.
Come on.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish the video from Chatham West?
You may.
Thank you. Pause. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. In the top left-hand corner, what does it say as far as a date and time?
January 3rd, 2023.
And the time?
5:11 at night.
Okay. Now, with your surveillance videos, is the time accurate or can be off?
It's accurate. It could be off by a minute or two, but it's accurate.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Ma'am, your videos, I noticed that it's not continuous. Is that all of your videos, or how is that? Can you explain that process?
It depends on the camera. Sometimes there's a little bit of a lag where it becomes choppy like that.
So that's not abnormal. It can happen with your surveillance sometimes?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
No questions.
The witness may step down. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Would now be a good time to break for the lunch.
Well, Your Honor, I think the Commonwealth's always made its opinion on lunch.
All right. Jurors, we'll take our lunch break now. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Jurors, everything all rise. Jurors, leave no quick speeches. Follow me. Watch your step, please.
seated. Does anyone need to discuss anything?
Nothing from the Commonwealth, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Have a good lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. It was a recess.
All right. They're going to take their lunch. So after Mr. Mutlu got off the stand, we heard from Marlene Remdahal, who is the probation's officer. So there was some good testimony in there. Brian had conditions to the home confinement. He could leave with pre-scheduled pass, but he had to tell them the week before. So he would put in his schedule on the Thursday for the following week. So he had these windows that he could leave, windows in time. They would have to be approved by her. He could do grocery shopping, go to the bank, do grooming, obviously have time for his kids and his mother. He was not permitted to leave the state. A restaurant is not considered a priority. So he picked up his kids on January 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. January 2nd was a holiday. So he was saying he was going to pick up his kids and drop off his kids on January 2nd, which was a holiday. And then January 1st was at 3 to 9 p.m., a 6-hour window to return his mom to home. 6-hour window to return his mom to home. There's a lot you can do in 6 hours. That was January 1st, from 3 to 9. Let's revisit what he was doing January 1st. So he asked to, from 3 to 9. So January 1st at 4:55, he starts searching how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58, how to stop a body from decomposing. And let's not forget also then he was just at the Home Depot on January 2nd buying a bunch of baking soda. So when does he make that? When does he ask about the baking soda? When does he ask about the baking soda? There's the hacksaw. They're researching for the hacksaw. So he goes and he buys a hatchet. He bought the hatchet on January 2nd. He bought the hatchet on... does he ask about... okay, so there's the baking soda, January 3rd. So he bought the baking soda on January 2nd. 12 pounds. He bought several 12 pounds of baking soda. And then on January 3rd, he's searching, can baking soda make a body smell good? That's true, Pammy. Yeah, even though the schools are closed, the daycares are open. That's true. That's true. So the schools may not have been open, but they offer daycare for families. That's true. All right. So he wasn't authorized to go to a restaurant on January 1st. All right, then we hear from Tony Macrina. He's the Home Depot District Asset Protection Manager. So 4:15, Brian goes into the Home Depot at 4:56. He's coming out. He paid $453. He's like at $1,000. I think he's at $1,000. I think he's at around $1,000. And 11:50 on the 1st, he Googles about bleach. Let's go back to that. How long before a body starts to smell? How to stop a body from decomposing? How to embalm a body? 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. See, that's really disturbing. 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. Why would you really need to dispose of a dead body? Makes no sense. How long for someone to be missing to inherit? Can you throw away body parts? What does formaldehyde do? How long does DNA last? Can identification be made on partial remains? Dismemberment, best ways to dispose of a body. How to clean blood from a wooden floor. Luminol to detect blood. All right, I'm not saying the bleach, but we may not have put that on there. And then let's see. Finally, we heard from Kelleroy Paleologos. She's a Chatham West Apartments property manager. And at 5:11 on January 3rd, we see an SUV pulling in. What looks to be Brian getting out with at least one bag of garbage. So. Sharon, 5:30, she's already gone. I think so too. I think it happened around 2. I think it happened around 2, between 2 and 3 o'clock. That's what I'm thinking, because according to the defense opening, they go up at 1 o'clock. 1:30, he comes back down to clean. Jem said he left around 1:30. So everybody's, 1:30 seems to be that magic number where everybody's leaving or going to bed. And they probably got into an argument. And that's when it happened. So, Julie, were the orange buckets ever found? I recall defense pointing out that the blue buckets in the cellar had never been used. We don't know about that yet. We don't know. We don't know about that yet. Brett, the first real thing I've seen that could be spun as evidence of premeditation was arranging a large block of away time on the first and then using it for cleanup and shopping. Yeah, I'm not getting premeditation yet, you guys, right? I'm seeing this more as a heat of passion. That's where I'm falling. I'm falling with more of a heat of passion, heat of the moment, I should say, heat of passion. In the heat of the moment, crime of passion. I think that's where I'm leaning. What do you guys think? I'm not seeing this as premeditation per se. Not yet. Not yet. What do you guys think? Hey, Widespread. Good to see you. Pammy, I feel that a search for Mr. Fausto on Christmas Day as the point of premeditation. Jane, I was thinking the same thing a few minutes ago. I was just going to ask if anyone else ever thought this could be considered premeditation. Yeah, I'm not getting the premeditation just yet. I'm not seeing that. Sunshine, he requested time away on the first a week in advance. That's premeditation. The searches are afterwards, Lily Wayne. The searches are afterwards. Her searches are afterwards. Hellrider, yes, he wanted her and she didn't, so he took her out. I say it shows it. His text, even searching divorce, shows me he was weighing his options. Premeditation takes 1 second, so yes to premeditation. I would agree to that. Yep, Raj, premeditation can take a moment. I agree. I agree with that. I agree with all that. Sweet Vampy saying she misses you, Billy. All right, let's see what else. Red Snap says, you think he planned it? Only takes a few seconds. Sharon, I'm in the same boat. He snapped. Hey, Amber, good afternoon to you. Just joining. Good to see you. Brett, same here. I think something blew up after the party broke up, but a juror who wants first degree could use the away time on the first to justify it. Right? A snap is premeditation. All right, Sharon. Yep, that fast. Yep, I hear you. Premeditation can only be a couple of seconds. If you had time to think about what you're doing and do it anyway, that's premeditation. He had to have snapped with something over the visit that night. Yeah, I guess heat of the moment could also be could also be premeditation, where he confronted her. Hey, you're schmoozing up to Jem all night. You weren't, you didn't give me, you didn't pay attention to me, and now you're texting, who's this guy Will? You're sending photos of our son to this guy. What's going on? And Ana could have been like, well, you don't treat me this way, or you don't treat me that way, and it could have been even accidental. I would even be willing to, wrap my head around and accept accidental. He could have smacked her. She could have fallen and hit her head. He could have pushed her down the stairs. He could have pushed her in the bathtub. She's brushing her teeth and they're getting an argument, and he pushes her and she hits her head on the bathroom, the tub or the sink. I mean, I could even accept that it was an accident, but then what he did after that would wash all of that away. It just washes all of that away. So, I mean, he could have very easily said, hey, my wife and I got in an argument. I pushed her. She fell back and hit her head. Done deal, Called the cops. Yeah, he would have been on the hook, but it would have been, accidental. It could have been, it would have just been an accident, Yeah, it could have been he wanted that. She said no. Yeah, that could be. Let's see. Sorry, hold on, Sharon. Why not call 911? Yeah, that's the question. That's the question. Play on crime. Good to see you. Sparking. I could see they were fighting, but still feel it was pre-med. He definitely had that thought in his head before he did it. Aya 9, yeah, his actions after are so unnecessary, for sure. If it was an accident, it turned into Red Room, Lily says. Stand for truth. I think Jem knew something. Let's see. Oh. Groovy Cheryl, what did you say? You know why he couldn't? Because he strangled or stabbed her. Yeah. Sunshine, don't know if I agree that's what happened, but it's a better defense than his current. Yeah, I mean, just go the accident route. Well, these are big ifs. I mean, these are big ifs, obviously. Widespread, I'm sure he knew about the other guy because he got mommy to hire a detective. Hellrider, because he did it, he's not calling 911. I know. Sweet Vampy, call 911, then he didn't have to do what he did to her. It all makes no sense. I know, right? All right, you guys. All right, you guys keep talking. I'm going to go grab some food. You guys keep talking. I'll put up some kitty cam here for you guys. Put some music on, and I'm going to go grab some food. So I'll be back in a little bit. Enjoy your break while we are stepping away for a moment. Definitely don't want that. Okay. Let's see. All right. See you guys in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Got a few minutes till the top of the hour for live trial to start. Hope everybody had a nice break. Hope you enjoyed the kitties. Let's see here. Sharon TH, happy to be here again chatting. Yes. Let's see. Brett, since his disposal plea would cover just moving the body and the opening skipped it, I think he may want to disclaim all the gruesome bits. I think that could sink him. Widespread, playing kitties are awesome. Good, good. Glad you like them. Green-Eyed Cat says, I was on 2 juries long ago, but I haven't been called in 20 years. I don't think my county has many jury trials. Do you want to be called on to a jury? Cat, do you want to be, would you want to be on a jury? Richard, do you think this is a slam dunk? Think this is a slam dunk? Do you see this as a slam dunk? You do not think it's a slam dunk, yeah. Play on crime. Although I would like to be on a jury, I will never be on one. Oh, Richard, I was saying in cases that were slam dunks, you never know what a jury will do. Aya9 says, I don't think I ever wanted to sit on a jury. I also feel like I know too much about what happens behind the scenes. Kia says, I was a foreperson on an interesting case. I'm glad I did it. It was interesting. Sharon, I would like to participate on a jury, but in Mexico, just bench trials, so no much transparency and all the corruption that you can imagine. With money, dance the monkey, right? Linda, that's a lot of buckets he bought. 5 at Lowe's and 5 at Home Depot. I think the final tally was 10. But it seems like he did not use the blue buckets. It seems like the blue buckets were not used. Mama says, if I was on this jury, I would not believe anyone could dismember someone if they just suddenly passed away. That's a high hurdle. That's a high hurdle you have to get over. That's a high hurdle you have to get over. Aya9, maybe a nice calm civil case, definitely not criminal. Aya9 I sat on a criminal and a civil, and I've been called in 3 other times and got voir dired last February, like a year and a half, almost 2 years ago. But I did not make the cut. Richard, his gloves while buying all that is telling. Kia says it was prisoners accusing guards of brutality. Oh, ouch. Lori, no covers on the Blue Lowe's ones. Home Depot ones have covers. Yeah, good one, good one. Sparkling Princess, yeah, the gloves are crazy. All right, 201. So they should be coming back. Let me just make sure I'm live, which I am. We're as live as we can be. Got our sound up, so we're ready to go. So we heard from the probation officer. We heard from the keeper of records. I guess the keepers, right? That's what she was saying, the keepers. And then we heard from a property manager. Who else can the state call? Widespread, do you think you'd make the cut now as a YouTube true crime channel host? They may not want me. I don't know. Play says, how was your experience when you did serve? I went in not wanting to do it. I was like, nope, don't want to do it because I was freelancing and not making a lot of money. And I'm like, I can't take time away, blah, blah, blah. And so I went in with the attitude of like, but then once you were going through the voir dire, there was another person that was like, and they were being all kind of snotty and they were just ripped to shreds. The judge and the lawyers just like ripped that person to shreds. So I'm like, oh boy, I better not be like that guy. So I took it seriously. I didn't want to be there, but I took it very seriously because once you're there, it's very solemn. It's a very solemn, very serious situation. And the civil one ended up being really sad because this guy, he got shot in the eye with a paper clip when he was a kid, so his eye was always messed up. So he went through operations after operations. He ended up being, and I was in publishing at this point. He ended up being like a print operator. Like he was in charge of making sure colors were correct and all that stuff. And he went to a doctor, an eye doctor. He had a surgery, and the eye doctor didn't tell him that he left. Like he put in permanent lens, and the eye doctor didn't tell him that a piece stayed in there. So he called him back in, did more surgery, pulled that part of the lens out, and didn't tell him. And then he found out later that this is what happened. So he sued that guy for his eye being damaged. And we as a jury felt so bad for this guy. We felt terrible for him, but we had to find him. We had to find the doctor not guilty because he had bad eyesight before. And actually his eyesight improved after this permanent contact was put in his eye. So even though the doctor was guilty of lying and not telling him, that this piece had fallen out and left in his eyeball, his eyesight actually had improved. So we felt really bad for the guy. We're like, can't we just give him like $10,000 or $50,000? Can't we just give him something? So it was kind of all or nothing. It was like, $100,000, whatever it was back then. He was suing him, and we felt bad, but we had to side on the doctor. And then the criminal case I was on, it was Central Park. It was two gentlemen, and they connected after hours connection. And the one guy said the other guy robbed from him. And it's funny, I don't remember that one as much as I remember the civil one. The civil one I remembered a lot. I think the criminal one, we just blew it off because it was so blatant that the guy didn't rob him. And I think it was just like, yeah, he's not guilty kind of thing. Oh, Lori, your dad was a printer. Very cool. That's my background, being in publishing.
So that conversation we had about the photo earlier, Commonwealth used a photo that is blurred out.
Excuse me, Your Honor?
The Commonwealth is to use the photo that is blurred out.
The blurry one.
The blurring one, and that's upon the representation that the defense is not contesting that that is a photo of her. Correct?
No, the blurred one is fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and there's no dispute that that's a photo of her, and you're content with me saying that to the jury?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sure.
Some of the
Jurors entering, all rise. Watch your step. Please be seated. Court's now in session. Turn off your cell phones, please.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Christopher Bernasconi. Judge, you just call me, please. Please, clerk, just raise your right hand for me, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you,
Right this way. Just do me a favor, just take your time, just watch your step. So it's here, you're gonna have a seat, just pull that one close. Well, you can let go. Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Christopher Bernasconi, and the last name is Bernasconi.
Where do you work, sir?
I work for TJ Maxx.
What do you do for TJ Maxx?
I'm a district loss prevention manager for District 1102, which is Metro Boston.
And how long have you been with TJ Maxx?
30 years.
And within Metro Boston, does that include the Norwell store?
It does not.
It does not. Have you had the opportunity to review videos from the Norwell store, though?
Yes.
And have you been designated as the keeper of records for TJ Maxx for those videos?
Yes.
And have you helped produce those videos prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Did you review them and make sure that they were that they had not been altered in any way?
Yes.
One of the videos, though, there's a person that's blurred. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Is that done because the person wasn't 18?
That is correct.
Now, the videos that you turned over, that you helped produce from TJ Maxx, that was done in January of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And TJ Maxx, they maintain their videos in the normal course of business?
Correct.
And they are done in good faith?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sir, is this the drive that you were looking at that had the videos from TJ Maxx on it?
It is.
It is for January 4th of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have the drive of the January 4th, 2023 TJ Maxx videos of Norwell.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
And the TJ Maxx thumb drive 1423 is now in evidence as Exhibit 263.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish Exhibit 263?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have the first video entrance? And Ms. Gilman, if you could press pause. Sir, where is this in the Norwell store?
This is referred to as the entry public view monitor, capturing the entrance of the TJ Maxx in Norwell.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 1 minute and 28 seconds on the video player? And Mr. Bernasconi, at the top of the video is a label. That is, do you see that? 2003-0104? The title of the video?
Yes.
You see that?
I do.
Okay. And the time on the video, is it fair to say that's 9:44 and 24 seconds as far as the start time?
That's correct.
Sir, are there any issues with the TJ Maxx videos as far as the accuracy of their time?
They're very accurate.
If you could press play. Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video cue? And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 8 minutes and 12 seconds on the video player, media player? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And if you could press play. Sir, where is this in the store?
This is the public view monitor in the queue line, which is essentially the checkout area.
And Ms. Gilman, can we go to the final video for Register 4? Sir, where is this in the store?
This is above the cash register, Register 4, I believe.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And Your Honor, may I approach one last time?
You may.
Mr. Berlusconi, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Is this a receipt for the transaction that you just showed us videos of?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from TJ Maxx for January 4th from Norwell as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The receipt that corresponds to Exhibit 263 is now in evidence as 264.
And Your Honor, may the Commonwealth
Publish it, yes?
publish it? I just want to make sure I caught it to the court reporter.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Berlusconi, what is the address for this store?
It's 10 Washington Street, Norwell, Massachusetts.
And does this share a parking lot with another TJX store?
Yes, the home goods division.
And could we go all the way down to the bottom? Right there. Sir, how is this transaction conducted? Was it cash or charge?
It was a store value card used to make payment in this particular transaction.
And how much was the transaction for?
$133.94.
And going all the way down to the bottom, if we may, what was the date and time of the transaction?
January 4th, 2023 at 9:53:59 a.m.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
No cross. The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Alyssa Kirby.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
You just follow me, please, okay? Take your time, just watch your step. You can have a seat. Pull that chair a little tight.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record and spell your name?
Yes, Alyssa Kirby, ALISSA, KIRB as in boy, Y.
And where were you living in December of 2022?
I was living in Chevy Chase, Washington, D.C.
And were you familiar with Ana and Brian Walsh?
Yes.
And how were you familiar with the Walshes?
We were friends. I was introduced through my brother and sister-in-law.
And what's your brother's name?
Peter Kirby.
Okay. And so how would you characterize your relationship with Ana Walsh?
Yeah. Ana and I quickly became really close friends. And yeah, we were new best friends, we called it. And we spent a lot of time together. We just kind of clicked like sisters.
And when did you become so close?
Shortly after she moved to Washington, D.C. and lived nearby.
So you said she lived nearby?
Yes.
Can you tell us how far she lived from you?
About 5 minutes around the corner, 5-minute walk.
And how often would you see her when you, once she moved to Washington, D.C.?
I would say we planned to try to see each other about once a week. It wasn't always that, but about that.
And how often would you communicate with her?
Similarly, about once a week, or when she would come back to D.C., we'd talk about when we could meet up and hang out.
And did Did you know Will Fastow?
I knew of him, yes.
And how did you know of Will Fastow?
Shortly after I started spending more time with Ana, she would talk to me about him as the man who sold her house, but then her interest in him and just hearing a lot about him as a person.
And what did she tell you about him?
She told me of that she was interested in him, that she had a crush on him, but it was a lot more talk about their connection and, like, I guess what she wanted to have happen with him and her, I guess, just her interest.
And what did she tell you about telling Brian Walsh about this crush on Will Fastow?
She told me that she was open with Brian about her crush on Will and that he knew.
In Christmas of 2022, did you have communication with Brian Walsh on that day?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
Brian called me that day, and because he rarely or almost never called me, I answered, and he was looking for Ana because he said he hadn't heard from her. And so, because she lived around the corner, I offered to go over there and check on her.
Okay. And what happened? Did you go over and check on her?
As I was getting ready to go, he had messaged me back that he had gotten in touch with her.
So when you say that you had talked to him first and offered to check on her, did you do that in text, on the phone, or something else?
I believe that first time was a phone call, and then later was a text message.
And do you remember what time of day that phone call was?
Not exactly, but maybe, I feel like it was noon or early afternoon.
Okay. And what was his demeanor when you spoke to him on the phone?
That day, I think he was worried or a little bit nervous.
And approximately how long was it after you had spoken to him that he texted you?
I think it was within like 10 minutes because I was getting ready to go, and it was fast enough that I hadn't left yet.
And did you speak with Ana Walsh that day on Christmas Day?
Yes.
And when did you speak with Ana Walsh that day?
It was late, much later that day in the afternoon. I was already with family for the holiday, and she called me as she was driving up to Massachusetts.
And what was her demeanor when she called you?
She was very upset.
And when you say very upset, can you describe that?
Yeah, she was angry, and she was upset that Brian would have called me that day because, she said that she'd only not spoken to him for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, that it really hadn't been that long. And, there was already some strife, and then she had...
Sustained, non-responsive, so I'll strike the last part. Ask the next question.
Certainly. So how long did you speak with her for that day?
Maybe like 20 minutes.
Okay. And did you arrange to see her again?
Yes.
And when did you plan to see Ana Walsh?
I can't remember exactly when we planned it, but I know we had planned a day to get together right before New Year's to kind of see each other, hang out, catch up, and celebrate like a New Year's together.
And did you see her to have that celebration?
Yes.
And what day was that you saw her to have that celebration?
I believe it was the 29th.
And that was the 29th of what month?
Oh, December.
Of 2022.
Correct.
And where did you go?
We went a few places. We started at the bar that was across from where we lived, that we'd been to a few times. And then we later went out to a karaoke dancing bar.
And how long did you stay out that night?
Like 6 hours.
So, what was her demeanor that night?
So that night, because of what happened after Christmas, she was really upset. She was kind of breaking down because everything had been really hard, which Ana was always a very strong person, so that was very unusual for her. And she was just really upset about so much. She had really hit a breaking point. And yeah, we talked about a lot of things because she was so upset.
Ms. Kirby, can you tell me what she was upset about?
She was primarily upset about her and Brian's relationship, about being so far away from the kids, and feeling like she was upset having found out that the federal case was delayed, or she thought the federal case was delayed by Brian, and that she just really wanted to be with her kids. Their marriage had been really strained for a long time, and she told me how like upset she was and how frustrating that was, and how she was really at a breaking point.
Jurors, I'm going to remind you that the statements that are being offered with regard to Ana Walshe's state of mind are admissible, again, limited to establishing her state of mind, as is relevant to the defendant's motive to kill. To the extent that such state of mind evidence includes statements describing the defendant's federal case, Ana's statements are admitted only to show the defendant's motive and not to show that he had a bad character or propensity to commit any criminal offense. You may proceed.
Thank you. Had you seen her like this before?
No. Ana was usually someone very, very happy, very joyful, very strong.
Okay, no characterizations, just your observations. Next question.
When talking, did she use specific words about what she had said to the defendant? Which she had said to Brian Walsh about the legal case?
What she told me about that was that she was upset because she wanted him to take responsibility. She wanted their family together. She wanted that whole process to be over, and she wanted him to be responsible, be accountable, and do whatever he had to do to keep their family together.
And what did she mean? What did she tell you that she meant by the word responsibility?
Yeah, at that point in time, responsibility was potentially just taking jail time and admitting wrongdoing and just owning a mistake, and so that their family, that she would be waiting for them and that their family could be together.
Did she give you specifics of what she had told you about the amount of time?
I think it was all an estimate, but at the time she thought maybe a year.
What did she tell you about the physical separation and her family staying together?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask that well. What did she tell you about being in different states and what that physical separation might mean?
Yeah, that it was really difficult for the family, but that also because of how difficult things were, she was contemplating what that could mean legally being able to take her children to Washington, D.C., and also the physical separation from a husband was very difficult for her.
What, if anything, did she tell you about having established a separate household?
That she had told me that everything was set up in her name, the house in Washington, D.C., and the bills were, everything was in her name, so she was trying to figure out a way that she could have the kids with her in D.C.
What, if anything, did she tell you about her intimate relationship with Brian Walshe?
She told me that, aside from everything being really difficult, that they had not been intimate in a really long time, like maybe over a year, I think she had said.
And what did she tell you as to why?
She said it was because that Brian had been really depressed and that the strain of the case had really just taken a toll on his mental health and their marriage, and that she felt also that that her energy was being really drained.
Was she specific about what she meant by her energy being drained?
Yeah, at that time, she was saying that Brian was calling her several times a day, that she felt physically and emotionally exhausted traveling back and forth from D.C. to Massachusetts. There was just a lot on her body, mind, soul, and spirit, and that, that also just like emotionally feeling like she had to be the strong one was very draining for her.
What did she tell you about Brian and his mother?
She had always said that.
Your Honor, objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
All right, we're hearing from one of Anna's friends, Alyssa Kirby. They lived within about a 5-minute walk of each other. She knew about Will Fasto. Anna had a crush. So now we're hearing that they hadn't been intimate for over a year because Brian was depressed.
Ms. Kirby, in this conversation on December 29th, what did she tell you about Brian and his mother and a psychic?
She told me that Brian had told her that his mom went to a psychic and that the psychic had said that she was having an affair. And that night she told me how ridiculous that was and how like she was very upset by that, and she'd always felt that Brian's mom didn't like her, and that it was scary.
Did she say why? Why that was scary?
Yeah, I think because she always...
Objection as to, I think.
Yes, sustained.
Did she say why? Not your opinion, just did she say why in that conversation?
Yes, what she said as to why was that she felt like his mom never really liked her and never like wanted her in the picture, basically.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to publish from one picture from Exhibit 145 on page 39.
It's already in evidence?
It is already in evidence,
You may
just the picture.
You may publish it.
Thank you. Ms. Kirby, do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
Can you tell me who's that a picture of?
Picture of me and Ana.
And when was that picture taken?
That night we went out on the 29th.
I'm sorry, did you say that was the night from the 29th? That was during that night of December 29th?
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you see Ana Walshe after the evening of December 29th into December 30th, because you said you were out late, of 2022?
No.
When did, if you know, when did she leave for Massachusetts?
She left that next day on the 30th.
And when did you expect her to return to Washington, D.C.?
I think she had said like the third or fourth. It was a few days after New Year's. She was planning to come back.
Of January?
Correct.
Okay. And when was the last time that you communicated with Ana Walshe?
Right after midnight on New Year's Day.
And after that exchange with Ana Walshe on New Year's Day right after midnight, did you get texts from Brian Walsh?
Yes, on the 2nd.
Your Honor, I'd ask to get an exhibit and then approach.
You may.
I'm approaching with exhibit 164.
164?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
You want to just look at that for a moment. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And you can look through it all.
Okay. Okay.
And what are those?
Text messages between me and Brian.
Your Honor, may we publish Exhibit 164 for the jury?
You may.
Thank you. So I'd specifically like to ask about on January 3rd, if we could go down. Can you read on page 2, can you read that in green?
Yes. It says, hello, I know we did this a week ago, but have you heard from Ana?
And how did you respond to that?
I said, hey, Brian, sorry for the delay. Was sleeping. I have the flu and I'm super sick. I texted with Ana on New Year's Day, but no, haven't heard from her. Is she working today? She's usually running around super busy with work.
And when did you send that?
It looks like on January 3rd at 12:51 p.m.
And then did Mr. Walsh respond to you?
He said, you're right. I'll let you know when she calls. Feel better soon.
And then did you contact him later?
After that, I said, thank you. Yeah, and then the next morning, I was sick, so I slept the whole day. And the next morning, when I realized I hadn't heard back, I texted him, did you ever hear back?
And then what happened?
And then he said, no, they're looking for her at work now. And that's when I got really scared that something was wrong.
So what did you do after hearing that?
After that, I called my brother and I asked if he had heard from her and was explaining the situation.
You're going to object at this point. Well, we can stop the publication. I'm sorry.
Sustained.
So just tell me what you did. What did you do?
Oh, after the text message, I called my brother and...
That's fine.
Okay.
That's all. And then what did you do after calling your brother? Did you speak with Brian Walsh at some point on the phone?
I did, but I don't remember if it was later that day or the next day on the phone.
And who was on the phone with Brian Walsh?
There were some calls that was just me and Brian, and there was one call with Brian and his mother.
And what was the call with Brian and his mother like?
Well, his mother was pretty combative. I think she sounded...
You approach sidebar?
Yes.
Mother's coming in more and more and more. So, to that point, take our poll if you haven't yet. Do you think Diana had a hand in this at all? The more we hear, the more Diana Walshe is coming into play. She's there when Brian's making phone calls. She's there hiring psychics. She's hiring private investigators. Yep, combative mama. Doesn't surprise me. Yeah, it does surprise me that mom's not being called as a witness. But I'm getting Donna Sue vibes. I'm getting Donna Sue Adelson vibes. Yep, you're not good enough for my child. Have the kids, and then you're not good enough for my child. I'll raise the grandkids. Yep, mom had the purse strings and the apron strings. Yeah. She was paying, yeah, Mom, Diana Walshe was paying for this rental. And at that point in time, they were making enough. Even if he's making $50,000 and Anna's making $30,000, it's $350,000 they're making. They can afford $5,000 a month rent. You know, what is that? 350,000 divided by 12. Yep, they're bringing in almost $30,000 a month. I think they can afford $5,000 on their own. I know I would not want my mother or my mother-in-law to be paying my rent, especially when I'm 50. Anna's 39. Brian's 48. I wouldn't want my mom or my mother-in-law to be that involved. No way. You know, help here and there is one thing. You know, hey, here's $100, here's $500, here's $1,000, whatever. I mean, gifts are one thing here and there, but to be paying your rent, I don't know. Not. Let's see. They had two places. CCG TV says. Yeah, they had. Yeah. Was it Cohasset and then another place? That's what Jem was talking about. Sweet Vampy, your grandmother pays for your phones, but your mom pays for her own. I don't work, so she helps you when it's needed. Well, it's one thing if you're don't get me wrong. I mean, if you need assistance, that's fine. Anna's making $300,000 a month. I'm sorry, a year. She's making, they're bringing in almost $30,000 a month. I mean, it's one thing if, you have a situation where you need help. I don't know. That's just the way I feel. Sorry. The less involvement financially on that level, the better, in my opinion. I have a strong sense of, taking care of myself. Yeah, she had the place in D.C. That is true. She did have the place in D.C. So they had up to 3 places. Lori, I help my kids too that are grown, but to a point. Helping is good, controlling is bad. Yep. And whenever you're controlled financially, that's just too much.
Back for just a moment on the 29th. Did Ana ever tell you how Brian reacted to his mother saying, the psychic saying that she was having an affair?
Yeah, she told me that he thought it was equally as crazy, or that was what he said to her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm going to swap out one and give you another. Recognize that jacket?
Yes.
Can you tell me what...
Just stay on the microphone so we can hear you.
Sorry. Can you tell me how you recognize that jacket?
As Anna's jacket, one that she wore.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
All right. Any objection to that?
None, thank you.
Jurors, that'll be marked into an evidence as Exhibit 264, a photo of Ana. The face of Ana Walshe is blurred out for that photo, but there's no dispute that that is a photo of her in the jacket, in a jacket.
Your Honor, that's 265.
Thank you. 265? Oh, yes. Thank you.
265.
265, yes.
And I'd ask that this be published to the jury, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Cross?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kirtley.
Good afternoon.
It sounds like you and Ana got very close very fast.
Yes.
When she was down there, you guys would try to see each other about once a week?
Yeah.
Okay. And while she was down there, she was working for Tishman Speyer?
Yes.
And obviously you would text or talk on the phone sometimes during the week?
Yes.
And sometimes go for coffee walks around the neighborhoods?
Not coffee, but often walks, or we would meet up. Yeah.
I'm imposing my own desire in that. Okay. And her work schedule was pretty demanding while she was down in D.C.
Yes.
And it wasn't uncommon that she would work until 7 or 8 o'clock at night?
Yeah, that was what she would tell me, yes.
Okay. And then on top of that, she was flying back and forth to Boston on Thursdays or Fridays and returning on Sunday nights or Mondays?
Yeah, often Mondays and then returning Thursday or Friday.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about that Christmas Day phone call from Mr. Walsh.
Okay.
You had mentioned that it was not common or out of the ordinary for him to have called you.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you described him on that call as nervous and worried, right?
Yes.
And this was Christmas Day?
Yes.
And I think you told us it was about noon or a little bit past noon when he had reached out to you?
Mm-hmm.
And what he said is that he and the boys were expecting her home for Christmas and he hadn't heard from her.
What I recall he said was just ask me if I had heard from her because he hadn't heard from her.
Okay. And because of that nervousness or worry in his voice, you actually offered to go swing by her house to see if she was there.
Yeah, I thought that she was already back home for Christmas, and so that worried me, so I offered to go over.
Okay. And I think you said within 10 or 15 minutes he actually reached out to be like, we're good. She reached out to me. She's okay.
He said he had heard from her.
Okay. You had told us that you had also spoken to Ana on the 25th on the telephone?
Yes.
And you were telling us that she was angry and upset that Mr. Walsh had called you.
Yes, she was angry that, he had bothered me that day with that because she felt it had not been that long since they had spoken.
Okay. So it was Christmas Day and she was upset that he bothered you on a holiday,
mm-hmm.
and that he worried you.
Mm-hmm.
You had mentioned that Ana had a friend named William Fastow?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you told us that she shared with you that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And she told you that she told her husband that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And that Ana, when she was talking about sharing that with her husband, that they always had an open, honest relationship.
Yes, that's what she said.
Okay. And in that conversation, when she was telling you about how she had told her husband about having a crush on Will, that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
When she told me that, I was surprised, and she said that was their relationship. They were open and that he wasn't jealous.
And not only was he not jealous, that she kind of wished he was a little more jealous.
I think in the way that a wife would want a husband to be protective, yes.
Okay. And during the time you were friends in D.C. with Ana, and during these conversations, she never told you that she was having a romantic relationship with Will Fastow?
Not specifically, no. We talked a lot about Will, but
never told you that they had been romantic or intimate?
Correct.
I think you had said that during this conversation on the 29th, Ana had said that lately she was just feeling drained of energy, right?
Drained of energy just due to everything going on, yeah.
Okay. And she had also told you that she was someone that would stay up late and get up early in the morning, right?
I think she kept a busy schedule, not that she specifically always stayed up late and got up early, but that, she was doing a lot, and she just was a very energetic, passionate person.
And towards the end of December, there was a shift. There was a change in that.
Yes.
And she told you that she was falling asleep earlier and getting up later, and that was unusual for her.
Yeah, that she was really just starting to be sad, and everything was taking a toll on her. Yeah.
Okay. And it was, but when she was reporting this to you, she was talking about how even sleep, that she was falling asleep earlier in the night. She was sleeping later in the morning than she usually would.
I don't recall that exactly, just that she said that she felt so tired and burnt out.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had plans to get together on 12/29, but you also had plans to go out on December 20th, the week before.
I don't think I remember that exactly.
Okay.
But we often would try to make plans and then things would shuffle, so.
Okay. The plans I'm talking about on the 20th, she had canceled because she wasn't feeling well.
Right, yes.
Okay. You shared with us during that long night out with Anna that the two of you were talking a lot about how it was difficult that she was away from her family. Yes?
Yes, okay.
Oh, I apologize. And she told you that she said to Brian, you know, you need to resolve this. Even if you go to jail, we'll be here for you when you get out.
She didn't specifically say, like, this, then this. It was more like a conversation about taking responsibility, accountability, what that would mean, that could mean just owning it and taking the jail time if that was what, because the sentencing hadn't happened, so we didn't know exactly what it would be, but that was something she wanted for him to take care of their family in that way and just take responsibility, have it be done.
And I think you told us earlier on direct that she said to him, we'll be there even if that happens, meaning her and the boys.
And I don't think she said that directly. It was more like communicating to me that she wanted their family to be together, even if that meant jail time. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think they were still figuring out like what to do. They'd been living apart, and she wasn't sure what would happen.
And so, what you're telling us is that she wanted her family together. And that she wanted him to do whatever it took so that her and Brian and the boys could be together.
Yeah.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Ms. Kirby, did she want her family together?
Objection, Your Honor.
She stated it. She can answer it. So rephrase the question.
On December 29th, did she tell you, did she want her family together?
I think...
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, listen to the question, answer the question if you can.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she wanted her family together?
She said that she wanted her family together. She also was exhausted and not really sure what to do, but I think she wanted her...
As to I think.
All right. Sustained.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she loved the defendant, Brian Walsh?
She told me that he would often not tell her he loved her and would always ask her how much she was in love with him, and that she told me that this time she answered not as much because of everything that had happened. And that she was falling out of love, and also that she wanted, you know, I think she saw...
Objection, Your Honor. As to
Again,
I think she saw.
I know it's a long time ago, but it has to be the statement she made to you, not what you think or what you understood from it. It's statements that she made to you.
Okay, sorry.
And on December 29th of 2022, how did she physically appear to you?
Tired.
And on December 29th of 2022, did you go out to karaoke?
Yes.
And did she go dancing?
Yeah, it was karaoke dancing.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you. House of Counsel at the side of the bench.
All right, 96 votes. Do you think Diana had a hand in this at all? 42% said knew about Ana in the dumpster. 29% said helped clean it up. 20% said no, didn't cause it. 9% said yes, she caused it. How many more witnesses can we see? How many more witnesses? We're up to 49. Remember yesterday she thought that they were going to end early. Judge Frenier said that the evidence was going to be over and they were going to end early. That was her. Those were her words yesterday. Let's see what happens. Expect evidence may end tomorrow early. That could be it. That could be the end of the state. Sherry, you wanted to vote for the last two? She knew and she helped clean up? I know, I was trying to make it, trying not to clump things together. So, to the defense's side, Ana was exhausted, she was tired, she was emotionally, physically, mentally, even spiritually maybe, just over it. So to the defense, they're going to say, oh, well, that causes, stress causes sudden adult death syndrome. So to the defense, I can see that helping.
Jurors, I'm going to read another stipulation to you now. And this is a stipulation, again, an agreement of the parties, simply an agreement of the parties. A stipulation regarding the federal prosecution of Brian Walsh. Brian Walsh was arraigned in the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11, 2018. On April 1st, 2021, Brian Walsh pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for the scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction. On October 6, 2021, an initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walsh was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months, restitution in the amount of approximately $475,000. January 2023, Brian Walsh had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walsh was represented by a lawyer in all stages of this federal case. Commonwealth may call the next witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
All right, thank you. With that, jurors, I told you that this case proceeds in chapters. That chapter of this case is closed. That is, the Commonwealth has presented all the evidence it wishes to present in this case. As I've told you from the beginning, there is no obligation, no burden on the defendant to do anything in the case. And so I remind you of that. The burden does not rest with the defendant. All the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth, and it stays always on the Commonwealth. The defendant has the option to present evidence if he wishes to. I'm going to suspend the hearings for today, and we'll see you back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, ready to begin the day. Thank you very much. And before we leave, I remind you, don't do any research about this case. Don't go on social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case, and continue to have open minds as you receive the evidence in this trial. Have a good night, jurors.
For his exiting, all right. First, please leave your notebooks in the chair. Watch your step.
Good night.
May I be seated?
What do we need to discuss?
First, we probably need to discuss the defendant would move for a required finding of not guilty.
Go right ahead.
And
Chief and Chair.
Give me a second to read your pleading. All right, I'll hear from you.
for the most part, Judge, I'm just going to rely on that pleading, but what's important in this case, for purposes of arguing the Lattimore standard and the required finding, is that in the facts and circumstances of this case, even if you consider all of the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, that the circumstantial evidence and the inferences have not been proven on the elements of premeditation and intent. And it's important to distinguish the fact that where inferences can be reasonable when they have to do with other factual issues that do not constitute the specific elements of the crime charged, here the inference must be beyond a reasonable doubt because it must support the element of premeditated murder, and it must support the specific intent to kill. And whereas the Commonwealth has based their whole prosecution on what we characterize as a three-pronged approach, that motive evidence that they theorize supports an inference of intent and premeditation, they have failed to present the type of quantity and quality of evidence that would then result in an inference beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Walsh ever premeditated a murder or ever manifested the specific intent to kill. The three-prong approach that the Commonwealth took in this case was that Mr. Walsh was motivated by financial interest, which has not been established by any inference sufficient to carry the day, even on the Lattimore standard. The second prong is that somehow Mr. Walsh was using his children and his role as primary care provider to avoid going to prison, and that has not been established by any sufficient evidence. And then there's the third prong, and it has to do with the affair. And where it seems clear that the Commonwealth has established that Ana Walshe did in fact engage in an intimate affair with William Fastow, they have failed to establish sufficiently to withstand a Lattimore standard that he even knew about the affair. In fact, if you consider the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth from their own witnesses, there is no evidence presented to this jury that he knew about the affair, that he reacted to any knowledge of the affair. And in fact, the reaction that he had fell far short of someone that was even jealous of the fact that Miss Walsh reported to him specifically that she had a crush on Mr. Fastow. And I understand we understand that whereas motive is not an element, that's not what we're arguing, and I say in our motion that if the government stands up and says since motive is not an element, that the argument that we just made doesn't apply. Well, that misses the point, because that is the whole foundation of their prosecution in this case. And so respectfully, Judge, in the unusual circumstances and the complex circumstances presented in this case, I would ask that a required finding be entered on indictment 001.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Viewed in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the evidence is sufficient for a jury to find the defendant guilty of the premeditated murder of Ana Walshe. Your Honor, as to evidence that the defendant killed Ana Walshe, the defendant was the only adult in the house on January 1st after Mr. Mutlu left. There's evidence before the court that Ana was a fit and active 39-year-old, and in fact that she participated in a vigorous exercise class at Bar Method on the 31st of December, where she demonstrated that she was in good physical condition. Evidence of the bloody slippers, bloody bath towels, bloody carpet, on his broken Gucci necklace, combined with the defendant's internet searches about cleaning blood from wood floors, his purchase of large quantities of cleaning products, are sufficient for the jury to find that Ana met a violent death in the living quarters of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. I'd also point out there was a cut on the defendant's thumb, and there was evidence that he did purchase Band-Aids and some antibiotic cream on January 1st. As to deliberate premeditations, there's evidence that the defendant was aware of Ana's relationship with another man. He told police that he monitored the Chase credit card statement. That is an evidence before the court. That statement includes a purchase of a plane ticket to Dublin in over the Thanksgiving holiday in 2022. The defendant was aware of Ana's itinerary. He told police that he had suggested that she go out during a layover in Frankfurt, which she did have a layover in Frankfurt at one point of that travel. And again, looking at that travel, it's clear that, looking at the Chase statement, that it was indicated a trip to Dublin. And the defendant told police that she had only gone to Serbia to see her mother. And I suggest the evidence is more than sufficient to find that he was aware of that trip to Dublin. He also searched Will Fastow's name on December 25th, and he also researched emergencies in buildings that Ana managed in D.C. I'd also point out that the defendant's phone, which he said was mislaid from December 31st to January 2nd, he told Mr. Mutlu that when Mr. Mutlu came for the New Year's Eve dinner. That phone was repeatedly unlocked and connected to a power source while it was supposedly missing. The evidence indicates that the defendant used that phone to create an alibi for himself. It explains why he was not contacting Ana. And then when he did say he recovered the phone, he started sending text messages to Ana, and he later showed those messages to police. It suggests he was using the missing phone as a way to create an alibi for himself. And to explain why there was he didn't have the phone with him when he went to Vin and Liquors and threw something into the dumpster, or when he was in Lowe's buying cleaning supplies and cutting tools on January 1st. Your Honor, there's also ample evidence of motive. There's evidence that the jury can find that if Ana took the children to D.C., the possibility of the defendant avoiding jail time on the federal charges would lessen. We heard testimony today about the impact of that on Ana and what she intended to do. Ana also had life insurance policies and financial accounts, which the defendant was the named beneficiary, and he stood to inherit substantial funds if Ana Walshe were deceased. And also, Your Honor, the defendant's elaborate web of lies regarding Ana allegedly leaving for a work emergency in D.C. He lied to friends, family, and the police about that. I suggest that that also is sufficient evidence to give this case to the jury, and would ask that you deny that motion for required finding of not guilty.
All right. The Latimer Standard dictates that I take every inference, all the evidence and all the reasonable inferences from that evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. Adopting that standard, I'm not convinced by the defendant's motion. I'm not going to repeat the evidence that the Commonwealth has just, in brief, summarized for the court. That evidence that this jury has heard and seen is adequate to allow the jury to deliberate the case, in that, again, drawing all the inferences, reasonable inferences from the evidence that's before this jury, there is sufficient evidence for this case to go to the jury for them to determine the three elements that are before them. But it gets over the Latimer standard. So the defendant's motion is denied.
We would just object to the record.
I understand. You indicated to me at the side of the bench that there were some evidentiary issues you wanted to address with me.
There are. Can we go to the sidebar for these, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
All right, so as expected, they asked for a judgment of acquittal. They call it something else, meeting the Latimer standard. And judge denies it, feels that it does get over that standard. So, and Jenny G, I'm sure your little kitty will be fine. I know it's tough on the heart right now when you don't know where your cat is, especially when they're not used to being outside and you're in the middle of a snowstorm. So we will be thinking about you and your little kitty, and I'm sure it'll work out. It'll work out okay. We're confident. Just hang in there. I know you're doing the right thing. Make sure there's a box outside, blankets, call her name. She's probably holed up in a safe little spot. She's probably afraid. Does she climb? Is she up in the tree? Maybe she climbed up into a tree. You can't see her. I don't know if you guys have woods or not. But she'll come back when she's hungry. Cats are very resilient. Yeah, you're welcome. We care about you and your little furry ones. Kathy always works for me. Sister's cat got out one night, walked whole area in nightgown and robe with flashlight. Next day they found it scared in the hedges, right? Polly's a disaster. She stays out like all the time now. She was in last night, but it was like 43 or 44 degrees the other night. And she's out all night. Drives us crazy. But she's used to being out. She was born outside, or at least that's where we found her. She found us outside. So as disheartening as it is to have Polly outside, she sorts it out. She finds a place. We have a barn, garage, She's usually like in the trees though. Polly's like a freak. she's usually like in the trees. That's where she likes to hang out, which isn't that bad of a thing. Yeah, I think she's probably hunkered down. We looked into the trees best we can. Only a few around. All right, not bad. Are you guys, do you have like neighbors? Only because the less neighbors you have, the more chance you have to find her. Cats find warm places, of course. Yeah, they'll go find warm places. For sure, Iowa. We're on kitty watch. Your kitty's feral too. Okay, she hasn't been outside since she's 3.5. All right. So, hey, she hasn't been outside since she's 3.5 years old. All right. So she grew up outside. She knows the ways of the world out there. Yeah, definitely put your scent out there. That's not a bad idea either. Definitely a box with towels, because if, God forbid, she doesn't come back in, at least you're going to provide her a place to hang out. I think probably when it gets dark, she'll probably find her way back in. There's times where we call Rafa for like 20 minutes and he doesn't come in. And then Like we call him at like 10 o'clock. He's outside, right? So we call him at like 10 o'clock. He's like nowhere to be found. We're like, Rafa, 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 banging. We've trained them, so we bang on the tin. You know, ding, 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 ding. That's we've trained them to that. So then we go, you know, we'll brush our teeth, wash up, whatever, and then I open the door and he's right there, meow, 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 ready to come in. Sometimes he's just sleeping. That happens to us all the time. We call Rafa and he'll like come wobbling in. He's like half awake. Sometimes he just goes out and he just sleeps. Sometimes they just like to go sleep in the woods. Go figure. But Rafa comes back. Rafa hasn't been outside overnight since last September, like a year now. Polly's like outside all the time overnight. She drives us crazy. But we've reached the point where we're just like, there's only so much you can do. We call her. She hears us. I know she hears us, but she just doesn't. Yeah, look under a car. That's a good one. Yep. We had Anubis climb up into our car. Look under the car. That's a good one. She could be under the car. And again, she probably hears you, Jenny. She's just like, yeah, me. I'm not going to come in yet. Because I know Polly hears us. I know she hears us. Because there's like nobody around us, right? And we're like dinging the bowl and calling her. And I know she hears us. So. All right. Let's see. Iowa backyard. Wally has slowly made it from the edges of the room and found the highest place in the room to lay. Still not sure if it's a he or she. Taking it slow. Not sure if feral or not. Sharon, you found yours in a shed under the oil tank. Yeah, they find so many places. So many places to hide. Jane, our neighborhood cats go in the drain system by the creek. They are smart. Was Polly pregnant when she was found? No, she got pregnant afterwards. We found her, she found us when she was probably 3 to 4 months old. And we didn't get her fixed. We were going to, and just life happened and we never did. And then she went into heat and she got pregnant. And then boom, now we have the 4 little ones. So, but Polly has since been fixed. Rafa is fixed. Superball is fixed. Now we got to work on the other 4. We got to work on the little kittens, getting them fixed. I have no idea. Your cat hid in the neighbor's boat. That's good. Laura, you put some chicken out. Oh yeah, does she eat raw food? Raw, yeah. Just put out some raw food. That always helps too. Brad, underneath, including next to each tire, engine compartment. Yeah, my. Don't start your car until you find her. My dad was on his way to work and he started a car in the middle of winter and there was a cat. Ugh, just cat survived for like a day or two. Just terrible, horrible. I don't even want to go there. Just make sure you don't go anywhere without checking. They can get up underneath, you know, and just put some food around the car. Uh-oh, she may come back pregnant. She's not fixed. If Kitty Cat wants to come home, Kitty Cat will come home. That is true. That is true. Kathy, yes, defense starts tomorrow. Defense would start tomorrow, if there's even going to be a defense, which I'm pretty sure there will be. Remember, they don't have to put on a case. Defense does not have to put on a case, but I would say 99.999% of they're going to put on a case. So yeah, they're going to start tomorrow. Yeah, it was terrible. I was a kid. I was probably like 8, 9 years old. Ugh. Just terrible. Anyway. Vicky says, my indoor cat took off one day for 24 hours. It was suggested they put their litter box outside. Apparently they can smell that box for miles. And sure enough, she was back within a couple hours. Yeah, cats have an incredible sense of smell. Same with dogs. Play on crime. One time my cat traveled in a car engine hub all the way to church with an unknown family. They called us to return her. Wow. Yeah, cats are pretty resilient. From about 6:30 when I start my car the first time, I'm guessing Jenny says, we knew for sure she was gone when we went to give them soft food. She didn't come. That was around 10. All right. And as I said, after I watched Riker fall 30 feet and land on her side and get up and run off, cats are freaking resilient. Cats are strong. They're resilient. They are just amazing, amazing creatures. Absolutely amazing. I was astonished that Riker survived. I can't believe she survived. And she's fine. No worse for the wear. She limped for like maybe 3 days, 4 days, if that, and then she's fine. So, let's see. She's fixed, so no babies, even though I wouldn't mind some babies around. All right. Well, at least that's good, because you're right. She could come back. She could come back pregnant. But you would know if she was in heat. Teresa said a prayer for your kitty. Laura, yes, they sure are. They sure are. Yep. And I watched it. She climbed up the tree. Well, Polly kind of chased her. She went the wrong way, went higher up, and it was raining that day. And so everything was slick, and she was trying to come down, and there was really no way she could have come down. It was either call the fire department or she was going to fall. And she fell. Yeah, they did 9 lives, Sharon, 9 lives. Yeah, are there woods? Yeah, I asked you that earlier. I don't know if you answered me or not. Do you have woods? That's always definitely check the top of the tires and the wheel wells. I bet that's warm and cozy. Jenny, thank you so much. Yep, we appreciate you too. We did have another cat go missing for a couple weeks and came home, but that was springtime. Yeah, middle of a snowstorm is not good. Yeah, I know. 30 feet is a long drop. Trust me, I know. It was a long drop. Let's see. Only across a main road. All right. All right. And you have neighbors? Do you have like neighbors, or are you in the country? Nan says, my aunt dropped her cat by my mom's 4 towns over, and at least a month later she came back, my aunt who didn't walk her. If I didn't see, yeah, I've seen that too, where cats will come back, like they'll come back from like miles and miles away. If they're attached to you, they will come back. Yeah, Led Zepp had to get under the hood of the car once, definitely. Good. Okay, neighbors are on the lookout. Okay, all right. Neighbors leave their garages open too, or sheds. Best place to look. Yeah, cats are smart. You know, they don't have death wishes. I'm sure she'll find a warm, cozy space, and when she's hungry, she'll come back. Oh, that's true on Facebook. Do you have like Nextdoor? We have there's Nextdoor. You could post it on Nextdoor. Post a picture of her on Nextdoor. We get that all the time. Mallory's thinking of your little kitty. Join Nextdoor and post it on Nextdoor. Facebook, absolutely, are their neighborhood Facebooks. We're part of our neighborhood Facebook here. Nextdoor is another place. I don't know if you guys have Nextdoor. Oh, everybody has Nextdoor because it's web-based, but and it's an app. But check out Nextdoor. Led Zepp, whenever they can find a warm place away from the wind, absolutely. Yeah, local forums on Facebook, totally. Sharon, bang on the hood of the car before starting. My cat lost a toe. Yeah. Crunchy, cat used to live in a parking lot for a couple years. He's not interested in outside anymore. Yeah, then there's that. If they've been outside for a while, they're like, yep, I'm going in. Cats want to be in a place they feel safe. Have you moved recently? Kathy, you have found kittens under the hood. You've posted on the local pages. Good. All right. Sounds like you're doing all that you can. Sounds like you're doing all you can do. And when she gets hungry, she'll come back. Not to be dismissive or anything, but I'm just saying, when she gets hungry, she'll come back. And cold. And when she's had enough of this adventure, she'll be like, what the heck was I doing? What the heck was I doing out here? So she will come back. Sherry, you have next door. You've posted there. Got a call. She was spotted last year, but I never found him. My other cat, Kelsey, wouldn't go out at all. He's a scaredy cat. Ambi, when I was a kid, our cat climbed at the top of the telephone pole. Oh my gosh. Dad said he would call fire department after we got back from church. If he wasn't down, he made it down on his own. Yeah, you know what? Polly will climb up into this tree and she climbs down backwards. We watch her. She shimmies up and then she shimmies back down. I don't worry about Polly at all. She's literally like an elf. She's like a monkey elf. She's like our sprite. She climbs up and she's on these branches that are like my thumb, and I'm like, dude, what are you doing? And she's just like, she literally she's like a sprite elf monkey. But she climbs up and then she shimmies back down. Rafa, he's been up twice and he's like, yeah, no, I'm good. Rafa doesn't go up into the trees anymore. Polly's up there. Actually, that's not true. Rafa's in the other tree. We have 2 live oaks. Well, we have a lot of live oaks, but 2 that we have access to. I have access to. They have access to all the other ones. Yeah, Rafa was up in the tree, and he had the branch was such, the tree's like 20 feet away, and the branch was over here. So we're hanging out, and I see him in the branch. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? So I went to go get the ladder, and by the time I got the ladder and came back, he had already gone back to the tree branch trunk and came down.
All right. So I think we all have our tasks for the evening, and I'll see you back tomorrow. Anybody need anything? All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I am not going to end just yet because it's still early. It's only 3:30. So what I want to do is I wanted to watch this during our pretrial deep dive, and we didn't have a chance because we had other things. And then also I played it this morning and it got cut off. So I want to play this. I want to watch this with you guys. This is Yuri Buchanan, I guess. I wanted to watch this morning because this he talks about, and I think it's pretty appropriate because he talks about Brian's mother. I think this is him talking about Brian's mother. So if you guys want to hang out a little bit longer, let's hang out.
Good afternoon, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your first and last name, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Yuri Buchanan, spelled Y-U-R-I-Y, last of B-U-K-H-E-N-I-K.
Where do you work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police, currently assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
How long have you been with Massachusetts State Police?
I graduated the academy March of 2012.
And how long have you been attached to the detectives unit with the District Attorney's Office?
10 years.
And what is your current rank?
I'm a sergeant.
And how long have you been a sergeant within that unit?
Since December of 2021.
So I'm going to ask some questions now about January 5th of 2023, Thursday. That day, did you have the opportunity to be dispatched to Cohasset?
Yes.
Why were you dispatched to Cohasset?
Cohasset police detectives reached out to our office requesting assistance in investigating a missing person case.
What was the name of the person you were asked to help find?
The person's name was Ana Walshe.
About what time did you get to Cohasset PD that day?
It was in the late afternoon. I would say approximately 4:45 or so.
And did anyone else besides you, that's a member of the State Police Detectives Unit with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, respond to Cohasset that evening?
Yes.
Who else?
Trooper DeChico.
And once Trooper DeChico and you were at the Cohasset PD, who did you have the opportunity to speak with?
I spoke with Detective Harrison Schmidt of Cohasset PD.
And what was the purpose of this meeting with Detective Schmidt?
He gave us an update on his investigation into the missing person, shared the details of that he's learned since he was involved.
Did you have the opportunity to review anything in addition to having the conversation with Detective Schmidt?
Yes. I was able to review an audio recording of Brian Walsh's interview.
And after having this meeting and reviewing the recording, what did you have the opportunity to do next in your investigation?
After doing the review of the recording and being updated on all the information that Cohasset PD had at the time, myself, Trooper DeChico, Detective Schmidt, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, and Sergeant Hunt proceeded to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset.
About what time did all of you arrive at that address?
I believe it was like 6:30 p.m.
And when you arrived, was anyone leaving?
Yes, there was a female party leaving as we came up to the door.
And do you understand what her relationship was to the family?
I do know, yes.
What is it?
She was the babysitter for the 3 juvenile children.
And after seeing this woman leave the residence, did you discover who else was in the residence this time?
Yes.
Who?
Within the residence, we were able to meet with Brian Walshe, his mother, Ana Walshe, and there was 3 juvenile children inside as well.
Now, in that evening, did you have the opportunity to conduct an interview with anyone at the Walshe residence?
Yes, I did.
Who did you initially get the chance to speak with?
Initially, I spoke with Diana Walshe.
And Diana Walshe is Mr. Brian Walsh's mother, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Where was your conversation with Diana Walshe?
My conversation was in the living room area where the couches were situated, in the dining room area by a staircase set in the wall, I believe.
And was there anyone with you to help conduct this interview?
Yes, Detective Lieutenant Lopes of Cohasset PD was present with me.
Where were the other officers at this point in time that arrived with you?
The other officers were speaking with Brian Walshe in the dining room area portion of the home.
And was anyone else with Mr. Walshe besides those officers, do you know?
Just the 3 officers that arrived.
Where were the children when you initially had the opportunity to speak with Diana Walshe?
Upon her request, the children went upstairs in the main portion of the home to the 2nd floor.
Now, can you explain how the initial conversation, what occurred during your initial conversation with the defendant's mother?
Yes. As we sat down, Diana was asked to provide her date of birth and a phone number. She initially ignored my request and was texting on her phone. A follow-up request was also momentarily not addressed or not answered. She then advised us that she had utmost respect for what we do, but she only has 1 son, and she was very adamant in helping find Ana.
Did she say what she was doing as far as trying to find Ana?
Yes, she stated that she had Googled, researched a top PI firm, private investigation firm in the DC area, and she had been communicating with the owner/CEO of the company.
And did she give you any contact information for that person?
Yes, she provided both a business line and a private cell phone number for the individual.
Now, did she have the opportunity in this, during this conversation, did she tell you what had occurred with her son's cell phone as far as January 1 and January 2nd?
Yes, during this conversation, she advised us that on January 2nd, Brian Walsh showed up at her home in Swampscott and advised her that his phone was missing and that he needed to use her device to communicate or try to reach Ana.
And did she show you anything from her phone during this part of the conversation?
Yes, she showed me her call logs as well as text message communications that were documented on her device.
And when you saw this, did you see the names of any of, not asking the specific name, but did you see the names of anyone in the family?
Yes, there was a name associated with a juvenile child, the eldest, that was documented as a missed call.
And did you ask her about whose phone number that would be?
Yes, I did.
And what did she explain to you?
She indicated it was the 6-year-old's phone number as saved with the name in her device, and that she had purchased all the three of the juvenile children, cell phones, Apple AirTags, and iPads.
How long were you speaking with Diana Walsh before any of the children returned?
I would estimate it 15 minutes or so.
And which child did you wish to speak to?
The oldest 6-year-old child.
And was that one of the children that returned at this point in time?
Yes, it was.
And did you have the opportunity to speak to the oldest child?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to us what occurred as far as that conversation?
Initially, when the child presented to our presence, myself and Detective Lieutenant Lopes asked him if he was willing to have us ask him some questions. He shook his head in the affirmative without giving me a verbal response. Diana at that point asked him to sit on her lap while we held the conversation, and we proceeded to ask him some questions.
And what did the oldest child tell you about what he remembers as the last time he saw his mother, Ana Walsh?
What the child stated was that the last time he saw his mother was surrounded around the events of him hearing a noise, waking up, coming downstairs, and seeing her on the couch underneath his blanket, which he left in the room overnight. She was dressed in a set of pink pajamas with red hearts. And as he was walking by the kitchen island, he saw his iPad. He picked up the iPad, recognized that it was malfunctioning or broken, not working properly, and he requested that his mom, Ana, fix the iPad for him. Once she fixed the iPad, he indicated that Ana went upstairs and changed into her real clothes, returning back downstairs, holding a brown duffel bag, approximately 2 feet in length, and a purse, which he gestured to her wearing on her shoulder. He then stated that her taxi was here. He told her, "I love you." She responded, "I love you more." And she walked out the door to her ride. When asked if he saw the vehicle, saw the headlights for the vehicle, or saw her get into the vehicle, he stated he did not. Those are strictly his speculations. Obviously, he didn't use the word speculation, but.
And how did the conversation end with the oldest child?
I had a question for him asking, does he know where his mom, before I was able to finish that question, Diana became animated with her arms since he was sitting on her lap, flailing her arms in the air. I stopped abruptly, being interrupted by her gesture. She finished the question for me, stating cell phone. The child never answered my intended question, which was if he knew where his mom was, nor the question that Diana finished. He strictly said that mom wanted him to move to DC to be with her. He abruptly got up off of Diana's lap and ran into a different portion of the home.
And Did you have any further conversation with the oldest child?
Yes, I did.
And what was that, sir?
At one point, a little bit later on, the area where myself and Detective Lopes was standing, he opened the door slightly, just wide enough to the basement that he could fit through. He took a step onto the first step going down into the basement, looked back at me, extended his arm, and I told him that he shouldn't go into the basement on his own, realizing there were child locks on the door. Then Diana also opened the door all the way and grabbed his hand and told him not to go down there.
Did any of the children ever give you anything that night?
Yes.
What did they give you?
The eldest 6-year-old boy gave me a little art piece that he rendered.
Now, how long were you in the home speaking to the oldest child and Diana Walsh?
I would estimate it to be 45 minutes, maybe more. There was a lengthy conversation in our presence in the home.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, we left off, I believe, the conversation had come to an end with Diana Walsh and the oldest child. What did you do at the house after that?
I waited for the other officers to finish searching the home for the missing individual, to include the attic.
Why was the attic significant to you?
It had not been searched, and in my experience with other cases, we have had located individuals in crawl spaces and attics.
What types of cases are those, sir?
Death investigations.
And more specific, though, when you found people in crawl spaces like that, have they been as a result of murder, or how so?
They were suicides.
What did you do as far as examining the outside of the home?
I proceeded outside, checked the yard, the property, to include trash cans, looking for Anna's phone. One of the locations that myself, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Detective Schmidt checked was Brian Walsh's Volvo SUV.
And did you ask anyone permission to check the Volvo?
Yes.
And who did you ask?
Brian Walsh.
And what did he say?
He complied, granted us permission, unlocked the vehicle, and we took a look through the contents of inside.
And what observations did you make of the Volvo?
I located a cell phone device inside the Volvo, located in the center console of the vehicle.
And did you have a conversation with Mr. Walsh about whose cell phone that was?
Yes, I asked him whose device that was, at which time he stated it was his oldest son's phone.
Did any of the police officers attempt to verify them?
Yes, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, having been provided with the phone number for that device, called the phone, and the phone rang, verifying that it is, in fact, the 6-year-old's phone.
And where did Detective Lopes get the phone number from?
Our conversation with Diana Walsh, when she showed us the call logs, the phone number was provided.
Do you remember what the phone number was for that device?
Not at the top of my head. I know that it most likely ended at 8028, possibly.
And did you write that anywhere in any of your reports?
Yes, I wrote it in my interview report.
Would that, looking at that report, refresh your recollection as to the number?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sergeant, can I ask if you could look at paragraph 9, look at it to yourself, and look up to the opportunity to review it? Does that refresh your recollection as to that phone number?
Yes, it does.
What was the phone number, sir?
617 895, I believe.
Oh, should I come back?
Yes, please.
All right, Sergeant. Take one more look. You know where it is. All right, now you want to give it a shot.
Yes, 617 895 8028.
So, that phone, was it seized that night?
It was not, no.
Was it left where was it left then?
In the vehicle.
Now, this is Thursday, January 5th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, I'd like to, that night, besides looking in the Volvo, did you find anything else as far as cell phones that night?
No, I did not, no.
Okay. Now, I'd like to ask you now some questions about January 6th, Friday.
Yes, sir.
Did you have the opportunity to contact anyone who was representing Mr. Brian Walsh?
Yes, I did.
Who was that you were contacting?
I contacted attorney Tracy Minor.
And why were you contacting Tracy Minor?
I wanted to communicate with her and get consent for the devices that belong to Brian Walsh and his juvenile children that were being utilized.
And what was your understanding of Tracy Minor's relationship to Mr. Walsh?
My understanding was that Tracy Minor was representing Brian Walsh on a criminal matter out of federal court in Boston.
And when did you start communicating with Attorney Minor?
I began communicating with her in the afternoon hours of January 6th. It was during the 3 o'clock hour, I believe.
And how were you communicating with her?
Via cell phone call communications.
Do you know roughly how many phone calls you had with Attorney Minor?
I had numerous communications. To the best of my estimate, probably three phone calls.
And so what did you ask Attorney Minor in the first conversation, if you remember?
In the first conversation, I identified myself and asked her to provide consent for Brian Walsh's phones. At that point, I had knowledge of at least 2 devices, the one that was missing, that was located on the second, and then the 6-year-old cell phone.
Okay, so to be clear, you say the one that was missing that was located in the second, who did you believe that cell phone belonged to?
Brian Walsh.
And the second device, what was that device that you were concerned about?
That was a device that contacted Diana with a missed call on the call log, and it was also now present inside Brian Walsh's vehicle in the SUV.
What did you say to Attorney Minor that you wished to do to these devices?
I stated that we wish to do a full system extraction, a phone dump, more commonly used as a phone, known as a phone dump, of those devices for digital evidence data.
And what reservations did Attorney Minor express to you in the first conversation?
She stated she needed to talk to her client, and she would call me back.
And did you explain anything else you were looking for at this point in time?
No, I did not.
So how long did it take for Attorney Minor to contact you back?
It was somewhere between 5-10 minutes, maybe a little more, maybe 15 minutes, but I did receive a call from her within a short period of time.
And what happened in this next phone call?
She stated that it would be fine to, they would consent to the extractions. They just wanted it documented, and she requested a documentation to be generated.
And was there any limitations on the digital, was there any limitations on what you were allowed to look at?
Yes, it was communicated verbally in our agreement that we were not to look at attorney-client communications prior to December 25th, 2022, and no communications between Ana and Brian Walsh prior to that date as well.
Besides those 2 issues, was there anything else that you were not allowed to look at when you spoke to Attorney Minor?
No.
Did you tell Attorney, and so during this conversation, was there mention of any other devices you wish to look at?
Yes, after we made the agreement for the 2 cell phones mentioned, I also requested that the iPad, which we knew was manipulated by Ana prior to her leaving the home, would also be included within the devices that were consented to.
Did you explain why you wanted to look at that iPad?
I did not know.
Why did you want to look at that iPad?
Well, if Ana manipulated the device and fixed it during the time frame that we were advised, there would be a digital footprint on the device documented that manipulation.
And to be specific, what iPad are you referring to that Ana manipulated?
It was the iPad that the 6-year-old saw on the island as he came downstairs after hearing a noise and waking up, and he picked it up and had his mom fix for him.
Why was that footprint significant to you in your investigation into the disappearance of Ana Walshe?
It would have really narrowed down the timeline of when Ana left the home. It was in a short period of time after the device was manipulated that we were told Ana got dressed and left the home.
Had you had any access to that iPad before this conversation?
No.
And so when you were speaking to the oldest child, he never showed it to you or anything like that?
No, he did not.
Okay. Now, besides the two areas that you had agreed upon with Attorney Minor, which was attorney-client contact and anything before December 25th with the defendant and his wife, she asked for what?
A documentation of the agreement that we verbally discussed and agreed upon.
And what did you do to document the agreement?
Communications were had with Norfolk District Attorney, First Assistant Lynn Beelan, and she drafted an email including those specific restrictions of the full data extraction, digital evidence analysis in an email form and sent it to Attorney Minor and CC'd me on it as well.
What memory do you have of expressing these concerns to First Assistant Beelan at the time?
I do not have a memory of communicating with First Assistant Beelan.
So do you know how First Assistant Beelan knew to send the email?
I do not know.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sergeant, do you recognize the document I've just handed you?
Yes, I do.
What is the document I've just handed to you?
It's a copy of a printed out email exchange between Attorney Minor, which I'm CC'd on, and First Assistant Lynn Beelan, and their communications.
And does that document, is that after you had had the conversations with Attorney Minor?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be marked as the next exhibit, and I know that I've fouled up the order, but it is in the binder, and I think it was attached to the defense's pleadings as well.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And what number do you think it is?
So on my listing, I have it as Exhibit 13.
Exhibit 13. You know what he's talking about, Attorney Tipton?
Yeah.
And do you have any objection to that?
I do.
All right.
I feel a little bit better right now that he knows what I'm talking about, which is great. So, Sergeant, if I may ask, could you read the first email into the record of that chain? First is, who is the sender?
The sender is Lynn Beelan.
Who are the recipients?
It is addressed to Tracy Minor, and I am CC'd on that email.
What is the date and time of the email?
The date is January 6th of 2023, and the time is 3:39 p.m.
And can you read the body of the email?
Yes, sir. Attorney Minor, as requested, the Norfolk District Attorney's Office agrees that in the investigation to Ana Walshe, any conversation between the attorney and client Brian Walshe is excluded from the search and examination of Brian Walsh's phone and the minor child's iPad. It is further agreed that any conversation between Brian Walshe and his wife, Ana Walshe, 1 week before she was missing, 12/25/22 and prior, shall be excluded from the search and examination of Brian Walsh's phone and the minor child's iPad. Should you have any questions, please contact me, Lynn Beelan, First Assistant District Attorney, Norfolk County, and a phone number.
And just for the record, when you say minor child, you are putting that in there opposed to reading the child's name?
Yes, sir.
Now, was there a response to that email that's in the chain?
Yes, there is.
Can you read the response, sir?
The response is, we consent to all communications on or after 12/25. If you want to go back further than that, I will have to get you a list of attorneys, as he has used a bunch of them.
And is there a subsequent response to that?
Yes, there is.
And can you read that into the record?
That date is fine, thank you.
And that was sent from whom?
That was sent from Lynn Beelan.
Did you receive any further email communication from First Assistant Beeland and Minor after that third entry into the email chain?
I have not, no.
Now, once that was done, those emails had been exchanged, what did you do as far as trying to get the iPads or trying to get the devices?
I didn't do anything about trying to get the devices.
Why didn't you go get them?
I was tasked with traveling out of state, and I was not going to be present.
Where were you supposed to go as a result of traveling out of state?
I was traveling to Washington, D.C.
Why were you going to Washington, D.C.?
The information we had at the time and the multiple reports of Ana coming from D.C., living in D.C., and having traveled back to D.C., based on my conversation with Ana Walshe, I traveled to D.C. to go find Ana.
Did you meet up with anyone in law enforcement to help you in D.C.?
Yes.
Who?
It was Detective Lieutenant Lopes and 2 troopers from another unit on the state police.
Now, so after the email exchange comes through, who do you inform that you've now received permission from Attorney Minor?
I informed Lieutenant Fanning.
And who is Lieutenant Fanning in the chain of command of the detectives unit?
He was the executive officer at the time in the unit.
And where were you when you informed Lieutenant Fanning?
I was in the command post.
And where was the command post located?
It was located a short distance down the street from 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in a shopping plaza parking lot behind the stores.
Now, when you informed Lieutenant Fanning, were you talking to him in person, or was this over the phone, or what?
It was in person.
So, at the command post on the late afternoon of Friday, January 6th, how many state troopers were in and around this area at this point in time?
There were dozens and dozens.
And so, are you aware of who collected the devices from Brian Walsh on January 6th?
I am not aware, no.
So you didn't go to collect the devices?
No, I did not.
When did you return from Washington, D.C.?
It was during the late evening hours of January 8th. It was Sunday, I believe, if I'm not mistaken on the date.
And did you have any further conversation with Attorney Minor about the devices after the phone calls and the emails?
No, I did not.
So after the email chain is done, do you have any further phone calls?
No.
And to be specific, with Attorney Minor?
No.
And going back to the second phone call, you told Attorney Minor that you wanted to look at the iPad?
Yes.
And can you just tell us what you told her about wanting to look at the iPad?
The conversation about the extractions of full data extraction was in reference to the 2 cell phones. We went into detail about that. Once she consented to those cell phones, I asked if we could also do the same with the iPad.
Was there any concerns about communications on the iPad?
No, there was not.
Did you explain to her whose iPad it was?
Yes, I did.
And when you explained to her, who did you tell was the user of the iPad?
I told her that based on my understanding, it was the 6-year-old juvenile.
And did you tell her did you tell her anything further about the use of the iPad and why you were looking at it?
No, I did not.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ross.
Good afternoon, sir.
For direct examination, you described your interaction with Diane Walsh.
Yes, sir.
And so you were involved in interviewing Diane Walsh along with the 6-year-old son.
Portions of it, yes.
You say portions of it. What portions?
The 6-year-old was not present during the entire interview with Diana.
But you were present for the entire interview of Diane Walsh.
I was.
You didn't have any involvement in the interview of Mr. Walsh on January 5th.
No, not the official interview. I just introduced myself and met him. Brief communication verbally, not a formal interview.
Did you arrive at the home at the same time with the other officers who eventually did conduct an interview with Mr. Walsh on January 5th?
If I'm not mistaken, we all arrived together, yes, sir.
So you were sitting, is it fair to say that during these two different interviews, you were in different rooms?
Yes, we were separated. The two rooms are separated by the stairwell or staircase and a wall, I believe, in the home. That's right in the middle of the building. But there's open space for the front and the rear through the kitchen.
It's fair to say then that there were times during these interviews that you could hear people asking Mr. Walsh questions, correct?
To be accurate, because we were having our own conversation, I merely heard voices. I could not hear the specifics of their conversation or who was speaking.
And it's entirely accurate, isn't it, to say that the entire time that you talked to Diane Walsh, that Mr. Walsh, Mr. Brian Walsh, he was never present for any of that, correct?
With our conversation, sir? No, he was not.
So when you were asked all these questions on direct examination, and you were describing the behaviors of Diane Walsh as you interpreted them, it's fair to say that Mr. Walsh had nothing to do with any of those behaviors of Diane Walsh that you were observing.
Are you asking if he was influencing her behavior?
Yeah.
I could not suggest that, no.
Okay. And I mean, she is the grandmother of this the 6-year-old that you were also talking to, right?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
And this 6-year-old was telling you, in his own words, what he remembered about seeing his mother, correct?
Yes, the information of his recollection was in his own words.
And when you were asked questions on direct examination about the iPad and fixing it, you used the word manipulation, right?
That is a term I use, yes.
Okay. You don't have any specific knowledge about what you characterized as the manipulation of the iPad.
The knowledge I have is that I was told she fixed the device for him. Diana said that the button was broken. Those types of manipulations of the device, in my training experience, would be logged within the database on the device.
But based on that information that you just told the court, when Diane Walsh mentioned a button, what button was it?
She didn't specify.
Okay. And it's fair to say that you didn't make any effort to see if the button was now working or whatever button she was referring to was working, correct?
Correct. I did not see, no.
So you really don't know, do you, at the time, that the iPad was in fact not working or if it just didn't come on. You really don't know. You're just going on the fact that Diane Walsh said something about a button wasn't working.
It was the child's information that he passed along to us and what Diana shared as well.
And the only question that you testified to, that you asked Diana Walsh, that you asked the 6-year-old was something to the effect, do you know where your mother is or do you know where your mother went? That was when Diane Walsh interjected and made a comment, correct?
That specific question, she interrupted my full question, so I could not ask the full question. The question was interrupted.
Now, it's fair to say that you haven't been trained in interviewing young juvenile children, correct?
I don't have specific training for young juvenile children, but I am trained in interviews and interrogations.
Right, but you would agree that there are people that are trained specifically to interview young children, correct?
I am aware that there are specialists that conduct SANE interviews.
And you are aware of the fact that eventually on January 5th, there was an agreement to have the young child, the 6-year-old, interviewed by a trained specialist, correct?
I'm not certain of the date when the agreement happened, but I am aware that there was an agreement to do something like that along those lines.
And that would be done by someone in Norfolk, correct? In fact, I think the office that they use is in Norwalk, correct? Do you know that?
I am not aware of the location outside of Foxborough, but I could be wrong.
And you would agree, wouldn't you, that in your experience, it's not unusual, is it, for a parent or a grandparent to protect their child or grandchild from certain questions that they think may upset them?
No, I wouldn't say that it's unusual that a child or a parent or a grandparent would do something like that, no.
All right. If I understand your direct examination and some of your questions, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you did or you did not have any conversation with Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beeland regarding any supposed agreement?
I don't have a memory of talking to Lynn Beeland on the phone about the agreement.
And it's fair to say that you've been asked by the Commonwealth in this case to search your records, your emails, whatever, for any such evidence of communicating with Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beeland regarding this agreement. Correct?
I have been asked, yes.
And you conducted that search and you found nothing?
Conversations over the phone. I don't have a conversation over the phone specifically in reference to the agreement. So but the email is produced. I'm CC'd on it.
Right, but you don't know about the content of any conversation between Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beeland and Attorney Tracy Minor regarding that agreement, do you?
I do not know, no.
And it's fair to say that you never attempted to contact Lynn Beeland to make sure that you understood what the parameters were of any agreement, did you?
I did not contact Lynn Beeland. The email spoke for itself.
Well, you've testified here today that, for instance, you just answered a question on direct examination, that the iPad had no limitations put on it, like the search of the iPhone, correct?
Objection, I don't think you said that.
Rephrase the question.
Were there any limitations put on any search of the iPad?
The search limitations were included in the email, and it referenced all devices that we were going to get on consent.
Now, you've also told us that your discussions with Attorney Tracy Minor involved discussing and seizing cell phones, correct?
Yes, there were 2 cell phones, as I mentioned prior, and the iPad that we were aware of.
And regarding the 2 cell phones, we can all agree that one of them was purportedly Mr. Walsh's personal cell phone, and the other cell phone was the one in the Volvo that was attributed to the young 6-year-old, correct?
Yes, sir.
There is no reference in the email that you've referred to today to a second cell phone, is there?
I'd have to take a look at the email, but my understanding through our communications, myself and Tracy Minor, were for 2 cell phones and the 6-year-old's iPad.
Well, I understand that's your memory. I'm asking you that with regards to the email that's been introduced into evidence, there's no reference to a second cell phone, is there?
Yes, based on my reviewing of that email content, there's no reference of a second phone.
And there's no reference to anything other than Brian Walsh's cell phone in that email.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question again, please?
There's no reference to any other cell phone other than Brian Walsh's cell phone in that email agreement.
It talks about the 6-year-old's iPad.
Right, but there's no reference to a second cell phone or any other cell phone in that email agreement.
That is correct.
And in fact, there's certainly nothing about all of the minor children's cell phones.
That's correct.
There's reference in that email to one iPad, correct?
Yes.
And there's no reference to more than one iPad in that email, is there?
Just the 6-year-old's iPad.
Sergeant, it's fair to say that you wrote a report where you were discussing this agreement?
Yes, it is, yes.
And did you review that report before you testified here today on direct examination?
I did review it, yes.
And it's fair to say that in that report you make reference to an agreement that encompassed quote, his cell phones in regard to Brian Walsh. And you use those cell phones, plural, correct? In your report.
I believe that's right, if you're not mistaken.
Do you have that report with you?
I don't have it here with me, no.
And if you need to refresh your memory, just tell us. But you also, in that report, make specific reference to the agreement encompassed his minor children's, plural, cell phones, correct?
I'd have to take a look at the report, sir.
No, that's right. May I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
I'd ask you to read that. Does that refresh your memory about what you entered into your report that you drafted regarding this?
Yes, it does.
Does it refresh your memory that, in fact, you make reference to cell phones plural when it comes to Mr. Walsh's cell phone?
Yes, it does.
Does it refresh your memory that, in fact, you made reference to all the children's cell phones?
Yes.
Does it refresh your memory that it referred to the children's iPads?
Yes.
Is it also fair to say that at the end of that report, you make specific reference that, quote, the agreement is attached to this report?
Yes, sir.
And the agreement we're talking about is what's already been introduced in evidence, correct?
That is correct, sir.
It's fair to say that that agreement that was introduced in evidence does not refer to multiple cell phones, multiple iPads, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And in fact, you said on direct examination that you had some conversation with Fanning, and Fanning then arranged to pick up the devices, correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware of the fact that Fanning has written a report about what he went to pick up?
I am not aware now.
Did you talk to Fanning about what he had gone to pick up and what in fact he did pick up?
No, I never spoke to exactly what he picked up.
So you don't know that when Fanning went to Mr. Walsh's house to pick up the devices pursuant to the agreement, he only knew to pick up one cell phone and one iPad, correct? Or you don't know?
I don't know what he actually picked up. I communicated 2 cell phones and an iPad.
And my question is, though, that you apparently don't know that based on the conversation he had with you at the command post, that he thought he was only supposed to pick up one cell phone and one iPad. You don't know that, do you?
I never questioned Lieutenant Fanning on what he picked up.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time I need to introduce this report. No objection, Your Honor.
22. Marked and admitted as Exhibit 22.
Specifically, Sergeant, in that report that now is Exhibit 22, you specifically say the agreement was put into writing by Norfolk District Attorney's First Assistant Lynn Beelan, correct?
Yes, I do.
The agreement, you're referring to the email that's been introduced into evidence, correct?
That is correct.
There's nothing in the agreement that uses the phrase marital privilege, is there?
No, sir.
There's nothing in your conversations that you put in your report that was to document this agreement. There's no reference to marital privilege, is there?
I'm sorry, there was two things you asked about. There was no mention of marital privilege outside of the statement about excluding communications between Ana and Brian Walsh.
And the phrase marital privilege does not appear in your report that's been introduced as Exhibit 22?
No.
And it doesn't appear in the, quote, agreement email that's been introduced in the evidence?
That statement does not appear now.
And the only thing that is referenced, the only subject matter that's referenced in the email agreement is, quote, communications, isn't it?
That's the only subject matter that needed to be carved out of the full extraction.
That wasn't my question. My question was the only subject matter that is referenced in the agreement is communications, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, do you know when Mr. Walsh first talked to Tracy Minor, his attorney, about the request to search his phone?
I have no idea.
And do you know, Sergeant Lieutenant, when Tracy Minor, Attorney Tracy Minor, and Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beelan first began discussing the request to search Mr. Walsh's phone?
I would strictly be speculating when they first began. My only knowledge is to the email being sent from Lynn.
Have you talked to Assistant District Attorney, now retired, Lynn Beelan, regarding this agreement prior to this hearing?
I have no memory of talking to her about this agreement.
So, the government, the Commonwealth, has not asked you to go talk to retired Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beelan and say, what did you and Attorney Tracy Minor agree to? You haven't been asked to do that.
No, sir.
Now, it's fair to say that there are consent to search forms used routinely by the Mass State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
And those consent to search forms, they require information to be entered on the form that includes the person giving consent and the officer taking the consent, correct?
Yes, it is.
And they also include an area where you describe what is going to be searched, correct?
There's detailed explanation on the forms, yes.
And it's signed and dated by the person giving consent and a witness, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the reason for this is to make sure that people understand what consent was given, that it was given voluntarily, and what the parameters of any consent were, correct?
That is the purpose behind us reading those consent forms to the individuals we're getting the consent from.
And you didn't use one in this case?
No, sir.
And it's fair to say that you certainly had an opportunity to use one because you were at the home on January 5th of 2023 prior to any consent being given and any agreement being made, correct?
I was at the home at that point. I did not ask for consent on the 5th.
Okay. But, may I approach you on?
You may.
I'm going to show you a document, and it's not from this case. But is it fair to say that that is an accurate representation of the consent to search form that's used by the Mass State Police?
Although it does appear as a form that's generated by the state police, that's not the form we use, so I can't represent that this is what we would have used.
What is different? What is different from that form you're looking at now and the form that you say would be used by the Mass State Police?
Well, there's a lot of different characteristics of the form itself, just the way it appears, the way it's presented, the bottom portion as well. It's just slightly different.
Can I ask you then, Sergeant Lieutenant, is it fair to say that that form, substantively, whatever form you're referring to, the consent to search form, would have included exactly what that form's asking for? Name of the person giving consent, a witness to sign on it, informing the person of their right to refuse consent, but also listing what and describing what is to be searched?
I would agree with you, yes.
So, with that caveat, I would move it.
Your Honor, I object. If counsel wants, I'm happy to get a copy of their form that they generated.
Why don't we do that? Have the form that they actually might be using now as opposed to that form. There's no dispute with regard to the contents of the form. He didn't fight you on that. He agrees with you. It's in evidence. You don't need the form that he's not familiar with.
And I'll get a blank one and we'll stipulate to it as an exhibit.
That sounds terrific.
I did ask for one, but I didn't.
You didn't ask for. You asked for what? What? Oh, previously?
I apologize to counsel. I have no memory of asking for it. I will make sure that
we can reach agreement on this, I'm sure.
With regards to the agreement, there's nothing in the agreement email that has been produced as an exhibit. It references anything about search histories, correct?
No, that specific term is not in the email.
And there's nothing in the email about location data, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, the only subject matter that's referenced in that email agreement is, quote, communication, correct?
Yes, as what to be excluded, yes.
Well, when you say what to be excluded, it's just, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but this will be my last question on this particular subject. The email agreement makes reference to what communications will be limited, and it makes specific reference to certain attorney-client conversations, communications, and communications between Mr. Walsh and Ana Walshe, correct?
That is what to be limited during the search and analysis of the device's data.
It certainly doesn't say, does it? Anywhere in that agreement that the agreement is that everything that's downloaded can be reviewed and analyzed, correct? It doesn't say that in the agreement.
It does not specify that.
And it's important, isn't it? Just like that form that you were talking about a moment ago, it's important, isn't it, to be very specific in any written agreement as to what the terms of the agreement are, right?
It's important to understand what is being done. Our verbal communications mentioned phone extractions. That means all of the data on the phone. And what was to be limited based on our verbal communication, then subsequently put into email form, was the communications between client and attorney and Mr. and Mrs. Walsh.
But that's the way you're interpreting the content of this email that you did not write and did not respond to. That's fair, isn't it?
For the latter portion, yes, I did not write this email, nor did I respond to it. But the verbal agreement on the phone with Attorney Minor was that we were doing a full system data extraction on the devices provided that were consented to.
That's your memory?
Yes, it is.
And your memory is that the agreement also included all of Mr. Walsh's cell phones, all of the children's cell phones, and all of the children's iPads.
No, my memory was that the devices I knew about was Mr. Walsh's cell phone that was missing, the children's cell phone that was in Mr. Walsh's vehicle, and the iPad reference to by the 6-year-old, which was fixed by Ana. That's why the communication with Tracy Minor was about 2 cell phones with the iPad thrown in on top of those 2 devices.
Sergeant Buchanan, just on that particular answer and question. The second sentence in your report that you wrote, that's dated January 6, 2023, you wrote specifically, during numerous phone conversations, we established a verbal agreement for the digital evidence extraction of devices belonging to and being used by Brian Walsh and his juvenile children to include Thomas Walsh, 6-year-old. Thomas Walsh's 6-year-old. Those include his cell phones and his minor children's cell phones and tablets. Correct?
If that's verbatim from my report, that is what's written.
So my question that I asked you just a moment ago was, your memory of the agreement was it involved all of those devices, not just the 2 that we're talking about.
My conversation with Attorney Minor was for the 2 cell phones I knew existed and were referenced.
So why did you put all those other devices in your report that you wrote specifically about the agreement?
I don't understand.
Why did you refer to all of those devices in the one single report that you wrote and refer to it as the agreement? Why did you include all of the devices?
Because there was knowledge of other devices existing. So there was Diana's statement that she purchased cell phones for all the children.
Okay.
And iPads and AirTags, etc. So there were other electronic devices that could have come into play.
You would agree, wouldn't you, Sergeant Buchanan, that there is some real ambiguity between what you stated as the content of the agreement in your report and that email that has been introduced into evidence?
I don't think it's ambiguous, no.
Were you present at the home, Mr. Walsh's home, on January 6th of 2023?
I don't remember. I don't remember going to the home. I might have been. I don't remember going to the home. I know I was at the command post. There was other missions I was conducting. I don't have a specific memory of being at the house, but if you have a specific question about maybe what transpired, I could give you an answer.
Do you know that there were numerous searches conducted to the house on January 6th?
I know that the CERT team and the dive team conducted searches around the home. I was not present for those searches. I was at the command post.
And you weren't there because you were in D.C. on January 7th.
That's correct. Early morning, January 7th, I left for D.C.
Just so I'm following along, the date that you were using was 1/6.
Yes, for when searches were conducted.
Right, but he left on 1/7.
Right, he's not.
He could have been there, but he's at the outpost. I just want to make sure I'm trying to follow along with what the evidence is, and that you're not missing up the dates. That's why I'm asking.
I could be messing up the dates. I'll be the first to admit that. But
let you go.
Let me just say,
giving you the opportunity to correct it if I've got something wrong. But I've raised it. Maybe I'm the one that has it wrong.
When did you leave for D.C. on January 7th?
Early morning hours. I don't know the exact time of the flight. Could have been 8, 9 a.m. But I never responded to Cohasset. I went from my home.
So you were not at the home on January 7th?
No, sir, I was not.
And you're not sure if you were at the home on January 6th?
I do not have a specific memory of being there. I might have.
But we can all agree you were there on January 5th?
Yes, sir.
Were you there on January 8th?
No, I was not.
And did you negotiate, as you call it, the agreement? Did you negotiate the dates that are involved?
The person wants us to exclude would be excluded. Brian Walsh was eager to help us find Ana. The same sentiment was felt by me from Tracy Minor. She was trying to help while conducting her responsibilities as a defense attorney. So that was my understanding based on our conversation.
But was it your understanding that regardless of the communications that are referenced in there, attorney-client communications and communications between Mr. Walsh and Ana Walsh, that in fact there was a temporal limit placed on any search of the devices?
Can you rephrase that question, please? The temporal limit, I just want to make sure I understand correctly.
That in fact there was a date of 12/25/2022 that the search parameter would begin, and there was an ending date of January 6, 2023 of the search parameter when the search would end. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of the date that we couldn't go back past, and that was the 25th. So we couldn't search for communications between client and attorney before the 25th, as well as Mr. and Mrs. Walsh's communications.
And I guess what I heard you say was that it wasn't you that suggested 12/25, correct?
Right. I wouldn't have a reason to pick a date. That date, other than being Christmas, it made had no significance to me.
And it wasn't you who picked the date of January 6th, 2023.
I believe it was present. So the term used was present.
On direct examination, you use the word documentation in the context of what Attorney Tracy Minor asked for. You remember that?
Yes.
And was it documentation regarding what the agreement was?
She just wanted to put it in writing, so we needed to document what the specifics were.
And was it also documentation about what, in fact, searches were conducted and how they were conducted?
No, we didn't discuss the details of the searches. She just wanted specific things excluded from the analysis and the searching of the data from those devices. And that is what was documented by First Assistant Lynn Beelan. And she agreed to it.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, what memory do you have of Attorney Minor mentioning marital privilege in your conversation?
No memory whatsoever.
The same that was mentioned, where does the District Attorney's Office and the State Police do those forensic examinations of children?
To the best of my knowledge, at NAC in Foxborough, if I'm not mistaken.
And do you have any certifications in cell phone analysis?
I do.
And what certifications do you have?
I have a Celebrate Basic course. It's a week-long course with certification.
So when you say the term digital evidence extraction, what significance does that have as far as celebrating your understanding?
It's a full file system download, basically a copy of what the device contains for data and information on it that's then transferred onto a processing computer with an exact copy. Then Celebrate parses out certain information that's either labeled or carved out if it has been deleted and no longer assigned a value that is of significance.
Did Attorney Minor request a consent form?
No, she did not.
Recross. The witness may step down.
Thank you, Anna.
All right, so that's that. With that, that will end. I wanted to see that because specifically with Diana, where she didn't want to talk to law enforcement. So I thought that was interesting. So I wanted to play that during our deep dive and just we ran out of time. So, all right. So guys, with that, I think we'll say goodbye for today. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to our mods. Jenny G, hopefully little kitty will come back sooner than later. We're thinking about you and your cat. Why is your tail wet? Why do you have a wet tail? Why do you have a wet tail? Anyway, Jenny G, hopefully your kitty will come back soon. So thank you guys for joining us. Thank you to Erin for doing everything that she does on the back end. Getting our store merchandise going. If you guys haven't had a chance yet, go check out that. Maybe there's something in there that you can purchase. We've got, I got this. This came the other day. I'm waiting for my shirt. I have a shirt that's coming. I'm going to wear that, and just looking forward to that. So have a fantastic evening. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate you spending your day with us. Tomorrow, they start at 9 o'clock, so we'll start at 8:45. So, as always, I will leave you with Cats, Super Ball. You going to be nice? There's Super Ball. Super Ball being all stretchy. Not sure what she's going to do. She's probably going to smack. I'm sure you're going to see a smack. What's up, Super Bowl? Super Bowl. Come here. Super Bowl. What are you doing? she's probably gonna smack her. Yeah. All right, guys, have a good night. Be sure to thank our mods and Aaron on your way out, and we will see you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves, and see you tomorrow.